So now it's, so if I just go on Upper Class YouTube Live, it should be showing it then now. Cool. Sounds like a plan, man. Man, I would appreciate it, and I'll get this event to you then.
Did you want to the low? Yeah, maybe.
Thank you, Gary. Bye.
Well, let's just.
All right, bye.
We want to move those things. I want to move that one over there. You want to those that you get there? No, we just need it. No, I think, but it's. This is everything that over there. Now we're close to this. Hold on. Are we gonna take a look?
You get anybody from Hargrove yet?
No, I'm fixing to call him. I'm gonna call that other guy again. Let me call that crawdad. Yes, that's
It's life without that. That's the problem. I was staying at Break the camera.
I might say something that some of the commands. Oh, that joke.
That's gonna be $25 he charges.
Hey, come on. And Bob's got a cat, so.
Yeah, all is wise.
That's.
And it took forever to get that camera to work.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got it on YouTube now, streaming live, so it's a PCD camera to follow him around.
This guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
He didn't like it.
I wonder why. His fees just went up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Gonna
I've
have
had,
some
man,
of
how
those
many times have I had you come here, Bob?
proceeds.
Four or five? Yeah.
Wow.
Man, that's cool though, how you switched to the little 1 pound things. I remember setting them all up with the gas line and the big old propane thing. I was like, man, we gotta take a time off here. Yeah, I know. It took you an extra hour or longer just setting up.
Yeah. Like for certain reasons, and I think that's.
My bad.
But, it causes a lot more.
Okay. I mean, remember some of
That's one thing I'm gonna have to do. You're gonna have to build.
Yeah, little racks to pick them up.
Maybe what I'll do, my son does this for me.
Yeah. We just got another. So
So I might call him. Yeah, now I only use 10. Bob stuff.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, we,
I know.
This is gonna get exciting.
Okay,
Let's talk
ladies and guys.
No boring is the goal. This is exciting.
This is what I want. You might need to find some people to write everything down, because I want to see the numbers. Okay? I want thermocouple reading. There is no load. I want a thermocouple reading. I want a thermocouple primary coil reading, whether it be SIP or Robert Shaw. Okay, I want thermopile load, no load, and I want secondary coil. Okay, so I don't know how many, 1, 2, 3, 5 readings. Okay. 2 on the thermocouple and thermocouple coil, 3 on the burner. 3 on the thermopile, load, no load, and coil. Okay? How about it?
Hey, Bob, is there an easy way when that thermocouple's in the back of the valve to get it in and out?
One time you remove it and you bring it around the front. Guys, let's talk about that when we come back.
Because it's, when trying to work on the backside, it's a pain. I sat there for half an hour. Had to take a walk around the block a couple times, just come back like, this is easy. I know, I take an old valve out just to go.
I've
Screw
done
this.
that long enough that my fingertips were almost raw. They hurt so bad I couldn't.
And then they cross thread stuff.
Yeah.
The worst thing to say tonight is,
Yeah.
As I said, some of our guys will just take the whole valve out. It's-
Yeah, people know they're cheap, they only cost $20. And then like,
We only involve some of that. We don't subdivide it, we're just, one of them bad is between the other one bad is the whole assembly. It's almost done. Just, we don't pay it.
explain it, we'll pull this out, we're gonna work out what
We do too, but if one, something's bad, you're both full. That way, because a lot of times even the gas lamp itself, like ink in it or clogged, and it's just, you got rid of it. A lot of it.
Yeah.
I hate this guy.
Stuff down inside this.
And maybe when you're almost done, then something slips, breaks or kinks at the very end, you're just. Okay.
Some of my family, trick to get it out.
A lot of these things, if you don't back it up, very confident of honest.
Pretty big balls on small little there. A lot of
so that's kind of what I'm
And
I don't blame it. We used to sit there. I just.
But it comes to other things.
Oversized. Sure.
so there's a unit that we worked on. But let me work on, you'll realize that there are some units, you can just put in some. Well, you can simulate, you can, you know, they're not. Have some, you know, like. It's just.
My problem is once you have trucks on the road, we're trying to teach everybody every different model. It becomes a problem. So if you just have one way to do it and it always works. If you have one way to do it and it always works, it's easier to train.
Yeah, we all like the house.
So do we, but it's just that certain ones. It's easier if it's.
You don't have.
So this is just a lighter version right here.
After we show up, you don't know ask us. What are you? And all of our people train.
I could go.
Well, we asked one question. All put ours open for a call you on. And we know that's wrong. But it's small, it's, Multiple times. Yeah, it's just, I turn it on. Oh, I put the switch. Yes, you brought. That the glass is question. We just, it takes time. We just ask, how do you turn it? And that's what it is. One of the gaps.
Put the wrenches down for you.
So I wrap it, they'll have to go back. So whatever the higher one is, that's it over. And we just roll it. That way we don't even have to stop it, that's right. Those are the wrenches that we constantly lose. Yes. So a little stubby.
What wrench do you need for your pilot tools?
They're different sizes.
No, yeah.
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 I used to have a whole set that I took the grinder. Because I couldn't find the stubby ones, I'm like, screw this. I'm just gonna. This is hard. I would just take a grinder to it, just cut the pinch off, and it was just. We had stubby too.
I'm with Joe.
I got a study, but it was, and so like whenever you're trying to go gas line.
You need a pilot. And then you use the surfaces.
Like, gas line, have like the glass flesh, like whenever they had it under the box, you have like.
We want to set stubbies for like 2 wrenches. Right. For us, we just buy them online, you can buy them individually.
Oh, yeah.
And I have access.
Yeah.
These guys like, I lost it again.
Like 15, even that's.
They're not that. One thing, flat.
I bought the cheap ones for,
But I would even, if I was gonna use it short, things like.
oh, yeah.
I just take a grinder to it. If you don't need that much torque.
Yeah, yeah, you just gotta get it in there. It's like.
It's probably. It's not. It's good, it's heating up.
Well, yeah, no, you can, once, so our rules are, we let it get past that 400 or 500, they go with it. Our minimums are.
Yeah, once you get bumps out of the back.
Yeah.
Now you're at 325 gauge.
You can turn it up, turn it on, and then it should be half. It should fall to half once you put it on.
Really good though.
Yes, if you have a little turbo power, then you should have them.
Oh, yeah.
That's your primary one?
I do one, everything I have my take. I'm not getting hurt.
Under no road?
I've actually been there for a while. I'm just not.
The 20 years like that. Sorry.
This is why.
Yeah, because it's over.
I bring it in, so I need to learn. Taking this stuff down to the demo. I believe this is an automatic.
I shouldn't do that. Yes, you're going, this is where you need 3 fingers, 3 hands. You're going to take your thermocouple out, we're going to put your reading on, put your positive probe on the nickel tip, And then you're gonna put your grounding on that. You're gonna light it.
Turn this off before I do that.
Yeah, go ahead and just take your, that should be 3/8 or,
Let's say, yeah, just what's the better. I'm looking for the review. Right there. That's just. I think it's good.
yeah, you need it.
That's good. I'm so watching it. What's the media spot? Yeah, Brett, the romance. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but just, I don't think there's easy.
Yeah, except it's actually harder. This is easier. With all that, all the way around. This thing, as soon as you take it out.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
It's true. This is bigger than that.
You were going to check the dropout, blow it out, and burn it off, then you can check the dropout because it's still getting.
Yeah, I mean.
The frustrating thing is like this.
I was trying to get like more.
So I was taught the positive flow here in the black on the top. Yes, yes. Yes, the opposite is effectively ground, so you could be saying go to ground.
That's why I was tapping. Well, even.
Alligators, now you've got the, like you're talking about, now you're doing all of this. This is why y'all need out.
I said, I'm not lying.
What I do when I'm in the field by myself, I practice. Like I'll take some screwdrivers or something like this. You can't do it here, but this is like, this isn't real.
But you can't just use the power of light.
Yeah.
It'll stay nice.
But you have the hose, yeah, you have the component. So we used to like rig up something to push it in and prop it in and we would take it. That's how.
Yeah, we don't have to last it.
I have them on my, I have them on my truck.
No, we're gonna take it.
What's gonna be?
You figure my friend, my meter on my truck.
I don't know what happens.
You can identify it. I don't want to take yours home.
We're gonna have to sort thermal couple, but.
I'm organized.
It definitely moved. I think our thermal couple. I think our thermal couple. It keeps moving. Okay, what if you did? Oh.
Okay, so that's good. It's zero.
Why? But didn't it say for this? Yes.
It's really my.
Let's go.
Yeah. It's all.
No, we could take it in.
Yeah.
I do have to go. I was starting to make it bring it check one day. It's not here taking.
So,
I guess it will make a difference.
Take it off.
You gotta read it. All right, you know, I need to see what y'all are doing, man. Live.
Yeah, we tested it.
I'm trying to figure it out. One by one. So what are y'all doing like right now?
Yeah.
They're thermocouple.
Only on this.
You already disconnected. Set this up.
We're all. We're
Put on
gonna
it.
It's not coming along this side, right?
We need a 10 minutes.
Turn on.
This is the. Yeah.
They're over here setting
I think you did that.
Like a That's why we're not here. Yeah, well, this comes I always have one where I can use them.
Not always the plane, either.
Working on some English, burner sets.
Little quick to that.
We're testing files, we have a couple, we're just looking at
And
definition.
it took the other thing out of it to that.
Burner and they have things on. And then they try, obviously this class won't take very much certification tests. So some things we're doing today, we're gonna be testing. Definitely with the young, just want to show you how we're going to do that. That's how we're extension want to do right. Is we write this.
Absolutely. We were getting that gold, you know, good number.
It's hard to tell with this.
I think y'all want to get yourself on.
They need to. I don't think it has to do with the videos.
Let's don't know our way to go. Then we got to do South.
This gets harder. It should rise up.
Oh, you turned it on again. Turned it on again.
Not that one. We need that next.
He's gonna sit around with us. Remember over that?
Thermocouple testing for
Millivolts unless you're doing. Unless you're doing, well, it's right on no resistance.
Oh, yeah.
She has some.
That at least the,
So, which one are y'all checking?
that's it. That's pretty.
Checking the thermocouples they're producing? Okay. So, you're going to go here.
Yeah, see, I was just like, do that.
No, just lift.
Wouldn't two give you a better rating since you need to be between 1.5 and 1.7?
These are volts, yeah, these are volts, when you get up to 200, 200, those are volts, not millivolts. 200 would be millivolts, we're gonna exceed that, I mean, you could do that as a thermocouple. I would get into the habit of doing that.
So what were the readings for?
Did you know what I was doing there?
Thermocouple is gonna be.
I don't know, that's just the only thing we, that's all.
So those are ohms, and that's where we're checking the continuity for. The millivolts that needs to be 15 to 31. Our minimum is 20. So our SO is much the same, but to go off of 15. So what you're gonna do here is you're gonna put this here. You're going to do this here. We're gonna light our pilot light. Now we're gonna watch it speed line. You should go down to here as you want. It is. It can be a problem. If we were servicing this, that is something we would be paying attention to.
I view the right on.
Oh, that's what that.
Where are we at here?
Well,
Now, there's a millivolt, range right here. It still is going up by 18. You just have to, yeah, your decimal, you might have to
that would be 1.9 right now.
that would be 19.
Okay.
Something about that water.
So as long as you stay in the threshold, you'll be fine. So now, if we're gonna go to ohms, and guys, this is my make sure. So the other thing you wanna do is check. Never check that.
Yeah, I think I checked it once and I was like, it's a big EU for that quality to the such amount that so ground. Let's get back to the.
Yes. So you can put it on resistance, so you should still have the resistance, and y'all should look.
You can probably do it. So it's
Before I
two leads.
became super.
All right.
Some of the other guys on the inside of the cardboard. They could never.
I've heard it first.
Switch right here.
I was just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. But when you're testing, you figure out all of it.
Yes, and so how I do this, if I'm checking like moss, there's two ways to check resistance in this. One is just to check continuity to make sure that it's good, it's flowing.
I think the Wi-Fi.
That or your sound set. That's all that is a speaker sound. So, and then if you're wanting, like in this situation, to fine tune the number. So then we're gonna put it on, so this is gonna check for between parameters of 1.5 and 1.7. Let's put it in our ohms. Put it on the lowest.
We're not on
Yep. Million, so go to 2,000. So this is gonna be 240,000, 200,000, 2 million. That might not be really, I don't know. We don't know that much. Let's stay down there.
No.
Yeah, we're gonna check our coil head, so yeah, what we're gonna do is come back, put it on the solder joint. This one's got to it. We're gonna go to that. Let's just do our operating board.
Can you remember how such the operator head?
Remember what our tolerances are. 1.75 to 2.7. So on T. So right now you're on T. Yeah.
There's something on it's just wall switch on here.
Yeah. Yeah, but one thing you have to remember, Shane, is we're checking the valve right now. We're not checking these switches. So it doesn't matter if, you know.
So if you wanted to.
We want to check. Their lead on the middle one and the top one.
And that other one.
We got other files. What's one of them? 200.
I know that one. Yeah.
Down that one.
Yeah, we were getting my example.
That's okay. Oh, wait, no, that's, we're putting our public meeting letters. Yeah, so we were at 2.1, so, but does that make sense what we just? Checking, we'll do checking right now.
Check out the actual, operator head, yes. I remember doing that, but I think I did it wrong.
No, I
That's not enough.
Whenever you're checking.
That's the bad. You extra.
Get the one connection to attach the other side.
Also, Brian, they're gonna take the CDR switch out and check.
Oh, you took, you're taking both. You're one on THTP and then you're one on.
Disconnected, isolate, just. You're not here. Yeah, but you gotta start isolating.
This is like the one that we're using. Yeah. I remember where. They're all got pictures. Right here, right?
Sometimes you do have those.
Sometimes, yeah. I think I've been doing anywhere.
Yeah, sometimes you have to. All right, what else did you want us to check? We did the burner coil test.
Yeah.
Check. You checked your thermal pile?
A couple operator head. Coil.
We can't get to the burner. Let's go to that. Yeah.
No, we do have to set. No, we just.
Yep, so here's reading, we're gonna check for our operating head. We're gonna check for the upper.
It's very sorry.
Yeah, the operator.
So what's the big?
Thermal power. Thermal power.
Anything that's a.
Or sometimes we can jump in a circuit, so turn off the front.
Here's the one right.
And that's not.
Or you can just go through.
Alright, so your thermopile is, yeah. So when I'm writing. Switch.
They said.
Moving.
Shakes a lot over here.
I just think I'm under.
I'm thinking a better reason when I.
And I tell you that we do those things. Because we're so slow. When you-
Oh, some are, yeah. Under
Over your shoulders.
Yeah.
It was
he And then you can go down.
Just the ones together. Thermal couple.
Right here. Oh, normal, except that. That's normal. Yeah.
Yes, yes, operator hubs, yes. These are going to be between.
One of the connections not fully connected?
Look at it from the front. We'll be able to show. Anything that looks like this. Anything that looks like. Robert Shaw, this is your Robert, so it's either Robert Shaw or Dexon. Robert Dexon, then Dexon, the offering.
Drop those.
Are we in our parameters?
It's been longer than 5 seconds.
So there's 2.0.
Fire,
Yeah.
You have it all the way on mine.
Stuff no matter what. I've removed down to do them, like, for the hard kind of file cases. I'm just having it test off.
Lemon.
Connected to school.
These are not millibrook.
Yeah.
I don't like the
I was-
more part.
All of that stuff.
From electronic switches or the remotes.
Yeah.
And that is
You can put remote on.
electronic ignition is like the remote. These are really old.
No, electronic ignition is the one that 110. And it has, that's one you can click it from, you can start the pilot.
Full battery.
Oh, okay, so it's like a standing pilot, it's millivolt.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the ones that have electronic ignition where you can,
Intermittent.
so you can start everything from remote.
Yeah.
How do you make the difference in your head? Like what?
Your green box.
Yeah, there's a whole module box.
Yeah, and then.
Oh, the green box is,
It's got three different ones.
okay, so those are electronic, got it, gotcha.
Which you could put a
But
remote
the
on.
ones that you have to sit here and like hand start,
This is.
Yeah,
those are millivolt.
yeah.
Okay, so the manual millivolt.
Green box, and then there's the one like
So many extra parts.
Okay.
Like if you knew the difference between the AC, it's like walking up to a heat pump rather than just a regular 80% of the AC. Like it's just so much.
Yeah, I grew up in this. I put the.
I don't know anything about
If you take the control panel off a heat pump and you're like, yeah, you do it to a regular AC, you're like, oh, there's a contactor and capacitor about it. But heat pump is,
Yeah,
wires.
sure. No, nothing about it.
I went to school 2 years ago.
And I've never gone to school for it.
I have forgotten about all of that.
You don't do it for a while, you just forget it.
Dude, I couldn't tell you. Honestly, my dad, he's like fucking Rain Man at HVAC. Like he's the smartest HVAC person I've ever met in my life. You can call him right now and give him a serial number. Let's say what kind of unit you have. Like, tell
I
him
could
what
do
you
it
have.
up there flow on it.
And he can,
Flow on and get me all the parts and everything.
but he can diag everything.
Yeah, that's nice. Over the phone diagnostics is hard.
Oh, my dad, he'll try that. So like at my old, John, like we'd have problems with him. He'd pump going in there and he goes, "Hey, check this. Hey, I tell you what, go over and check that. Okay. You know what? Here's what you got. You got fucking a wasp nest stuck in there. Like, fool. What?
He's like, I've seen it before.
And then you take it off and it's just full of dead wasps. We're like, hey guys, come clean this shit out. Let me know when you're done. I'll put it all back together. I mean,
I gotta stop. I'm probably annoying a bunch of people.
I don't know.
Back you're done.
This. I wish, I've talked about last time we got home, that's that page like listen. You should, like the 1990s, the Wayne and Rock.
No, that a Zoolander.
Magnum, Blue Steel, which one is it?
They're all the same.
That's what the untrained eye would say.
Sorry, I don't speak fashion.
Blue steel. Magnum.
Dude, so funny. I love Zoolander.
Watched it for the first time.
It's too small.
A couple months ago, and I was like, holy shit.
I'm gonna watch that tonight. I'm gonna watch that tonight, dude. I love Zoolander.
Stuff, dude. I love when he gets in niggas' voice.
I think I've come down to the case of black love. Me and my roommate in the military, we used to watch all kinds of things. Like, we'd watch everything. And so we watched that movie together one time, and he was like, dude, I love this movie. And I was like, I love this movie. And so for like the next 2 years, we'd always be like, anytime he got like sick or just didn't feel good, like hangover, we'd be like, it's too influenced. I think this is what I'm trying to get down. I'm more than that. I wish Philip was in here, dude. That dude cracks me up.
So,
Like this morning, we were talking about things not making sense, and he was like, "All you need 3 gloves in a dream." I held up his 2 hands. He's like, "All you need is 3 gloves in a dream." I was like, "What?" He goes, "Exactly. That makes sense." And I was like, "Where do you come up with this shit?" He said it like on the spot, just like,
Yeah, and he keeps it.
yeah. It's so funny. I fucking love it.
Oh, nothing in it. Nothing. Dude, her cycles work too. Did you see that? Yeah. And she goes, Dale, that was the
How long should we have for? The right file, which are wireless.
Think of that. How we get
Now, why would you? Interventions.
If you didn't have this, you should have.
He's just demonstrating that
Right.
Actually, a lot of us. So yeah, it's allowed to make a decision for the class. And then if something were to happen, like holding the door, we don't know. Yeah. That doesn't happen.
This one's
Yeah, no, it's not.
I thought you were.
But.
some of you.
It's in there.
568.
Yeah, it was telling me apart.
Wait a minute, I'm still.
Sorry, Bob. Hey, Rose. That might be a problem. Yeah, might be.
Think we get it. You get eaten alive. I think we take those. Yes. That's the little five.
Everybody doing okay over here?
Yeah, the little five. Question.
I want you to get into the testing of coils, because that's what we're not good at.
Definitely. Just test it under load.
Right. This one is so far off the burn. Yes, I've done that a bunch of times.
Remember, test
I know. Yeah, it's on. Right there.
But that's, oh, you take it.
Stop it. Stop it. Are you breaking everything? I'm most. Somebody is. It's like
So that was 0.728 for the budget. Loan.
As long as it's supposed to be 15. Yeah.
I guess that's for classrooms.
What else do you know?
Well, they're taking off line so much.
We already did this. We did this. We did it for
It's not.
This one's good. Yeah.
All right, then. This one.
That's what Bob was showing me before.
Let him take on it. Set shit all day.
Oh, okay, you don't say, yeah, got it. That's the test I basically have. Yeah, and that's, and you go, every single valve is gonna be slightly different.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't have to call in to find out.
Oh, and then the primary one is big, right?
But yeah, and trying to get to that is actually,
In real life, it's gonna be impossible.
I've never, ever.
Here, we have the ability.
Correct. Yes, but that's not real life.
Oh, I don't even know if you can do it on this one. Yeah, this one, he's got, it's seated in there. And it didn't give me anything on the load.
Got it.
Well, no, I could have dropped it way down.
You're having, you're getting the voltages correct, right?
Yeah, voltage is up over,
Are you breaking everything?
I'm trying.
Oh,
Leak.
There you go. Just a little.
I blame trains.
Oh, it's coming
Come on.
Usually it's cut in half. That's the normal.
Oh, yeah.
That's the normal.
Yeah,
What was the original one?
original was 53.
55,
530.
530.
Yeah, and that's what confused me The number she's doing, we're going off of.
Right.
Because normally, I want the them to be over one more. That's the way I always do it too. But when he was doing it, he was saying different numbers.
Yeah, we might do it with that one. And yeah, she just moved the decimal over, so it's gonna say 53, but it's actually 5. If it's under 100, that's a problem.
Yeah, but it was, but so when it jumped that much, with that,
What about, jumps that much, jump what jumps?
it was going from two, well, now it's not done. I was sitting there going from 220 to 260.
That's you.
My connectivity, yeah. I don't know if these on the now, I don't feel my pin goes.
And some of them are old when they're have to set up on it.
Yeah.
That's not everybody can gauge and stay at the same one. We're outside. How long is the time for this one? Way to be. How long should it be? How long should it be? 30 seconds? 4?
Huh?
So it should be a full 30 seconds?
Or less.
Or less. Less, you're very quiet.
Pretty loud.
If you go longer than 30 seconds. Don't forget, your side, you have to turn it.
You can hear it.
I was blowing out and trying to clean up.
That's why it was like, you can hear it when it.
First time like when it was up.
No, yes, absolutely. Probably before my daughter was born, for about 4 or 5 years. Yeah, absolutely. I love them. I got my wife's son. I got my daughters. None like it. Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly. I want to get the brown ones. That's my next one. You show up. I believe I got it at the store. They're good looking. Yeah. Every.
And memory phone, so.
Richie Rich.
Super comfortable, kind of more of a rest.
I love those. I love that.
The shooting, see it later, like, I love, I have 5 pairs of. Nothing work. Yeah, it is. Hey, guys, thank you.
The whole thing. That's all.
Hey, guys, question time. Why would you check the? I think I'm gonna go back beyond that. How would you check the thermal? Now, first of all, tell me why you check the thermal. Okay, so I'm gonna check the voltage. I'm going to switch the voltage on my, so, like, don't you know, I'm gonna tell you. Don't you know, the sugar? Oh, it is. You take it on the back side. Or the front side. Wherever that is, wherever the current will that out, obviously just, yeah, you took it out of there. You should allow it to, around, and then, each other go on to the wood. Which is cool, so it's, that was more. Yeah, yes, yeah,
While you're doing that, the whole use of pilots on ice, like another, hold on. Okay. Okay. That's the procedure, guys. And then your good bolted use. Meetings, 15 and 35, everything all of them. Okay? So it could be that's what when you suspect the county bad. Everybody's not saying that. I wanted to talk about one thing that Cody said. Guys, the question came up while we were back there playing around. And the question came up, what do you do when your thermocouple is in the back? Well, if I'm working on certain appliances, like on certain direct vent appliances, the thermocouple is coming in back here. Okay, it is in the spot. You get back there and loosen that thing, take it out, test it, and then put it back in. Okay, Lee and I were talking. I've tried to get that thermocouple threaded, lined for so long a period of time. My fingers were so hurting so bad I couldn't even turn it right. I had to switch to the other hand so I did it. Okay, so what I do on that, here's a little blue wire here. I slide that out of there, and it's going to be attached to the backside of the valve. And I will fasten tip on the end, and there's going to be a little metal contact in it. Once I come over to one of these things that's in the back, it doesn't stay in the black very much longer. But once I disconnect that, I take my blue wire, and I take my blue wire up to the front. And I have to make sure that my metal is pointing toward my thermocouple, right? Slide it in the front, now that further to the front, and that is now where the new location from the thermocouple is. I'm no longer working blind. I'm no longer sitting in the mirror back there trying to figure out what the strap on is. Okay. So this wire here on SIPs, they allow me the opportunity to change position from my thermocouple to the front position or to the back position. Okay. We experienced over here, one thing over here and this one prop over here, experienced this going out. What they did is they took, and this is what I suspect, I didn't see one of what to it, but they took the thermocouple loose to test it. When the thermocouple out, probably, and I'm guessing this is what happened, but I'm guessing when they tried to put the thermocouple back in, when they turned the threads, this has a propensity to move itself out. Because the threads are pushing this way, and that's the way that pushes this out. Okay? So they couldn't get the thermocouple to one, I could say that. I'll go over here and disconnected this, then after I disconnected it, I saw this with this in it, is the plan. Okay? And it probably happened when they were putting the thermocouple back in. Because, like I said, if you're going clockwise with this is attached from here. I was going to do it. Okay? If I spin this clockwise, this is pushing that plastic piece out. So what I always do, and I showed you guys earlier, what I always do on that, when I'm putting the thermocouple back in, I put my thumb like this, holding that plastic piece, and I'll start with the thermocouple. And when I know that it hasn't engaged that plastic piece, then I'll let my thumb loose. But I'll hold on to that sucker until I'm down to where it's near the finger tight. Because, like I said, the tendency is to push that piece of plastic out of its So there's a couple of things. Like I said, I can move this a little, I want further back. And, but remember, and this is important to remember, if you're gonna move it from the back to the front, this blue wire has to come to the front. This is what conducts my electricity to my primary pole. Okay? There is no other connection between here and my drum cup. So this has got to go wherever I want my drum cup to go. Like I said, be careful when you put things back in, and just hold on to it, and hold that thing, I do what I want. Otherwise, you'll have to push it out. I suspect that could happen, but that's something I need to see. Hey, I was talking to you about oil readings on my SIP primary book. Why do you take it, and what is the reason? I said, I'm really, really nervous when I get blank stares. When I get blank stares, I say, what the heck? I bet two of these guys are That's exactly right. I'm making sure that I have my enough, not too much resistance on the foot. That's exactly right. And because you gave me an answer to why I'm testing, I will test it. Solder points.
And valve, or any ground.
Yeah. I think because I'm testing 12 years, but I put the valve on, and like I said earlier, if my resistance is coming from around on my multimeter, I take the one that I'm grounding with, and I just stick it out. So that I have a better contact. Okay? You know, we give up certain contact phone. I take the lead from my multimeter and I scratch the.
Oh, this, okay.
Yeah, just, nobody's gonna see it, so it ain't no big deal, right? So I just scratch the valve, so I get it's on the metal. Like, if I look at that there, it's pretty dull. It's opposite, I put it wrong, okay? Will it shine up there? Absolutely. So I scratch it with my close. Guys, this is the cheat sheet. You can see it's rather long. It covers a bunch of different things that we talked about already. And it contains a whole bunch of stuff that we haven't talked about yet. Okay? So, like I said, you can do with that what you want. You want to use it. Okay?
What is the tolerance for the system?
Sorry?
The tolerance for the reading for the tolerance and safety.
0.0 for primary fault. 0.0 to 0.2.
The cost of it is
Hey, somebody tell me about the thermoplow. What the crap is a thermoplow on my events? What's that involves is the triangle. What triangle? You're trying to yeah. I'm sorry, when you turn on the unit, it's going to make primary lines, letting the things. Primary printers go in, right? So if I turn it on, that's that's what that's what I'm asking you. Oh, you said primary. Yeah, I'll talk about the unit itself, not the burn, but yes. Let me tell you something, guys. We've now been at this for nearly a year. I am a pain in the butt. Probably $10. You know, before we leave here, whatever you leave, we're leaving tomorrow, or we're leaving Friday. Probably at the end of the day tomorrow, I'll give everybody my telephone. And I give them that So, okay, so you need to call me, talk to you to do that. But when you call me, you better darn well know what you're talking about. Because if you just say, and I'm not thinking, I'm just saying this is for everything. If you call and you say, and you had an inversion, and you said the primary is not working, I'm immediately, I'm not seeing it, you're seeing it, I'm not seeing it. I'm immediately gonna go to the front. Okay, and a little bit ago, Clint gave a really good hint. He said, P for pilot, P for prime. Okay, so the pilot side is the primaries. Okay, so if you talk to a technician, you call up a technician, and you say, my primary side of the valve is not open, open, you don't know exactly what the problem. It's the pilot side. Okay? If you say your burner's not coming on, and your pilot's on, and you say my primary side's not working, they'll walk you through all the problems on the pilot side. And it will take you not one step on the road to figuring out what's going on. Okay? It's imperative that you learn about terminology. And when we get, I mean, these are pretty diagnosed systems. As all I got primary side, I got a burner side. So I got a primary, a secondary side is burner. Primary side is flat. Okay? I have the same thing on my electronic ignition. Testing it, pretty much the same. But if I'm talking to somebody, or they're talking to me, and they're not sure what they're talking to you about, there's no way in the screen of it. No way you get on the screen of anybody. I had one of those calls not too long ago. And the guy kept on going on. He was talking in circles. And I looked at my wife and I said, I have no idea what it is. So what I do is I take 60 seconds, but take a video of it, what's going on, and send it. That's the only way I can tell what the heck is going on. Because his description of what was taking place matched zero. Okay, so starting today, starting right now, guys, I want you to use product and sure. And if you don't, I might say, okay, you go. Who said sir? Yes, sir.
I said, yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay. I thought you said sir. Okay, I'll go skip. Okay. So let's get back to now. My question was, first out of the back. What control? I do are going to have, pardon my friend, the working have tomorrow with that from commission. If you don't know what we're talking about on this easy stuff, we're going to be up to quick about that. Thermal power controls, yes, sir, you're absolutely right. Okay. Where does it attach to the body? I'm sorry, secondary, TP and TP and TPCH. My TP thermal box, TP, thermal box. Okay. It's going to be attached to my thermal box. Remember, my TH terminal moves depending upon how the valve is situated on the appliance. Whether it's that way or that way. It'll reverse wherever it's located. Okay? Remember that. So you can't say problem box, you can't say middle of box, the middle of box. You can't say that goes up. Okay? So it's TP to TP here. Okay? I have 2 reasons. Tell me why I have 2 reasons. I'm sorry?
Load and no load.
Okay, no, what does that mean?
Running along.
Okay, so what do you do? What do you do?
Load and just running on, no load.
Okay. What does that tell? What does my, and, well, I know I'm beating this up, I'm worried about where we are. What does the load reading tell?
It's like you're trying to do all.
Help me out, Craig.
If you're under load and you're not getting any drop in readings at all, then something's not wired.
I have to think about it. You're under load. And if it doesn't drop, we know the no load reading, something wrong.
Yeah.
That's the methods.
I'll tell you why I don't think so. Because I'm gonna be using some of the electricity going through my foot, through my dome. So the resistance on that is a natural tendency of the drops.
But not as much as it did. Apps.
Half. Depends on what half is. If I come up, oh, you know what? It's another that's the way. Because my load rating equals minimum is 100. My minimum no load can be yes. My minimum load reading is 100. My minimum no load reading is 3.5. So if I drop 3.5 and 10, it's still about. But that's good, yeah. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so I still need help. I'm sorry? On which, I'm sorry, wait for this. More specifically on the load, on the load. On my 325, that is the minimum voltage I was flying from the film. Remember when I switched it to the load reading, I'm loading up the entire system. Like I just said to Greg, that includes my coil, my rise quantum thermostat, rise quantum my remote control, blah, 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 blah. Wherever they're going. And then through that device, so it's a resistance that's going to be generated by the thermostat, or my wall strip, or whatever. So I don't remember who said about bad wall switch yesterday, but yeah, if I have a bad wall switch, resistance is going to be too great, and coming back to my valve, I may have 0.
I noticed when I was looking for here that he knew what the problem is as soon as he walked in, and then we had to replace the wall strip. And when we would turn it on, it would take like 5 seconds or so for the flame to come on. And then when we replaced it, we flicked it on, and it was instant.
That can, you cannot only be the wall switch, I mean, the wall switch is likely condenser because they oxidize, because they're in a box by themselves, and those say that things. They're subject to oxidation. So they can do that. That's what we do. That's exactly what it's.
V2 on the wires.
Absolutely, that's what we talked about this morning. You know, they give me this, the manufacturer gives me 25 feet of 20 gauge line. Okay, supposing I want to, I didn't talk about this yet. getting a little bit ahead of myself. But I'm gonna, we talked about this yesterday. So I'm gonna pose a something to you. If you don't get it, I get it. Okay? Supposing my homeowner wants to put my thermostat or my remote receiver on my back wall. My fireplace on this way. 225 feet. Sorry, this is someone I can't do it. That the answer? This said no, so now she's on the hook. So what do I do? Listen. Exactly. Exactly right. Okay, I'm gonna have a chart here that you're gonna be looking at today, sometime today, that shows you maximum runs for different gauges. So, and I do not remember what they are, except 14 gauges. I remember 14 gauges, 100 feet. And that is you're right about that. So 14 gauge, I get that 100 feet. They even have, they listen to 12 gauge. Remember, the
Smaller the gauge, the larger the wire.
yes, thank you. So remember, I want heavier wire, so I'm gonna need a 16, 18, 16, 14, 12 gauge wire to replace.
Using opposite. Making a gauge, wire, short run, that all products.
No. Like shortening a piece of hose. Is that reducing my growth, amount of water? But too long of hose, if it's the wrong line, or what's yes.
Bob, looking at your cheat sheet here, I have a question.
Sure.
Thermal power reads, you've got 100 millivolts minimum under no load, and then 325 millivolts minimum under no load. They're both under no load.
325 should be no load, 100 should be no load. If I had that on there, I would. 100 should be no load.
Load under, no, it should be
100.
under load.
I'm sorry, yeah, you're absolutely right, thank you. Yeah, 100 is under load, 325 is under no load. Thank you for pointing that out, I will fix that. You have your cheat sheet in front of you, so you should be able to, you have probably be able to tell me the number of this. Why would I test a secondary bill? What would drive me to test a secondary bill? Burner. What about my thermal power? My thermal power generating proper electricity. Yeah, it is. My thermal power is giving me enough electricity from the burner. That's exactly what happened to that puppy there at the end. Okay. The burner wouldn't come on. I thought I had connections on the wire that I put on there. Tested the valve, and the valve was couldn't get a reading. Everything was out of limits. I set it to the highest ohms reading, and it was still out of limits. Okay?
Is that enough movie or?
Ohms.
Yeah, but it did that happen. You said you were getting any reading at all, and it did not happen. Also?
I didn't check.
Okay.
Like I said, like I said yesterday, never check stuff like that. When they give me the ohms reading, that's when I will test it. Primary test, probably one time I do a primary test is to make sure that I have my wire.
And short fire costs. You can never test continuity with the solder point of the cloud body and the regular copies. And that's just back. And so that saves it.
I respect him, he's a good instructor, but I'm not sure I understand that. Like I said, I never check for continuity or something like that. If I have homes reading, I check for homes. Because if it's outside of those, I can have continuity, and I can be outside of the parameters, stuff like that. I'm outside of parameters like manufacturers, bad. I don't care if I have continuity or don't have. So, yeah.
Zero tolerance for those toilets, so if you're like, let's say 0.5 and our tolerance starts at 0.6 to 1. And then we're gonna be 0.5, would you then investigate further, or would you just say, no, that's not exist?
No, I'd probably say that's good. I probably wouldn't even investigate further. If the device is coming on, whether it's part of the burner, device is coming on, and I'm a little bit high, a little bit low on my phone's reading. I stop myself and say, well, it's working. And maybe you won't do it. Now, but before you have it, it looks good. It looks good. But then it's probably, at some point, it probably starts to.
I would ask if there's any issues, didn't have any issues, or like, one of those situations, we had a issue, and then you guys, it falls outside of the computer, you might have to it.
Yeah. Yeah, different way. If we're having problems that relates directly to what they're checking, yes. But it's just like, we said, well, when we looked over there, so, you know, just like when the boss comes up, it affects the work.
Yes. Oh.
So, understand that makes sense.
Is there a good way to diagnose internet source before or after it heats up and stops working? We've heard of that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a continuous.
Okay, but you can't be there for the entire heating process. I'm sure. Well, it's not practical to be there.
Listen, I said a little bit ago, earlier this morning, I said, I'm never be trying to guess, don't come to one of us, close. Okay? That's 99.9% of it. Okay, but what we just said, if I have something that is working some of the time, it's not working other times, that the burner is coming on, sometimes not running another time, I might take the time to check my thermal file continuity. Essentially, if I can get it to drop out. If I can get it to stop working, I might test my thermal file. Because I did have one time that I was going to find that when the thermal pile was told, all of my little wires inside were connected. When it got heated, guess what? One of those babies opened up. As soon as I opened up, I had 0. Maybe it's coming through there. So when I said I don't ever check it, I should never use never. Probably should use never use never and never use always. Use to forward. Getting back to our problem today. You're going to have cheat sheets in front of you. I want you to try to remember this. If you can't remember this, take the cheat sheet. I'm working on a Jackson stack throttle check. Give me my ohms of resistance to the secondary port. Pardon? 1.5 volts. But you know that, huh? But then it's still a oh, that's good. No data is not good. But we did. Okay, and on SI2, you know, John. What? I'm sorry, on SI2 is what? 1.7. Read it. I'm gonna throw the floor over to you or else to the rest of you. What did you have problem with back then? When I was walking around, it seemed like everybody was doing okay. And then I got, asking questions that we shouldn't. Okay, so what gave you problems? No problems at all. Pardon?
You all move and.
Okay. Problem we were trying to figure out what is there. I get it. Yeah, I get it. What I had a little bit of problems with was being so far from the woods that you don't get it. And that's my question to you. How far in the woods? How deep in the mile are we? We're walking through the swamp. Jewel has a son. Jewel's got the mud leading up to your eye.
I had a gator attached up to me, I was at me.
Pardon?
I had a gator attached up to me, I was at me.
There you go. All right, well, we'll go on. I'm relying on the fact that you're not trying to. Whenever this is just, I want to reiterate. Whenever I ask a question to somebody, I don't try to make anybody look dumb. That is absolutely never my thing. We all have to learn. I have to. And I'm sure that I have dumb questions. Okay? I maintain there's no dumb questions. It's you don't know what's going on. So if you don't know what's going on, it's not a good thing. Okay? So notice that. It's like you said, okay? So anyhow, like I said, I never try to make something go look at. I do try to make you think. So, I don't even know who the team was when you were over here, and they asked me a question. My response back to them was, I'm not even going to answer it. Because I want you to think about it. I don't do that with smart house. All right. Smart house, okay. I don't do that to be a smart house. I do that because I knew from it.
I have a first question. So like on a multimeter general auto rate, what's the point, like why wasn't this too high that, if you're doing low with this?
Okay, I think.
Yeah, we're talking about.
No, okay, like,
If I, wait, I'm sure I understand you right, I would.
all the different settings, like 20 millivolts, too high. I don't know.
Goes around the limits.
But can't you read from 0 up to that?
No, because technical point, we get off the chart. So if you're checking for 200 millivolts of electricity, you have to set up 200. And that 200 down there, 200 millivolts down here, then you're looking for something under 200 millivolts. So let's pull over at the right hand number over there, 325, the number. Okay, so now that's 295, and I put it down to thousands, that's going to be 1,325. If you move it up one other digit, it's going to be 1,035. Move it up another digit, it's going to be 0.0035. And if you put that with movie, the higher you move you've got. Okay, to the point that it's not a choice. So you have to know where it's supposed to be. I mean, if you're one digit off, may or may not show you, I mean, it might not give you a vision, It's done. Some of my multimeters will do that, others will say, well.
And then I had to put all the number.
That's not right. Yeah, and like, most of my multimeters back there, if you go out of range, it's out of range. So if you have it set at 200 millivolts of electricity, and you're checking no load on the thermal power, then it's about 325. Not a check. I mean, it's not gonna get, not gonna move this up. It's not gonna check. And from some of them, moving direct, you have to know the range of check. This is the, out of limits. Really out of limits. It's out of limits. Okay, ready to go on? What? A thermostat can only be used on heater rated appliances for our purpose. That means unvented appliance, which is a room heater, and a direct vent, which is a fireplace. Like I said yesterday, both of them have nomenclature of meter. If it has a nomenclature meter on there, that means a skin for the thermostat. If it does not have that on, you know, and like I said yesterday, there's one manufacturer now that's shipping remotes, thermostat remotes out with decorative appliances. That is, again, that is contradictory to the faith.
Why is it go that way? What's the harm, what is that also?
I could burn that appliance today, any night, and then never be said. No. Just burn wood. Okay,
I just experienced that. Older gentleman had a stroke and on his body, yes, they were advising you, he's in front of that, I was 365, 147, burn, everything. Most of you will be sad, everything.
It's been on the market at 85 degrees when it's.
we were talking about this, guys, this has nothing to do with anything you said, but I'm gonna throw it out there because I experienced it at my house. I won't mention which brand it was, but I had a remote control on my appliance, and we went away because where we went away, we were raised X amount of times. When I came home, I went into that room, and it was 95 degrees, and the fireplace didn't shut off. And I thought, what the heck, why that not? And you know what it was? Low batteries on my extender. So my device that I had laying on my coffee table, batteries went low on it, and because of the low IPS when it was on, it did not signal to shut off. So just be aware of that. I don't know if that happened anymore. Maybe they corrected that. I don't know. But know that at my place, I finished it. So just be aware of that. Okay. So the ANSI numbers for these two appliances is Z2188 and Z2111. Okay. I don't care about the 11.2. Actually, after that was 11.58. I don't care about that then. All I know is it's together. 321.11 or 321.88. Both of those are radial speakers. Negative response will not use the clean sound, or at least the standard level. Okay, this is what I was talking about a little bit ago. 20 gauge wire and a 25 feet. 18 gauge wire 40, 16 gauge wire 64, 14 gauge wire. So that can right out of the Robinson manual. So that's what they recommend. On SIP.
Bob, can you go back one more? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Got a good picture of that, man.
Thank you.
On SIP, this is out of their manual, and as you see, they go up to the 12 gauge drop. 12 gauge wire can run 50 feet. I can't imagine, I just can't comprehend what he needs to thermostat, and just get the people away from the top, so. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a Robert Shaw Millie won't be pulled out. This is my TV new wire. And remember, this always attaches to what coming GPTH, always. Okay. That seals some electricity, brings over to my primary plug. Okay? While this is on the board, there's not, you can see everything is open. See this? Right here, you can see that screw right there. Underneath that screw is my pilot adjust. Okay? My reason that screw is there because there's a little on the bottom side of maybe you can see it where my finger is pointing to, there's a black ring. That is my gasket. That is my gas type seal. That screw is my gas type seal. So if you take that out, adjust that, guard that with your wiper. Because if you lose that, you have a leak. The only way you gotta replace it, you lost that screw, is to replace the valve. Okay? So, make sure when you take that out, you put it in a pocket, you put it on a magnetic tray, or you do something so that it doesn't squeeze underneath the fire, or it rolls. Okay? These are captured, this one is not. I can take that adjusting screw all the way out toward my hand. Okay? If it's a captured screw, I can't do that. Okay? But this one I can. You know everything else on there, so I'm not gonna take down the box out of all that stuff. You know that's pressure valves. Secondary valve operator, EP as well. This is looking down from the top of that same valve. Okay, and I can't read this here. Sometimes they're extremely hard to read. I know this is PH. I know this is PHDD because of the black wire, which means this is PH. But do not see that on the message. You can't see that in Boston. So okay, now I'll start there. That's my it will do one for that. This one is a captured screw, as opposed to this one, which is not. Both of them are Robert Shaw breasts. That's one has a black wire on it. There's one with black wire on it. So just be alert. Okay, this is a thermostatic control valve. If I'm not mistaken, I can't be losing. But anyhow, guys, I don't like this. That's my own personal opinion. Do they work for you? Okay. Let me tell you how this works and tell you why I don't like it. Number one, show me 72 degrees. Now, all it is up there is numbers. So you go into the house and install this in your customer's house, and you're all done in the customer's house. Would you please set it at 72 degrees for me? Maybe that's that. Well, I don't know what I said. Wait a minute, you know, I told you that you go out. It's yours, and that's not going to work. They won't set up 72. Number one, wait. This here is referred to as a capillary bulb or a cap bulb. This here is my capillary tube, or cap tube. My cap tube runs into here, it goes into my valve, and it acts just like, no, I should say, it comes up against the bellows. And the bellows is just like any other bellows. It either expands or it contracts. Okay? So when this is heated, the fluid inside here expands over to my bellows, which is my bellows throat, which reduces the size of the flame. This one here modulates the flame from high to off. So it goes even lower than low. It goes from high to off. Okay? So as this expands, it becomes warmer in the room. This pushes against the bellows, and eventually it will turn it off. Now, when the oil in here, or material here starts to frac, then it eases the pressure on the bellows, and it starts to come apart. When it comes apart, bellows start to allow gas to flow to the burner, and that burner modulates up to where I can use the heat rate wherever this number is. Couple of things I don't like about this. We talked about, yesterday we talked about galvanic corrosion. This thing here is supposed to be exactly like this. We have it wrapped up in the coil and needle that will, as the thing holds in place. Okay? If for whatever reason that gets removed, they take it off, then this can get down onto the floor of the fireplace, and so the galvanic corrosion taking place over a period of time, it'll burn a hole in that copper tubing, and then I stop to use my fluid. So now what? Well, now I don't have the same amount of fluid to push against that. So now my house is going to be warmer than it's supposed to be because I don't have the same amount of fluid pushing against my bellows. Okay? So when that happens, then I got a problem. Then my customer is going to be turning is higher now, higher. Yes, the other thing that I don't like about this is the capillary bulge. A lot of technicians don't know what the crap they're doing, when they're working on this, and they'll go out there and they say, well, this responds to heat, so I'll just take a cigarette lighter or one of my propane torches and put it against that to heat it up, so as it goes on. And the materials in here expands very rapidly. And when you do that, there's a real good chance you're going to expand that fluid so fast that it's bam against that little part of that. It expands the bellows, and once the bellows is expanded, it will never turn on. You can turn that for the highest lows it can get. Never turn. Because the bellows has been expanded to the point that it cannot contract. So because of those reading here, I just don't like that. They still make them, they're still on the market. Still on the recent features in the last maybe 4 or 5 months. SIQ, no doubt. So that's the first side. You don't have degrees, you have numbers. So we got a question about one that is happening with the This is a SIQ about. I think you know everything on this is net. We have our operating flow, we have our frame operation, we have our certificate operator, and this is the wire. You see that here's what I'm going to be testing for my homes of resistance in my valve. This is just showing you the different positions that you put that fastest can pull in to move my thermal couple to the front or the back of the valve. This see, guys, if you can see that, this is really good information on this. This label tells you it's a SIP, no 820 valve. It tells you it's for LP gas only. It tells you that, my pressure in, actually, the day after pressure, and the pressure out, is saying it's the other. In the year, month, I'm judging, but that's three. So that's a SIP. Guys, we talked about the primary side, the secondary side, we talked about how the primary side of water works. Now I want to talk about how the secondary side. So everything in that yellow circle is secondary side. Okay? Now let me go over some of these that we talked. Up here we have my secondary valve. That's the TP, TH, TP, TH things. Okay? Underneath that, I have my secondary flow, that's the magnet. I have my regulator over here. I have my secondary valve disc down here. Down here, I have my secondary diaphragm and diaphragm plate. Okay, and that's pretty much the secondary. So on this side, nothing's going on. My pipe is lit, and that's about this. I do not have it in on position. Okay? So I encourage you to be on position, not in the command position, but in the on ready position. Okay? Now my gas starts to fill some of this space out. Okay? Now it comes up to this tube right here. It directs the gas up to this part. Past my secondary valve operator. Down internally number two, and underneath of my secondary diaphragm, which pushes up on my diaphragm and closes that port. So this gas is not going over the nothing because that port was closed with that secondary diaphragm. Okay. Now all of a sudden I get critical heat. My magnetic coil pulls down my secondary. I'm sorry, I used wrong thing. My secondary coil pulls down my secondary valve and closes this coil and opens this coil. Okay? So now my gas is no longer going under the diaphragm. Now my gas is coming up here, going over to my appliance regulator, going down and pressurizing the outside of that, which is down on that valve. The gas underneath there is internally released into the path one is a burner and a burner. Okay. Used to be years ago, not this valve, but on the other valve, when this gas was released, it was released externally, and they had a little copper tube that went up and sat alongside of the pipe. So you always knew when the burner was getting ready to come on, you see that flare off. You see that where the gas flare off, we have to get it off the burner. Okay. Because that releasing gas from underneath that house. Okay. So that's the principle of the secondary side. Okay. So now, I'm not going to pass the whole valve around again. All I'm going to do is pass the secondary side. This is the valve you looked at before. This is the valve over it. That's the valve. Okay. So now I'm going to take this out. That's my primary foot. We already looked at that. I'm going to get this out. This is my secondary side. Yeah. Just to go back. Okay. Now in here, you can see the secondary coil. And I want you to take notice how much heavier that copper wire is. And how much bigger the core is on that primary side. It's just a small U-shaped piece of iron. Okay. Now the coil is covering a larger piece of metal, which makes a larger magnet. Okay. My secondary valve is this piece of metal right here. Okay, so when this is energized, it pulls this over, and then redirects the gas to the top side of that diaphragm. So the secondary valve itself is right here, secondary floor is right here. Near my secondary valve. A thermopile, partially in in concrete. Right, this is. Maybe that's that. This is sense. They don't have a choice. But inside of there, if you ever find a dead one, if you're going to be changing the terminal top, when you take the thing out, if you want to see what the inside looks like, take two different pair of pliers, grab the base of it with one set of pliers, and then on the second set of pliers, twist off. Exactly. This is nothing more than caps on it. You can very easily twist that off, but anyway, without much effort. And inside there, there'll be a bunch of thermocouple. And you can see a little white substance in there, which is insulated for the thermocouple. Sorry, I didn't have that with you. I know I'll be able to check. Probably up in those are the agencies. Before that. That comes out with just that. Indiana. Okay, now I want to start talking. I've talked about the secondary side of the valve, how the secondary side of the valve works. Now I want to talk about the NDA service procedure. And guys, what I'm going to go over here is what my procedure is. You absolutely do not have to do my procedure. You do your procedure. What works for you, not what works for me. It does work for me, but it's just a process that I developed over X amount of years. Okay? You may have developed a different process. Because, like I said, mine isn't the only way to do it. Right? So, first thing I do when I walk into the house, I do a visual inspection of the surround of the fireplace. I look at the mantle, I look at the legs, I look at the hearth protection, if it needs a hearth protection. I look to see if it has facing, look to see if it's facing clean. Really look and see if the mantle looks like that. I do not get a tape measure out measure unless I suspect that it's too far. And then I'll measure it, and it's normally I just look at that just doesn't care and the same it does. Okay? I don't normally measure the part extension, and again, unless I think that it's too small. Okay? I don't care if it's too big. No, it's too small. So I'll just do a visual on all of that stuff there. I'll make sure that I don't have anything like this. Okay? I don't want stockings hung by the chin with hair. You know, so if I see something like that, doesn't mean it has to remove it before I service it, or it's only when you get all that stuff. So I'm not gonna remove that. I'm not going to show you something. Okay, now when I start my service, And I'm working on a direct end here, but he puts it like any of the blinds out there, what? First thing I do, obviously, is I take off the rest. Either take it off completely or put it on way open as far as I can get. With this stuff, I will not do anything with it. Next meeting, I will not do anything. All I'm doing is removing it so that I can get into the heat exchange. Once I'm in there, I want to make sure that the heat exchanger is in good shape. Okay? Irregardless if it's a refractory type of heat exchanger or if it's a ceramic double. You want to make sure that it's looks clean and there's no soot on it. If there's soot on a refractory type, I'll get a stiffer brush, stiffer brush that works out and clean the thing off, the vacuum levels and gone. If it's a ceramic fiber, I'll take a soft brush and try to clean off the rest of it. Both of them are probably going to leave shade on the refractory, but I think as much of it as a good still. Okay? I don't think the gas yet. I wish I didn't have that on my side. I say the thing in the west, so it really is. Okay? So if I had any soot present inside of the box, I could remove it. This is before I even take the logs out. Now I'm going to go down and that's all about cleaning the rest. I've got about it. Next thing I'm going to do is put the exchanger, the reflector. Now I'm going to take a picture of the logs, lay the position in there, and then I'm going to take it out. Okay? If they are sooty or dirty, I will carry it onto the outside. If they're cement, if they are refractory logs, I'll probably turn the hose up. Wash it down with the hose. Okay? I can't do that with ceramic plywood. Maybe ceramic plywood, I need my self-picture brush again and brush them off the best I can. Okay? If they have been cleaned, I put them aside. Okay? I went and I removed all of my rock wool. I refreshed my rock wool agencies. Okay? So again, I took the picture where the rock wool was, and I scooped it all up. I don't like the looks of rock wool once it gets flat. Once it gets flat from use, it just shifts over. Okay? So I take all the rock wool out. At the same time I'm doing that, I'm inspecting the lava rock. If the lava rock is still dirty, there's a ton of dirt in there, ton of dust, debris, lava rock. I'll scoop that out and replace that. I don't replace the lava rock as a matter of the inspection. I'll replace the lava rock when it's just this. Then I pull that. And I will replace both the lava rock and my rock wool on my burners and if I can get into the upper part of the fireplace with a sand rag, I'll go in there and wipe the top of the fireplace with a finish rag and get all the dust off. Bottom part, I'll vacuum all of the cobwebs or the dust out from the bottom part. And again, I will try to wipe down the bottom part of the fireplace till it gets slack. From there, I'm going to check for cracks in the plastering. If I have anything that's larger than a dime, I'm going to refer the customer to replace that plastic. If I can get a dime in there, that means it's not good. Okay? So I don't know what measurement you need with somebody new, but you should have something in mind that you possibly need. I'm going to go over to my burn. I've already taken the walls off of it. I'm going to have a brush kind of like a rat's tail. I got it at the parts, auto parts store. It's probably 3/4 of an inch, 5/8 of an inch, something like that in diameter. It's rather small. I take that and I'll open the air shutter and I'll run that up through the air shutter into my burner and burner throat. And I will pull out any debris that might be in there. So there's any cobwebs in there, any fur balls that got in there, and we'll get all of that stuff out. Okay? Then what I do is I pull that up, and I try to get it all the way, if this is my fourth here, when I try to get it around that bend, and get it up in there as far as I can get it. This one here is pretty long, so after I do that, I want to make sure that I don't push any wood up this way. So then I have, I use a blow hose. I know some of you use, hand here, but me personally, I think because, that's a flammable, the jump in it, so I like to avoid that. Okay, but, they do have a new one on the market, that's, I was told about, I don't own one yet, but I'm gonna get on the internet and look see what's on Amazon. It's a little heat pump blower, and it's supposed to do it, it's like a little bit up, that would be just the blower. So, on this one here, you can see here that I have the air shutter on, so if I'm not going to that doing it, but I wouldn't expect to be any dust to do inside because there's no air shutter. Okay? So I clean that out. Make sure that all my ports are clean, and I can show you later. Everybody's used to what I did is as a port cleaner. I went to a auto parts store, and it had a piece of wire maybe that long. About that long, I guess, with a little loop on the one end, and it has blunt, and then the one side. So I didn't have the blunt end, but I did want that, so I grabbed that piece of metal and took it into my house, and I grinded it, and ground it on the end. Now I can use that to get into the smallest of ports. So when I'm trying to clean out parts of the part, I tip to that and start finding that, and I can get it in there. Okay? When I move to the larger ports, I just push it backwards because I have a round up to the line. So I can clean any of the ports on any of these round ports on my work with my cross. Easy to make, probably cost me 75 cents. But to make sure that all the burner points are clean, especially if you want to steer this process. Make sure that I have the I already talked about cleaning that out, so you don't stand up. So I wash it down and I blow it. Okay, and then on my spider, I'll throw air into my primary air lock. And then I'll redirect the air. I guess it will just go down the length of the pipe barrel. So if there's any junk in there, it goes down to my air shutter. Then I blow the air shutter out. So it'll be between air. If I'm working on a unvented and has a choke on it, like that in this, I'm very careful not to bend that shutter. The air shutter is behind it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go my air from the other side towards the shutter. So I check for proper pressure. For limit and outlet, we keep tests on the unit. Check all my control devices, whatever they might be. Make sure that the valve is operating as designed with those particular control devices. Make sure that they wired properly. Make sure all the screws are tight. Check my thermal pile for voltage. Demand and not demand. Okay. I don't normally check my coil in the service. If you want to do that, just you're welcome to them. Then I test any options in over there. So if it has names on it, I'll make sure that all those things work. We got adjusting cylinder and the foot that's in place. I replace all of the batteries every time I'm there. I think it's me personally, and I think it's stupid not to do that. You out there, you do an English service inspection, you do everything, that's what does with the orange. You go out there and supervise. Those are going to be advice for me. I think technically check my thermocouple, and get a little bit on that. So take your time to do that, send it back when it's hot. Remember, the renewable jumper wires that you use during your service of, service pipe. Check seal levels. The only time I checked seal levels was on undumped pumps. It's the only time. I was working in a direct line or an open fish fry place, and I would not check for seal level. Then, before I was all done, I'm gonna leave the test out of the gas fittings that I stood, make sure that everything was yes up, and I'm gonna be on the merry way. Okay? If I encounter a problem, I'm gonna make sure that I document it, take pictures of it. Normally what I would do is write something up, fly, get to everyone if they sign it. Sometimes they sign, sometimes they wouldn't. We don't have the authority to red tag anything, so I can't red tag it. Can't turn it off, and that would be that. But it's hazardous enough to question out human life, so we can't red it. Okay, so then, when I'm all done with it, yes, what is your recommendation to the homeowner? How many service on gas appliance once a year. On vector appliance, contingent upon how often they use it, it might be multiple. And I give you an example when I'm talking about that. We always try to sell service agreements, and I would use those for workload balancing device, right? Several parts a year. But I had a lady who had probably certainly I gave her something. She was over, and she had a slew of cats. I don't know how many she had there. I mean, she had cats all over the place, and she had unlimited farms. Okay, small house. Okay, we used the unlimited farms for a primary source of heat for her living room. We're not supposed to do that, but that's what we do. So consequently, air is always moving towards the clouds. It's always moving towards the clouds. So consequently, it got dirty a lot. So I was there 3 times a year. 3 times a year. And every time I was there, I was cleaning. It just got that dirty with the already cast. But normally, how's your house is pretty fun. That's what we do. My allergies are bad. They don't react to. Oh, really? No. They react to that stuff that's wrong with the region. So yeah, so it depends on what happens. Normally it won't do it. And like I said, I always try to do the service, always before anything we got in. Breaking from up during heating season. I had on a contract. I always got significant value for it. For more work. Yes, I would. That's how I do it. Now, let me tell you what I did after I finished all of that work. If the customer is home and 99% of the time they work, they're home, I said, this was smart, let me show you what I did. And I bring them over in front of the fireplace and I tell them everything, that's tell about doing that. And I think these guys are going to fit that. Okay. So I tell them, told me, everything over there. I put 300 materials in, that's material like blah, blah, blah. The testing here is thermocouple, anything out with X amount of millimeters. Okay, this is the thermocouple, out with X amount of millimeters. And I wouldn't say if it's good or bad, unless it's stuff with bad. If I tested the thermocouple and there's a 15 or 16, I'll say your thermocouple is starting to be a little bit low, still good, but I'm going to change it now. But just understand that next year, how much cheaper. Okay? So I have the problem with numbers. Now, if Jerry is standing alongside of me, he would say, that is absolutely stupid. And you shouldn't be doing that. Customer doesn't know what you want. And you know what? I can do it. Customer doesn't know what you want. I give all that for one reason. And that one reason was, I wanted that person to know that I knew what kind of stuff. So that if they have a problem, the next time they, have someone they find place to need attention to, they'll look at my business card and say, you know what? He knew what he was doing, he was here on the land, he says. You know?
You don't go in, Henry. And he's a little.
The only thing that they, the only thing that I want them to know, is not the right way to. It's not a turn off and kind of like that. Okay, anything else was just a aggrandizement for me. It was me patting myself on the back saying, this, I know what I'm doing. And here's proof of it. That was the only reason I was doing all. So, I just wanted to return business to my customer. And it worked. You know, at least I think of it. This is a true story. We got out of our business somewhere around 2016, 17, somewhere in that area. It was, I guess it's 2017, it was right before the ground, $100. So it's way back then. This past winter, I still had people calling me and saying, and that's, this is not, absolutely not enough. I had people calling me and saying, Bob, you still have your business? No, what do you do? Well, I need service in my funds. So, but we don't do it anymore, but then we does. And I recommend it's not good competition. That is a true story. I bet you this past winter, I bet you had no lesson to it. So, it's just building up that rapport with the customer and having that enough faith. So that's why I do it, and that's why I spent time going. And I was still on 45 minutes. Okay. And now, we're done, we never had a break this year. You're not gonna get one now. She posted up in the budget one. Okay, what we're gonna look at now, I'll be a little more generous this afternoon, maybe I'll be doing this. Yeah, I wanna look at the most frequently encountered problems on the road system. Now, I'll tell you how we're gonna do this. I'm going to start off by showing you what I'm. Okay, on a piezo motor, okay, my piezo motor is not split. So what can you do on? Well, piezo cannot be grounded. How do you ground a piece of plastic? Well, if you look at the United itself, it has a copper wire on the long side of it, and you're not this is where you attach your nut. The way it goes, there's a wire there, and when you put your nut in place, the hole in place, it touches that line down to the lines. It's good thing. So I check to see if that the ground is good. I make sure that the wire running through the electrode itself is not shorted out. I check for any chips or cracks in the portion. That portion inside there is just a part of the part. If I can extract the chip, the sparkle is the curve that chip or crack as opposed to the electrode supposed to. Make sure that the wire is connected at both into the terminal. Make sure that there is no deposits on my pilot hood or my spark igniter. If there is, I'm going to clean that off with probably. I don't like to use directly on that. I don't want to scar the material, so I usually use a real fine point. To go around that and just shine stuff up. Okay? So
like earlier, paper.
I've not done that with my product or with my coordinator. I guess you could, that one done. If you try it, it works. You know,
$4 not bad, or.
Okay. So make sure it's gapped properly. The gap should be somewhere between 1/8 and 1/16 of an inch. And if I'm doing all those things, and it still doesn't work, so you have to. Okay. So that's how we're gonna go through this. We said, now it's you. Okay. So on the next call, I give you diagrams like this. All these slides are back to here. Whatever. We get all these things. So here's my problem. Another I Google Drive. That wasn't. So I paid for more storage. And now, so, and it showed, it came out of my account, it showed me it's the big, from the legal rights. So before I left the expo, I had my check was in, and I'm telling you this for the moment, with no, okay. I had my check documents, he worked on it for 2 days. Took it was in on a Friday, worked on it Friday, Saturday, told me on Sunday, he said, I'll be done, pick up the computer, it's working fine. Cool. Went, and I had to get I had to get 2 of those east sides, if you live in the person, up in Kansas City. Okay, I took it home on Monday, I fired the thing up, tried to shift that feeding, it was really live, and guess what? Didn't work. So I called him again and said, you said, it's either $300 and this butter is still not good. Okay, I'm leaving for expo tomorrow. So you can't look at it till I get back. So this Saturday or Sunday, not Saturday, this Sunday when I get home, I'm going to give the thing to him again to see if it can work through it. So I'll promise you that I will get it to you. There's probably, and the reason I have to use Google Drive, I have to use that at Dropbox is because it's not listed. There's probably 350 or 400 styles that become good. And you can access that anywhere you want to. So if anybody in your organization wants to look at them, so I will give everything from my standard procedure to the end of tomorrow. We'll get all those spots. Okay? And you can use them the way you use them. So I have diagrams like this to show what I was talking about. So that means my checking my fees on items, looking at all the different things. This is checking my product, blah, 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 blah. Now we're up to yours. Okay, now we're up to my pilot when I go. Okay, guys, you tell me why it will not work. Not that it won't do it, but it's my next problem. This will not work.
No gas. No gas.
Okay. Make sure that my valves are turned on. Actually, those 3 places that I put up that, then make sure that they're all turned off.
And the flash test, right? That's a mini flash test, right?
Only if you smell.
Yes. That's just something that yes. What else?
No spark?
No, that's not. So I don't know where you fix.
Oh, I guess.
Everything that we talked about previously is fixed.
Okay.
I'll go just plug it up.
I would go for stars. Good deal. What else? The valve not allowing gas to pass? Yeah, about that, absolutely. What else?
Damage hood,
Damage what?
pilot hood.
Yeah. I'll take that. I'll the rest of that. Where? Sorry? Okay, well, I'm gonna roll that back. What else do you want? Not, what?
These.
Yeah, the pilot can be disconnected. And we just, for reason, real bad. What else?
Lava rocks stuck in the pilot lava.
Sorry?
A lava rock stuck in the pilot lava.
Pilot is not completely depressed. Okay, that's good. Okay, what else?
The gas line.
You can match pilot through that. If you have another, what else?
Gas.
No.
Gas.
Okay, you're done. Yeah, it's under the line, right off the top of the head, nobody said. What did we do yesterday? Okay. Make sure I have that pressure. You grab the first and then the pressure. So about that loose, they have all you guys, you know. Yeah, let's see if we got it. We did. Make sure the gas is on, he said that. Make sure the pressure is correct, he said that one. Purge the air from on, I just said that one. Okay, check on the principle, line, somebody said that. Check, oh, we didn't say that. Check the product test. Make sure the product test is proper. Just that. Check the temperature of the plug, said that. Check the plug orifice, we mentioned that one. Check the valve, is not disconnected, we said that. Make sure the valve is in valve position, you don't press, we said that. And thereby five, line in this process. And that's generally.
Go back. Go back.
What?
If you go back to.
You're gonna get these slots. I mean, I do don't have to say it. But. Yeah. Both of them. Oops, sorry. You want that also? Okay, then I have this, the drawings again, drawing where everything's at, you know, this, do this, that, down here. That's just down the middle of the stuff. These are. Okay, now my sparking light sparks, my pilot lights, but the pilot won't stay there. Pay attention. What else? Make sure you watch properly that. Yeah, what else? Check the primary port, make sure the primary port's good, yes, what else?
Just make sure it's.
Yeah, properly on this is check the product, yeah, I'll take that, sure. What else? Don't want to check pressure again? Don't want to check pressure, then I want to check my pilot checks. So let's see what we missed. I know we missed something. Make sure I have proper frame pigment. My film cap film pop. Oh, we said next one. Check the loose if you want. And just take it out here now. Verify the thermocouple is properly tightened in its port. We didn't say that one. Check the thermocouple output. We did say that. That's what the effective flow was mentioned down. So correctly, verify the end of the $2 steam. We didn't mention that, that's the necessary contract with James Mason China. And also make sure that the thermals done out for the thermal hot. Then we can do all this again. That's. Sorry? Right over again? Yeah, I think that off. You what? I would buy that if you tell me what you have. Well, I mean, that's a good answer, I just want to know what. Okay, make sure that the Q3, Q8, and Q2 is connected to both decent thermal and Q3, Q8 first. Okay, about that, what else? It's rolled off. Yeah. You know that. Actually, that more than.
Yeah. That's why I'm good at. You want to have for something, so.
Yes, that's another business. Yeah, I can have a problem with my one.
Architect and the lawsuit.
Yes. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna just say nothing for one. That covers the one that's in here. Absolutely. But I'm gonna work this. I'm not too sure about Ventura. Because if the Ventura is from, typically the gas is gonna shoot into the burner, it's not the gas gonna flash.
We use that as a proper.
That would be related ignition. So we have this more. Slide lines 1 and 2 be burner could be pinched. Let's see what we miss. Now in the wrong position, we said that. I don't know, yes, yeah, I always said it was. Oh, we didn't talk about that. And until we talk about that, we're gonna boil it down. If my burner's not coming on, generally the very first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a jumper wire and I'm gonna jump pH to pH2, top to bottom. When I do that, I eliminate my controlling device. So that whole loop, that whole wiring loop is eliminated by going pH to pH2. Okay? So if my burner doesn't come on, I've got an electrical problem with one except. You see, bad thermal. With bad thermal problem, I jump that, I still don't have enough juice to get to here. Other than that, it takes bad wire, bad controller, something. Okay? If I jump that in the burner, that's if I jump that and burn it down to 12 meters one. If I jump that and the burner doesn't come on, then I have a gas flow issue. Period. Everything electrical is out of the picture. Now I've got gas not coming to the burner. So is my orifice plug, is my connected on to the burner, is that finished? Is my valve improperly placed? Is that's something else in the mind. And the exploded.
Once you go to turn on your main burner and it does not light, that's the first thing you do.
First thing I do is, first thing I do is check to make sure it's low. Next thing I do, I have to jump it around to the top. That's just not procedure, though. You do what you need. So anyhow, let's check. Let me go on here and see if, I say the burn light button in the wiring, but the exception of the thermal pop. Is that work for, valve wired directly, so I'll try to be looking at that before I do it. This is just diagram showing you, going top to bottom. On my valve, the jumper. Remember, if you're doing that for diagnostic purposes, remember what I said yesterday. Always remember to take your jumper wires off, whatever you've done first. Okay? So if you're jumping the valve, make sure you take off the valve before you leave the house. If you're using it to jump a switch, like a safety switch, but darn sure you take off that safety switch before you leave the house. Okay? So that's that part of it. The ground problems in the wire, the not problem is you have to okay? So wiring problem, I'm going to take it down here. Wiring problem, verifies all the wires are present. Verify what the device, the ground system manufacturers recommend the back. Checking my front unit through the switch loop. And checking front unit through the switch loop. Remember, I have to take the one leg of it loose. If I don't do that, I'm going to get false loop because I'm going to be measuring through the coil. So if I leave that attached to the valve and I check the continuity, I will show that when I may not. Okay? So always remember to bring one of the legs down that you are testing. Get in the habit of doing that today because tomorrow you're going to be doing it all day. Yes.
Is there a problem with just taking both legs off?
Just depending what thing that goes down. And that was that one up because typically I will not take off any wires from the EHTP drum. Why? Because I have now 2 wires, maybe 3 wires that I've got to reattach. So I take it off TH drum and not TH. Okay, so I just like I don't have to worry about reattaching the units wires. So this is all just showing you some skip over that pretty fast that we talked about. Remember, if it has a auxiliary on-off switch, remember to just do that also. Gas delivery problems. Check my ohms on my inverter coil. Check thermal power and output. Like I said, that's the only thing that could have been on the other side that is not directly related to that. Okay, so check the thermal power output. If that burner thing is not obstructed with current, make sure the burner orifice is clear, and as the other contact gas burner. Let me get the levels. Here's my readings on my home. Not do that. Okay, burner from the onboard will not stay on. Make sure your thermal mile reading under load or where it's supposed to be. Remember, if it's under 100, you're going to be checking for resistance in your system. Make sure your batteries and your remote are in good shape. Verify the levels of crossing size. Make sure that the local property size that are on the mention. Make sure that the thermal couplers from the top are doing cleaning properly. Make sure that there's flame for it. Make sure the flame is not accelerating. check all safety devices, if your fireplace has any on. Remember what I just said, if you're using the jumper for diagnostic purposes, make sure you remove them, that's the, finish diagnosing the problem. I was out one time with a, in the field where I did with Ted. And we went to his house, there was an event fireplace that was sold to the vet. When we got there, we were purposely there as he was going to change. The vent still stayed. Vent still, which was bad. So when we opened the face of the fireplace up and we looked at the vent space, we're starting to look. He had jumped. You have to jump at one. And my response to him, did you do that? He said, yeah. I said, why in the world did you do that? You know what the response was? I wanted the customer to be able to use their house.
Oh.
You want the customer to use the fire house and it's still not up to the west of the right. Yeah, anybody. So, if you have dumpsters, the diagnosis, that's your reason for it.
How often have you run across something like pipe setting? That's a list. It's not, I'm very common for all.
I would say it's not rare. Is it common? Probably not common. But is it rare? No, it's not rare. You probably see it, I don't know. Of course, people call me with that, and I see it, but people call me with that. But, this season year, I probably saw three one. So, yeah, it's not rare. But like I said, you've seen it 3 times. I mean, I have, you know, probably several hundred technicians with my job. So I probably get a few of that, it probably isn't that.
It's like everybody calls.
Yeah.
It's they all for it.
It is. So, yeah, my view of that is probably a little skewed. System doesn't typically all people. But I get enough calls, know that people are clearing. So it happens. Filling that picture of that's proper. I get fewer calls when that's doing it now. They get a lot of pipe. Anytime you go through here, that's what stuff that I use, is that what they always tell me. Oops, I don't think that's. Guys, make sure, and I don't normally, this is not part of my procedure advice, but make sure that the burner orifice and the burner are properly in line. If the gas isn't shooting straight down that vent, that's one other slide. If it's not doing this, I'm relying upon the velocity of my gas that's going into the burner, creating negative pressure that my time gets there. So if this burner throat right here, the venturi and the burner throat, is just like the venturi on a cost. On the intake out there on the cost. The venturi speeds up my gas going to the cylinder, just as speeding up my gas going up through the burner tube. And when that happens, it's creating negative pressure. We're holding my front right here. Now, in this scenario, do I have the same velocity? Absolutely not, because I'm hitting the side of my burner pretty darn close. So when I do that, I reduce the negative pressure back there, and I'm going to have a little burner. When I first got into this racket, I remember there was a see-through fireplace that I had installed out once, and it was burning up. I got out there and I cleaned everything. And thought I was done. 2 days later, the road called to the conscious city again. So now I went out, spent a little more time checking input, making sure that there was no training infringement, and all of that stuff was set there. After the second time, a few days later, I said, what's going on? So I go back the third time on that, and she must be thinking, I know, looking at this thing, and I probably was, okay? So at that point, I got back there, and I just took a lot longer to think about what's going on. And what had happened was a new installation. So the fireplace, I did not install it, but it's a new installation. Okay? And what had happened in the shipping, the burner had bounced off the orifice. And it was popped like this. And it was hard to see to make it up. Okay? So how did I detect it? I took a pipe cleaner and put it in the orifice and see what it went inside of the food. And I could see it was inside of the burner bed. Sent that bugger back on that orifice. All of a sudden, I saw him. But it was so bad, in 2 days' time, it would stir up the glass on that system. Those were a lot of shipping produced. Okay, I got 10 after 12 again. I picked all the foods here. I saw them running in and out of there every time. So I think lunch is here. Why don't we take $10 yet?
I think she needs about 5 minutes. Oh, she needs 5, yeah. She's still getting set up.
Oh, okay. All right, I think she'll open the door.
Yeah. Or 5 minutes.
One of the things I would caution you, not that they do things, the fact that you should not diagnose the problem with your driving. Yeah. If you do that, you can go off, you'll over here, and the problem will go it's. So, I would encourage you not to do that. It's hard to do something. It's easy to think, well, I was bad, when you drive over to it, when you get there, it's not that easy. So, they do that. Make sure you define the problem. Make your repairs. Check CL levels on vent free, line free. Make sure you test it. Make sure the logs are posted properly. Do a lot of picture taking. I like to tell you when customer how things work. Usually, I won't say it always, but usually what I'll do is I'm kind of wasting time now because we're ready to get back to the diagnostic. So this guy's spinning a little bit. But usually what I'll do if I'm in a customer's home, regardless of what I'm there for, I will generally say to the customer, you know how to trim your appliance off. And most times, the vast majority of the times, people say, oh no, I'm afraid, yes. I'll call you if I have to. Okay, but occasionally, customers say, no, I don't know how to do that, I don't do that. And I'm struggling. And I've demonstrated for them, and I'll lay the thing back up and I say, now you do it. Okay? And I let them get down on the floor and don't get everything off. I said, okay, now the advance is off. September comes around and we start getting cold weather. Hey, you know how to get it back up. No, not do that. Well, while you're still down on your knees, then you walk through it. You know, walking through it, have a little spot. Right? So, like I said, I don't get it. A lot of people will want to do that, but I'd probably get, I don't know, 10-15%. But it's more than 1 So, anyhow, helps me out because it's under that product. It eases some of my burdens from my beginning disease. The other thing that I found is it's okay to go down and without the department and carefully vacuum things out. Sure you don't put any wires, sure you don't disconnect any wires, but we can vacuum that out if you get up there.
I got a question, Mike. Still some time for you.
Okay.
You have a list of favorite tools to use for diagnosing. You you could share with your group or?
I do. And I purposely didn't go at the beginning of class. But no, I'm happy to talk about that. I have a pretty good sniffer. And I say pretty good sniffer probably cost me $150 for the guest. Okay? But the reasonably good quality guest. Okay? I like to use them for looking for leads. I have no problem adjusting that dial where I can just make it more confined. So if the alarm's here, I'm gonna turn the thing down and see if the alarm's here. If the alarm's here, I have to turn it down some more, if the alarm's there. Okay, so I just keep on dialing the thing down, okay? One of the things that sold me on the gas a friend of mine had leak inside the wall of his home. It's out in California. They leak inside the wall. The gas company cannot turn his house off, you read that. Okay? Did you help me out? Yes, I can. So I went over with my sniffer and I went up into the attic and said, where did they say the new buzzer said inside that wall? That just so happened that wall, the gas company do it for the range in here and out here in the little room was the water. Okay? So I went up into the attic and I walked along the top of that wall and the space maybe 6 feet long, it would alarm inside that space. The rest of it would be okay, but in that space would alarm. Okay? And regardless of where I set the thing, just kept alarm. I said, okay, well, this is the space. So I'm downstairs and I started pushing my sniffer up to the electrical outlets. So I tested this one here and around. So I went all the way up to this end of the thing, didn't run. Okay, so it's not up here, but it is here. So now I'm going to go move this one down. I know it's here. I'm going to move this one down. So I move it from the outlet plug to where the plumbing can see the wall. Okay, for the cancer. Did it on there? No, did it on there. So now I'll go to the next thing that penetrates the wall, and I don't remember what it was. And I tested that, and it didn't alarm. So I told him to say, okay, it's within this space, and the space would probably be, I don't know, maybe 6, 8 feet long. But it's in there somewhere. I don't know where it's at in that range, but it's in there somewhere. Because the alarm here didn't alarm here. Then I had to drill a hole in the wall. So then I have to be large enough for my sniffer to go through. So it's going to be a 3-foot infill. He said, do it. So I drilled a hole in the wall, put my sniffer in there, and bent it to, when I put it in, it didn't alarm straight in, but I put my sniffer, because I used it on the flexible connector, I bent it to the right, and it alarmed. So now the space is now 3 feet. Yes. So okay, I'm gonna have to do another hole. Go ahead and do it. Do another hole. Do the same thing from this way, and be that I really sensitized and said, okay, it's within that space. Guys, it's still sitting on that chair. We had it within 18 inches. Got a hole in the wall, and guess what it was? No, you'll know this. So I'll tell you. The club up on his second floor was dripping water. The dripping water directly down onto the guest. And it just drip. It was not enough to create puddles anywhere. Everything was contained within that wall. And he wrote a hole into his gas pipe there. He was able to get somebody out and he goes up taking the pipe and he's back in business. So I like gas. So that's one of the, I told you yesterday and the day both. I like UER, the diagnostic tools. UER or food, either one of the two. Both of them handled by Grainger. So I typically buy that stuff in Grainger. So I get that and that. Okay. My list of handfuls, I get that here, you got it. Please. Okay. It's kind of, I mean, what you have back here is probably minimal much for me. I don't have any Allen wrenches out, we're gonna need Allen wrenches. You're gonna need a crescent wrench, probably a backup crescent wrench also. I have a 12-inch crescent wrench. Then I have an 8-inch crescent wrench and a 4-inch crescent. So I get, you get smaller, I don't think anything bigger than 12 inch. Pipe wrenches, I have one. I am not a pipe wrench that guy. I always rely on channels. And I can show you my toolbox over there. I have pretty big size, okay, the tree guy can get with the bugs on it. A lot of stuff together. Now it's strong enough to lift, they hold it in place. My channel locks, so every from the system, I can show you how big, all the way down to that. And rarely do I use it? Yeah, that's why it's in the tool box. But do I use it much? No. You need an electrical tape to carry that. You need pipe fill or pipe tape. I prefer the pipe fill over the pipe tape, but you need something one for the other. Remember, you do not ever go for paste with square business. So anything is square, you're not going to be put right there. And I heard somebody say pipe cleaners. I use a lot of pipe cleaners. You can buy them by the hundreds at the cigarette store in the town. So I buy those, and I buy the bristle ones as opposed to the flubby ones. And I'm sure I'm talking about this. Can't think of it up. Oh, I'm kind of manufactured one. Like my Ford Dreamer, just keep it lighter than not what the not asking to most platform. All my brushes that I got in the last year. There were parts of the brushes. Definitely need everybody, need other products, and need other products. I don't have to be guarantees. A lot of script letters, emails. I'll tell you that, if you give me your email address, I will be happy to do that. Thank you. Just right on the back of the list, on the back of your price, because I don't really, they're gonna get everything else that's in everybody else, so this, I'm not to it. But this one, I got to do your close to it. Oh, I remember one that I asked. A gas environment friendly driveway. And they are kind of hard to find. Yeah. Yeah.
Considered.
All of them I have a sliding control. It's the quarterly push up with going. And that side is protected so that we don't have to. Yeah, I carry one of those, but it's every 2 days. That I carry. If you do, like I said yesterday, it's a gas rich environment, I'm not going to go with it. What if I run the sun on this side?
I don't know who needs one of these, but it's a game changer for us. All our trucks carry them, little time, direction controls. About 3 inches. It's, line in four places, you can put bits in it, it's perfect for behind the valve, up in the top. It's a finger direction. And so
Think I can open it?
The
right to be open.
I have one in my truck, I can bring it back and
Yeah.
it's written on one end, and then you just put a bit on the other end. So you can put a small shallow pillows or.
Well, it's not government is not. I got it. Yeah, yeah, that is.
Thank you.
They're kind of flat there.
No, so they're small,
It seems like you stick a stage exclamation, jump in half, the little thing. It shouldn't be, don't really accept it, but I had it actually, feel like you're talking about, and don't be on this, take it back.
this is small, you can put your finger in it, and it's.
Ready?
Let me ask. It's gonna be open as a residence for the whole child. Yeah.
Wow, just 25 minutes.
Elevation to 25 more minutes.
What?
You're 5 minutes.
You're making the pasta?
That's what I said to you.
Just the turkey dinner, but over side, it's gonna be slightly the elevation is a little bit more nervous.
You have to be ready without it.
No, we haven't.
So you know, it's your times is on a limit base that happen. All the time, when you don't know what they know, yeah. Why is it? Right, the ask you to go is to go.
I believe they do that.
And you're okay. I was up there in front of the, I think if I remember the right things. I think that's right. Yeah. Even ready to dance, it's like you're. So now we all work down. I think it's
No, yes.
I am a new. I mean, that's another day anytime.
Amazing.
And anything, when they come out and send your gas and then. You're, you're not people for that. Yeah. So that's a big, just, really, that, this is, really goes sense. That worries about my house. We're not the next one here. The next thing we're going to do is do the diagnostics on the. So while we're waiting for them to get ready, find yourself in the fires, turn it on. All I want you to do is get ready. Once you get it, that's all I'm doing now.
Y'all ready?
Now, let me run. Ready?
Go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh, who's ready? We're ready back there. Let's go to the kitchen. Ready food. Oh, God.
You got it, remember what I said about the advice of third line?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, just because.
We already know what's wrong with it.
You don't have to get.
Yes. Start that stuff.
I'm in love.
What's 30 minutes? No, 30 minutes started 20 minutes ago.
You have rules. This is the physical fireplace. So it says 0 to 4,500 feet, there will be rating for.
I'm going to get it right now.
No worries.
Yeah, there's standing there, you don't have to.
There's basically, if you read
The
the
standard, yes, the standard says you rated lines anything above 2,000 feet. You have to be rated 4% for every 1,000 feet, above 2,000 feet.
but then the manual says differently.
The manual, you guys will end it.
It said you don't,
I don't get that.
said you don't like blowers or,
Yeah, that there works, cool.
and I got the back of it too.
Yeah, and I like brand new, then put your concentration on, yeah, that, I need to get one. You get those at Amazon?
Yeah, it was only like 50 bucks.
Yeah, then I'm.
Take a picture of that.
Got the wrench.
That's the DFN.
Get one.
I think well, 500.
Yeah, I got a tire of cans bigger than us. I was like, oh.
It's flash.
There used to be a Wolfman Chimney and Wow.
Started.
Oh, that's ours.
Okay, so.
Jack, the other.
Look out for that.
Okay.
So.
That thing's a good guy.
I mean, that's.
What was up with that? 30 acres. Back then, it would have been,
This is probably 5, 6, 7 years ago, maybe.
a little longer.
Yeah,
I saw him a couple of times driving around, like a great deal of pickup.
I don't know if you thought I had any calls, in English taco.
Yeah. So that was, he was.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was like, one guy. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so that's the same thing. I would have to be you guys, because I'm like, I mean, I don't think all that, yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, so that was, yeah, I used to see him up there, so I saw him at the time or two. My buddy of mine had a art shop up there, and he used to go in there. No, thanks a lot. They do, well, I haven't told you too about. Tony Garrett?
Yeah.
Well, now it's changed all name, I don't know why. Tony, Tony Will.
No way.
The same sort of.
Right behind the desk, it's trying
No,
Yeah, he answers the station today.
I don't. One of my reps told me, oh, no, I sure the second rep, Tony Will showed me.
Shady shit.
Why do you change the name at 45 years old?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Well, Jack is ordering.
maybe thank you, it's corporation.
Thank you.
Oh, he did. Yeah, that's where. Sorry.
Steve, man, she's out there trying to find some blue street crowd, and all their eagle. That's why I'm so healthy. I'm doing it for them work. Take it to what they did. I was, you were checking out the wrong, right? Like, what am I gonna go get whooped by somebody? He's like, what are you gonna do? Who be with the damn arrow? It's like, you know. Like, it's like, hey, you want me to do some scope signals? Oh, shit. Like, man. Be careful, this hard. I was like, yeah, man, you need to watch out, man. I'm talking about Uber, like, there ain't no Uber around here. I guess they said, we do have to go. I just said, one, no, you said one. I said we didn't have Uber. No, we went to Walmart. Watch out, you might get shot around here. I said, how are you gonna get shot? I might get hit with that road.
Yeah.
She might be in an area. Hey, I also got takes a small town American to work a long time. He pulls his phone out. He's like trying to do Apple Pay.
Yeah.
She's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "You don't do Apple Pay?"
Oh, those kids gonna be so hard. I mean, look at this. I got one right there. You guys are following the delivery of cash.
100%.
Oh,
That was so great.
yeah, she's going to the private pool down the street. She played hooky.
I would too.
They look at it. She give me that look now.
It's like your mama.
Yeah, it's like your mama.
See their mama get it.
Yeah, mama, but I can't get it. Save the day. Save the day. Football kid was like, oh, he shuts down.
But how big of an outfit do you have there?
You got 25.
Oh, that's what that kind of thing you do wrong.
You'll know real quick, you know.
Yeah, I figured it out.
I'm gonna tell you, 25 trucks.
In reality,
Three, four.
Okay, then I'll run.
Sure, no, I understand, that's more water, I get.
Oh,
I think we're saying, hold on, so that's what people get.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, we should. How long is that? I'll be there. That's more. Everyone starts to there. Put it on the go out. I was done, they don't fail. So down. There, definitely. I would usually call once. You've been in some that, and I know the actual just, they was a few out. And you think, but I don't, you know, my thoughts. Yeah, that's all. Oh, check for the mom.
I don't have this thing. I got 3 daughters, so I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah, just let everybody else go first. We represent the Wolfman way, y'all.
If I didn't either, I'm about to pass out.
You need something.
Skateboard, I gotta eat.
Yeah, cut it in front of it, but if not, it's on the low. How about that?
Yeah. I felt bad for like. Oh, I. We're all thank you. We already told you that. I think all the say 135 and the more version. I'm not into the. They got transformation worse. The vending for about that, I totally different option. That's all. Field with all kinds of field. And look at the fields. Yeah. And, oh, that's all you have. It's a handful of my kids. It's nobody different. On the road, it's Wow. So these sold the job. They probably didn't want to take it away. Well, no, I didn't want to put my front in half. Here down, right, flash, that's Morgan, right? He's younger than that, he's from that. Yeah, that's period, he's still doing right. Yes. So, no, you're checking one. Five. Another. No, granted, the house. Yeah, I agree. I mean, No, you're going to do it. You're producing them now. One of my 2 hours. Yeah. Depending on burn traffic, whatever. So I'm not. We're up, we have a couple of woods, why about 8.5 hours? There was a road closure in that. But about 8 hours. No, mine is assuming. For sure. I went up to housing. But yeah, I haven't noticed that. But so we spent a half an hour. We do, you got a ball. Yeah. So we have no range of great. One of those Google's good. Lots of people follow. Yeah, that's. Now, okay. I learned by thinking I know better. And you turn off. Oh, that's what the was still further out. It does. So I was yeah, I don't require two things to do it. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. I'm going to be convinced for the dogs. No, we know where we're going. I we're gonna make this. I don't know what. If I just tell live. Whatever. So. We got
And a lot of birds. It wasn't AKFC, but I mean. Well, we got to try to go around, race the park, the other than that, or. You're not making fun for others. What is it? I don't know. Yes. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I think that's nice. I agree. I'm not sure. Goes down, all down. Like, yeah. Somebody was created. But you got the annual loss. Pretty fast, we have a simple work. Yeah, I mean, let's make the real one, previous, yeah. That's up there, and I'll look.
When you actually see how it feels. I'm going off the job. I'll go up there. I just want to, there's like a storm. You tornado was the time. Oh, good. One guy there was. You know, one guy, and he's up to five. Wait. But I don't know. Okay. First one, this is the right. I'm like, okay, you see my picture, you see your dog's background? Your dog's in the background?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh. I mean, to be honest. You're gonna take a picture. Yeah, like we're coming. Oh, that's not a picture of you just showed. Right, isn't that photo right there? That's your, like Lexus, right there, the front of it? Isn't that your, it's right there? And he goes, oh, well, hey, you showed me my photo picture. I'm like, well, yeah, I was zooming in too. But I can zoom it out. And there's our cutters that those will represent what actually. Yeah.
The records that is that's another thing. That would show what people go. Then I go, oh, yeah, that's the action. It's a reparation. They're like, don't say this, man, don't say it. They're gonna find me on your back. Forget, like, so like, you're gonna find me on your back. Worse for more than.
Stand down in their way, that
They just need to try.
Don't get the double.
80 years ago, take a picture of the program.
Yeah.
Like, you have a ladder? If you want. If you want, you have a real ladder. Yeah, sure, bro. Let me show you. I'm not hiding stuff.
It's like it's, look at my shirt, it fell off, there's something else.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready, Slick.
Call it, I'm ready to hop in the truck right now.
Well, I already knew it. She got some brake controls, huh? Move on. We gotta go to the like, I don't know if you can move those kind of things.
There's a lot of, yeah.
The Chinese, what's up?
Don't play it. Don't play it. You'll get 90% off for the time of your life. They won't stop texting.
Yes, let's grab the parking lot.
Yeah.
Make it a lot. That little kids here, moving stuff around, rather than shut us. No, 45. Yeah, but the US version is like, 40 grand.
Did it come boxed up and put together?
Yeah.
No, it was all put together, but it would be boxed up. By the way, the shipping is more than that, right?
Really?
To bring it, because it came straight from China. So all the import, export taxes, everything else is more than the actual.
Did it say hydraulic?
Yes, I'm right down the street from us.
I got three guys.
Facility.
I go bottom of somewhere, right by his house.
The Conrad, and people were going. Yeah, just to say this.
I bought a brand new.
Going, it's really good.
Not right now. I got
Yeah,
Take a look. Couple years, take a little look. I mean, it's good.
I would like to know what it is.
You see how that freaking, that's crazy. It's open order.
I could leave work, but here they just one switch and you never switch it, you can right through the.
You should have some blocks on that.
Then it's.
Yeah, right, man.
Oh,
Yeah, we grew up. That's right.
I know who my dad is.
Did you see the hook of my neck? It's got that tentacle straight inside.
I do too.
Yeah.
It came like that?
Yeah, it came like that. They said I could switch it. Are you?
Hey, now.
Just like-
Is that a work though?
Oh. It just looks respecting the home.
Oh, you like that, huh?
He'd be responding.
Hey, the dog, I was
Who, me?
ready to go.
I'm gonna call on, we're gonna break all day. That's all it works.
See, that's what I'm saying, you're not that hard.
Hey, I know this is stuff that help you. Oh, kill everybody.
And it belongs to kids.
Well, it's on the board. You big basketball? They're more this. They might have on the board. Okay, that.
I can't leave all of them for one.
Yeah.
I'll have almost seen all the ditches. I don't like, we more of baseball than.
What's that? On the board snake? Just a little bit. Dude, Saturday, Deuce did not knock out the tournament last year. And so good Steve, that I knocked out my business. That wasn't getting out of my pants. Different.
Hey, you called it though, wouldn't it? He's told that.
Nobody
I don't think nobody.
I didn't want to recover. Yeah.
But then everybody. Handball. Remember? They're not opposed to that.
No.
Where do you buy the record? Is it testing or is it?
Yeah, you look at each spot, and I think you have to ask for a code.
Okay.
I think it's that shit.
Yeah, I don't know. There is no roofs, there is no, like.
You said that. That's when I first met him. Back in the way about the pool.
That's what I said, he's gonna be the next president of Texas Tennessee Bills.
You know what I was?
He talked to him once about, he did like, he did, he said he was gonna rule the world.
And then he gets so much, you know.
Long, but they can't do it.
He comes away from the corner and draws about him.
I was still waiting for later. Stop, maybe with the next vote.
I feel like.
How would you like me to do? I don't know. It's a state holiday.
I'll take that out of those few cheese. Well, the second one, that's all. I didn't want to show that. I mean, it's even, you know, I mean, the other seems probably piece the same, right? I don't think it's.
No, the protein is definitely awesome. Even the bad teams are good compared to college. Every once in a while, someone says that, oh, this college team could beat a pro team. No. No. Even that team had the very best players, solid college stuff. And by the way, they don't have to go to classes anymore.
They were saying, I don't know,
They don't have to go to
like,
classes.
stand,
Yeah.
I get to get, oh, part of the trader.
He also like brings in.
Let me know that, you know,
Base and virtual contract.
these are the time you have to, like, use it. I don't work in this. When you get done last time, man, you never heard of a 302.5. You literally. Hey, boss. Yeah. He didn't know what 302.5 was last time you came down. See? My wife had a thing that one. Is that crazy? Genius.
I was right there purpose. Oh, and I'm surprised, they asked him, what I was thinking about it. And he said,
Lying down for, I'm driving to really good.
I mean, no, but I guess it's all of them play that same line. It's not like LSU is different. They're all the same. It's all sleeping. But he was surprised. But the answer is, you know, saying, I was best of all. I was the best one. I mean, and you're like, well,
Oh, a lot of them names.
they got it, they're not. Good. That's how they get over dollars, you know, everything else. You know, when you go fishing,
Yeah.
It's even that I had a guy that. Yeah, they call them. Yeah, like, I believe him when he says that. Yeah. He's an a-hole. He was like, he go to do it. That's This is not basketball. Do exactly what it says. It's not basketball. Basketball, you're just a good player. You can win. I actually like where the top people go up and the bottom people go down. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. Go down. Well, you also have a reason to try. So, at the end. No. Yeah. Correct. I love that. The last thing I was seeing is that teams did. That works. You can't suck that. You have to suck just enough. You can't suck that. Right. You're saying I'm being money in your program. Correct. And now you're stuck. And you have to invest money you don't have to get to the next one. And then if you don't, it all creates. But the interest goes down. Some of these kids couldn't afford it. And they're making millions off their day. You know, first college. We're not here like that.
So we get a shoot for get you going over. You can go on months back. Hey, you got one right there. Yeah. I mean, that's a true. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the bird or even in the every far. Is that the possible? That's it. Yeah, you know, there was a little about this. There was when the point about there was everything. Yes, you have to show off. Bring your yeah. Yes. Yeah, plummet that, it's loaded to be plummet back in. Doing a real notice there, ask the people who are staying on the firewalls. Where here. And there's a difference between. That's a, I'm not sure. I heard that. Well, that's not. There's one function.
But you can't. That's the difference between show you part. Oh, that has stuff about. Well, then I don't need this, but that's fine. This is a boomer, I'll get one, where it's like, I want to handle it.
It's like, you can't do it, yeah.
Yeah, you don't like it. So if you see, you know, it's
Termination. Literally like. Hey guys, you ready to get going? Danny, I'll give you the same command, request, and everyone to follow as I did before lunchtime. Jump onto a trough back there and let me see it burn. And once I see it burning, I will bring you up. Well, should I pass it? Come on.
I already forgot that you got it. I'll say it. It's right here. What are you talking about, Bill? So, grab that. You want this? Yeah. No, the wall. Grab them. Yeah. Grab them and just get off. I don't know if I can grab the whole.
I'll give you.
Yeah, they put me on the first one, huh?
Exactly, that's sir.
Yes. We could get where from one. It is stuff.
What did that guy?
I know what the function is. More oxygen, go ahead and start to be. I know the function of it.
What is the function?
The function of it is bringing atmospheric oxygen into the furnace after you add that full burn.
That's the, what?
The
Venturi.
Venturi is totally oxygen. I was gonna turn all oxygen. Now it's done.
All right, he just threw an error. So now we gotta diagnose what the error is. Okay, so we got pilot. So we got.
Could be the way.
Is that our tunnel? Was that supposed to be a? Yeah, it's not. All right, now what do we do? We gotta get our, should we do a pressure test first? Yeah, let's do. All right, let's do pressure. Grab a manometer.
You wanna do it with the on or off?
Listen up that.
My shoes untied. Where was your mind?
We had it, just scoot the table over because that air conditioner. Yeah.
Why'd you have to
get that dysfunction?
I don't, yeah, it was checking the telephone. I don't know if it's good.
What is the other indicator?
That's real life. Yeah. That's.
Okay, what if that was?
You're right, that just turned out probably.
Except the liquid landing gas.
Sure.
Didn't think it was gonna be that obvious.
That's good pressure. Press on the end. It's right on the end.
Maybe 6 now.
That thing's check the out.
Now we got that.
And this is.
Yeah.
Guys, do not throw the switches yourselves. Tell me what's wrong.
Let me go ahead and,
He took out the thermal.
All right, what is it supposed to be? Where's the cheat sheet?
it's supposed to be. It's the water. Or the cookie.
Oh, we know this is probably back to the.
This is what I was telling you.
So what's that telling you? The outlet pressure on the outlet, right? So Bob, what we.
So you didn't say check?
No, check. Check.
Check 1, 2.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be around 7
For the burner, from secondary. What's problems did we find? Inlet was what? 11? Out was what? 3 figured out was 10 to 15. We're having it on all.
Yeah, we cracked it up. I'm like, I want to make it work. That's the ultimate way to diagnose it.
This should still be pressure out.
You can constantly pressure oil.
What's good is that being out. What does that
Gosh, okay, we have pressure coming in, so then we know that we've got pressure where we need to go through.
That was me, that was.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
So was a jumper.
Check it, no pressure. There's something in there that's. Pressure not we go.
That's just what I know. That's what I know.
Regardless if there are spells.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to. No, you're good, dude. Cause I would have ignited.
Right?
Zero it out. Should be T. It should be it.
CPTH.
Red.
I thought the red has to be on the piece. They might have this number.
You want y'all to stop it? Start jumping in. So, don't, you do have a jumper set. Anything will work, it was metal on one end and metal on the other.
That's the.
Pliers will work, or paper clip will work.
Like, you know, this is.
So the purpose of the jumper is to bypass all of the switches.
No, no. You go right there, yeah, community. I did, right there. Hey, you're wrong. We're not getting any.
So, sometimes if you read it and then. Or if it's D. You change them one time. Oil was 20.
Check the big, like a couple, just verify.
I don't know what. So it's not. The test is complete.
Alright, so we're not paying attention.
We would keep it.
Hands? Yeah, we are doing.
Which oil is it? Primary? It says primary. Yeah, I did only check.
They're allowing them to receive. That is not.
Little bit. That's all.
Fall back in noise. Prominent, slow, fun. So I realized they will just fall back to the script.
Yeah, but is that the thermopile? Which one's the thermopile? Well, you're assuming this is it. It's under the burner. You're assuming that's what's going, but we don't know. We're assuming that whoever messed with it put it back in the right spot. No, I'm just like.
You can't see under there, so it's.
So what you can do is you can check continuity. Well, if you think that this wire is going down and it's connected to this wire.
What you told us to touch it down
Then you can check continuity in this terminal, disconnected from this to that and see. That makes sense. That's gonna tell you if you have a disconnect or something wrong from this to this point. Again, assuming that this is all one continuous thing, not disconnected. I don't think that's intentional. No, but pull that wire out. There you go. We'll get straight in there. Can I get our discount?
Here it is.
That's what we had in the other reading.
So that's switching around. So I'm saying, this is an interview.
Guys got it figured out yet?
Maybe I think there's some interruption in the thermal file.
You think it is?
Yeah.
Show me.
Our notable readings on.
Okay, that's fair enough. Let me see that.
Right now, we have an SBA full. I gotta say, why do you?
Drive not able to the restaurant.
Does that sound right?
No, we haven't.
That's better. Sound right to me. Normally ours is like STEMEN, blah, blah, blah. I emailed Katie for us, I said.
It's got
Yeah, I know.
So what do you tell them? Okay.
Or,
It's not good. Yeah, something's just right. This kind of follows it. I see it.
Yeah, not really why.
our wall switch wire didn't come off.
I can replace it.
No, it's not working. No, maybe I'll use
Here. Are you okay if we just put it on?
You do all this after.
No, let me give you a clip. Is that a seat clip or? Yeah, it's a seat clip there. Let me get you another seat clip.
Like, that's the only thing I can think of is now one of the things. One variable makes it, this is free.
So yours.
No, it looks just like mine, no.
Yeah, I think you gotta list it. Yeah, no, we were holding it in a certain line.
So you're saying we can take this off and this off and that's the red wire and see the.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
So I have to take this off. Just touch it there.
All right.
We are. Give it quarter turn.
Not what I would do.
You were taking first. That's how you stop.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're chicken. I'm not. This oil that There is some. That is the thermal pile. And batteries won't.
Yes, I've been voltage on the thermal pump.
You had the broken foot
Last part. Does he get close this way?
We want to strip off that just a little bit more. That'll come, but we'll get
Not switch.
For the switch and then where.
Yeah, you're going to.
Sounds like that was the whole intent of it. So this is the first time that we'll ask you. Yeah, stay blue on down there. They don't make it.
That's what you need.
Oh, there we go.
I paid it to do it.
Which I didn't.
I can't do it. And I want to grab her hand.
So because it does remind you.
And that's a, it's way the shape.
Well, you're checking continuity, right?
Real quick.
So y'all gonna go with faulty switch?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you're part of this team too.
Shoot. I'm going in. I'll say. Awards.
Yeah, let me know.
It's kind of a lot. That was kind of off, but I do want to. I see one of them. What is it? And I think
Switch it back? Okay, this one, sometimes we switch.
Sure. Yeah, I think so. One of those people. Yeah, the one you put back there.
So different we have those. You weren't on there. Remove.
On TV, that's what the wall stand.
Go ahead and do it. Yeah, and then put their test it at the start.
Hey, everyone.
Here's looking at West Texas Chimney. Here for this. See if this guy comes Oklahoma. Right now, we're gonna
Yeah.
So you look at this one.
You disconnect that, it turns on.
Yeah, this, yeah, mission to it, you push it off. Nothing happens, so, you have to diagnose this. Run our diagnostics. All the steps, everything reads correctly. What we're I'll test.
Will you pull this out? If it wasn't burning, I'd say, yeah, that would be this. So, yeah.
Correctly. Cut that off.
I thought I was gonna walk because of the outside of
I don't know what that means. So, file, and make sure that my readings are good. Another bitch, they are. We've got to get the little note. So I know it's not going to file. I know it's not gas.
Yes.
I've done a couple. It's so the only thing it could be is when I turn the switch on. That's what happens. That should be the gas switch. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. We're going to jump to the switch. See. Here, then it just needs to jump start, and there we go. So if you're not trying this at home, there's a faulty switch, so I'm gonna call Bob over to see if that's diagnosing this. But yeah, my diagnosis is that it is a faulty remote switch. So maybe that's what remote. So that's my diagnosis point is remote switch. As soon as I take this off. So, I'm gonna go ahead and turn everything back off and get Bob over here. Yeah, we're learning here, learning a lot. I got some diagnostics. And we'll go for it. Certain kind of gas. So, thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back.
All right, we got another one.
What did you do?
We had the thermocol guys.
I get it, Bob, but what about that? Yes, sir.
Let's switch.
All right, so we got.
Thank you.
No burn. So we got pilots.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yes, sir. So, quality switch. Yes, sir.
Well, we could check the
Jump it.
We should check it.
At least we could.
So we're not getting anything there.
Worse than the one.
We'll check the
Main switch. Okay.
We can say you probably got that.
Go ahead, turn it off. We'll get too hot here.
Maybe you turn it off.
Underwrite correctly.
Okay.
Soil.
And let me prove to you that it's not.
Okay. Just really serve wireless band. So that you know that also and plus, that it wasn't always, it was so much.
To be honest, thermocouple is working because of my money.
So if the coil's bad, it's still switch, right? That's it's a couple.
It's a whole power line.
But it's reverse though.
It's nothing, like, these wires.
That's bad.
It's one.
Coil still works.
That's the yeah, so now this was.
So they can see two seats.
No, they only get two. The gas long
Jump it on.
That's the wire.
That's why I told you guys.
We got it. All right, so we came up with our wall switch today.
Let me prove to you it's good.
Yeah.
So you just showed me the wall switch. Okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna disconnect this wire. Okay, so now I can isolate this.
And I know that we have that. Pick up on, attention to coil.
You gotta set this on permanent.
Coil set.
I think.
Yeah, I agree. If that is the reading of the coil, then
We're locking it in.
I found mine.
I don't know. Right, if I'm right, I don't know.
If you test it from this terminal and this one, then switch.
No, that's, you're testing the wire.
Oh, okay, then the wires are set there. The wall switch is a good wall switch. The wires. Which wire exactly? Okay.
I think I got it.
So we don't have to answer this.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's not a point.
So we're good.
No activity in the.
Yes.
That switch.
The switch isn't working. Not new, you just sort of coil, fix the coil, and they're not saying. But maybe, so the first test was, that's it.
Make sure you're on.
I don't have anything. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Hey, John, y'all check the
Yeah. That's not funny. Thank you, dude.
All the problems. So, yeah. Solve it.
Yeah, it was like that.
Let's go back to foil.
Yeah.
Do you have any shades?
No, we don't have to cover it. No need to do that.
Well, in that email, I should have sort of let us know that you disconnect this one. Okay, so yeah, this we can live on how you get easier. We're at one line.
Because it's on, see how it is.
My coworker.
Does that mean it isn't that high school?
There are girls like in the original.
Bring it over here.
Yeah.
Secondary, I'm not sure if she was, but this is.
That's why we have
There's one of the daily ones. I don't think. Let's make sure these. This will work.
Did you break any, Bob? Okay.
Extend you.
Right.
Ready for something else? I think it's been around the room, walk through that room, it's in
You will tear off completely.
So last stuff.
Sure.
So that's what
7 No.
Excellent. We're gonna to the.
That's the couple more.
So we just start, we only hit up on words in this house.
Yeah, there's no way to do it.
The thing is, the primary goal.
So this is. The fact of the matter is this, the primary coil is under the.
Primary is lowest.
Okay, so that's what we're saying.
Right now.
Down on your mustache.
Admittedly, we'll find out on this.
Now. Melissa?
Yes, sir.
I bet you know what this guy here.
Yes, sir. We may need.
It's one of the,
Where are we at? So we're trying to, so we found out that this is where it's not working. We have the thermal pile working. We have the thermal pile working. We have the thermal couple just fine. We have our switch working just fine. Let's see if I can pack the coil out of this based off of our procedure, you know, going off the procedure. Really well. I don't know if we have a thing. Good.
You literally found that.
Well, the reason why everything tells us.
It's your government? Well, it's smart that 20. Great. So yeah, we said.
Based off the procedures that we are, based off the set that we're following. Our working just fine, our switch is working just fine. Our thermal plug will go on fine. That we tested, we'll be fully tested.
Yeah, so again, it's thermal power and foil.
Well, we talked to people.
We're the same.
Yeah, no, you only got No, I had them about it. Yeah, we spent it on the last switch. Yeah.
Well, we do have coverage. The reach.
Yep, talking about point zero nine. What I got, drop point zero.
Redundancy, what we first is.
All right. Hey, where's the first one?
Primary, this is secondary. We know that it's primary because it is a classic, it's our thermocouple.
What is meeting from? I would say it's
But we know it's this one's falling off. So
Which one is secondary coil?
This is.
Point three. Point two.
What is the primary?
Why would you say that if you don't mind? Like it's initial.
On the second.
This is.
Yeah.
Nice, thank you so much.
We didn't ask you that.
It's like that.
Okay, so then.
It's fired again. No, I fired all
Oh, I wasn't here for that one. Oh.
So this is the primary.
What about 2 weeks?
Right? So,
What's the problem? What does that mean?
Got thermocouple. Got thermocouple.
Yeah, I think so.
Our secondary one was like, reading like 5 months.
we should just put continuity. Place one.
Yes.
Working good.
I thought it was the wall switch again, because when we're out there, it reacts on, but I know it's just.
We're not supposed to be switching wires.
So, these are the time violators. Red, signal red is still a thermal power, that could be shutting down the primary. And that's kind of same as the walls, they can't even hurt to be.
Now, it is nice little.
I think it's good.
It's like, you know, it's important. It's definitely.
Yeah, we were doing everything right, and then it still just.
Place one lead at ETU termination, other about body on, which should be
For this year.
0.0 and 0.2.
Let's have a look for this.
What's the? What is the, that's the thermal. What is?
So I wonder what that is.
What's the?
Even before
Well, no, that's what I'm just saying.
it's red is hard, but it's stable.
Valve body.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the EPU y'all? What's the EPU?
Go on your back.
You got this stay away.
You got it sorted already?
Yes, over there.
What was it?
See, guys?
It was requiring, going under the.
Oh, no, I need an answer. I know it's why I'm going under the
Different square foot on the metal. It was the one connected from the switch
Yeah, you put it on the soldering joint and then the belt. Oh, you're talking about what do you use? That's what, are you just talking about?
No, that's self. You take this out on the nickel thing.
Not say you can use.
Oh, yeah, you can put it on the. Then you grab it right there.
And then you grab it on the valve button.
I think I'm gonna mess up when we first walk up on it.
To do the same, it's disconnect from the computer.
Yeah, we already just.
Checking primary flow. So disconnect the valve. That's what we got.
You wanna go to that one?
Okay, so then, who's on this?
We figured it out.
Right?
This doesn't go like the first time.
Okay.
So what's the reading when we do?
It is.
Supposed to be doing
I don't know why.
I got you.
We're getting too much gold.
We're getting way too much. We're getting.
got some feet going on here.
This is not bad. We're getting less than that.
Let's
Our primary.
when's the switch?
This whole. I didn't have a switch up.
Yeah.
The problem. There should be.
Back one. Take care of it.
We set it as primary
I like that. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I explained it to him like, good job if you get so.
Jake is the second.
Primary well.
So, the primary.
It's fast out. Fast out. That means that magnet inside is not going to be on.
So then, if we're,
Well, let's say we replace the valve and it's, you're having the same issue.
It's not magnifying.
Well, that's what Bob told us. Okay, so let's say we were.
we're getting negative 0.9. That's what I do.
0.0 to 0.02.
That's what.
I was thinking, first we don't jump it. It's not the walls.
Yeah, but when you jump it. Yeah, but anywhere between 350.
Yeah, no, the thermoplas's good, so I went down to. Control knob is in opposition for.
Keep taking out. Okay, now it's
It's not what it was, just because.
In real world, just sit down and pin.
Absolutely.
Have it put down.
Take it to the farm. Cause that goes back, I guess the switch you switched the first time.
Go run up the gas.
We did.
Then he came over and told us like, well, you just told me.
Second. What was y'all's first? Our first was he gave us, he made us go in the room and give us a little range and scooter on it. So no couples that probably wouldn't stay on, how we turned out our private, so we wanted to nice.
Slide off. Back in the rest of the play back, so everything was taken apart.
I want you to build this.
You think it's good?
He gave us the bricks and we were just like, okay.
That was operating.
That's what I don't think.
That's where I like to sell it.
So,
But for real,
Where they should not be. But I don't know if this was like one before.
I don't know.
He flipped the switch.
You said these funny things that got
Only world.
to put cover.
say.
Like, you're gonna have to, like, they're not gonna make it big enough to just slide up.
I want, I like, my first, I lost like 120. Then I went back, I was like, I'm not losing. And like I hit something for like 500. I went up 200. And I went back down, lost 100. So I'm up 100 right now.
So now.
I was just chilling watching, dude. I was
He
silly.
left after I lost 120. He's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it was making me nauseous.
You gotta be committed. It's that argument.
I'm gonna.
Oh, we must have, we must have used so much I didn't know that it froze. That's what I'm saying. We must have.
That's coming from what side?
It's cold.
For some reason, it is.
Yeah.
It is. When
They used up the last of it and it froze while it was a holder transforming into a gas. I think that's.
All right, so we're. Yeah, I was just thinking like have like table. Standing in the, yeah, but I get just the large.
I get metal.
I'm still kind of.
See,
Take you downstairs.
so we know that.
He's got a metal fabrication downstairs, so he can fold the other couple little pieces. We got it.
So it's not the primary, even though the reading for the primary foil is.
We'll be back. Yeah. But and sometimes they just take a hard look at these quick valves. Like, I had.
Wait, it's 0.09 or 0.09?
Primary coil,
Pizza, everything.
The primary foil.
Oh, so,
No valves, so I'm not gonna take a valve.
So if the primary.
Yeah.
foil is the power.
This is that. He had a real fast. He had all the hot. He had primary coils here. This man. This is.
right, no, I'm
It was wrong.
Jason was wrong. That's what I thought.
I
You're like, wait.
was like, wait, what?
Sabotage.
Okay, so it's back to strong word, guys. So we're getting lighting. I'm saying just something that's not all so it's not possible to switch.
We can get you a 250 feet wire.
No. The special switching.
Because how do you want to do what I'm saying?
yes.
That's probably what they because it was still like, they just taking that. It's probably. I mean, yeah, we were gonna place that, like, if we were doing this.
Oh, yeah, we, I didn't want to bother them. But he gave us a little, I didn't go in the room. So they're nice. They had it. We picked it.
We fixed the
Yeah, but we
problem.
ran it down.
So we have to take a report.
It's probably like one of the wildest around right half. Well, I tested, I tried jumping off him.
We did. Just round one.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir. If you jump the switch wire, then you know that it comes on.
No?
Oh,
Did you see the switch? Yes, sir. The wire, the wiring is switch. So we're testing the console. No, the switch wire, we can see the wire. Zero it out.
I want to say the wall set fires.
Hit the wall.
So one.
Probably switch itself. And they're only about the switch side. They have.
Not the wire. No, I got it.
I mean, you don't have to, you just. Yeah, we don't need.
Oh, I'm looking for the wire. Okay. Yeah, the white wires.
We have the same one of you.
Okay. Yeah, you gotta.
I should check to see if it's proper.
Take this back one. Sorry, that's the one. We want some.
Right here, right?
Sorry, I know.
Okay.
And then tell me which wire that.
It's just a huge step for the wall.
I don't know. It's not that, we put that back.
It's a nice. Yeah, it's
Well, you're getting the whole street right
Oh, the
there.
other one.
Right here?
Switch it on.
Switch is on, okay. It's switched off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
If there's one, I'll take it past the one.
So we tested the wrong one.
We already tested those.
We tested.
Well, yeah, because you can.
That's bad.
Yeah.
So that's the. Switch is on, doesn't matter. Next one.
So for the purpose of these activities, it's safe to assume that the white wire is connected to the white wire.
I try to keep the colors the same.
Okay.
So if I have white wires over here, then they'll be white wires throughout.
So
If it's red wires,
Okay, so then,
the red wires.
because
Gotcha.
we opened it up, right?
Then I-
We don't have continuity.
I go straight to the real world stuff where somebody
Yeah.
spies something
And it's
and
the wire.
assume that whatever you're looking at is correct.
No, that's.
We do have continuity here. So we isolate that wire.
Has to bring in.
All right.
it's not going. Thanks, guys.
That's your phone number?
I do.
FaceTime? I don't.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill, I got a problem with the guy. Call, just DVR. Lady, so this is the.
You have no idea how big it is.
So just for clarification.
We are at those. Caleb, I gave you.
This side is either way, that's got to. Seems like butter.
You know, I can't even get a sound. Probably took mine.
Where's he at?
Mine had it all blended up.
Like, imagine what happens if you just take care of your shit.
Go get him, Jay. On the field. Tell more of my. Well,
So we don't.
he's got a car jacket that was like pretty much full of cards. Ripped everywhere. Yeah.
I only have one for this. So then we did it, we got, I got my boss about that. To, she did have this. You wanna talk to me?
I'll be going.
You
You mind?
So when we took the wires off of the switch, this one here, when we were off, we didn't have continuity.
That's what I want you to do. That's what I want you to do. Next slide, we can tomorrow. That is exactly it. We'll go find another.
Wire cutting it well.
There's a side shot, right?
We can do this.
Oh, we got some good ones. Oh, we can.
So.
Yeah, make sure y'all set up next time.
We did figure it out. Yes, sir, we did.
But can you shoot some of the?
Our thermocouple was not fully tightened, so we couldn't get up how to think. So in the very beginning, we couldn't get up how to fly. I just, sent back our. Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to sit there.
Okay, we can turn this air on.
I'm trying to be serious.
Right, you just didn't even.
I mean, these are great setups to try to. You gotta stop it. Stop it. You know what you're doing.
Whoever was working on this, did the product go out or something that you said it ran out of?
It ran out of propane.
How did you do that?
The flame got smaller, of the pilot and the burner flame.
I think maybe it froze up.
Mm.
I think that's what it might have done. Let it sit for a little bit, see if it thaws out.
Put a flame on it.
No, for real. You gotta light, you gotta flash test the propane flame.
Yes.
Which we were just sitting there, all of a sudden, like 15 minutes later, just. This thing just skyrocketed in this fire. It was incredible.
It was incredible.
It was incredible. Yeah, that was small. I'm surprised you're still sitting here. Absolutely, right, absolutely. Yeah.
And a black news.
Yeah.
Did you ever see a 20-pound container explode? It'll destroy house.
This thing just, it was like a torch. It wouldn't, nothing exploded, it just like,
Oh, so just burning out.
it was just burning out the top, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was right.
if that exploded.
Yeah.
Instead of going out the top.
Feel like I-
Check outside.
It'll give you some.
It's all over.
Well, that's good.
Guys, go ahead and find a seat if you're not working on anything right now. You can find out who's working, who's not.
Hey, y'all know that.
Possible over here?
Yep, you got started. He just tested out the thermocouple and drum with the thermocouple. So it'll probably be some pressure test.
Figure out what's wrong.
Because on this one, once you turn it on, you try to
There's like one
jump it.
It's like the gauge can't just bring the line over to the jack.
Yeah, the final little thing is fine. What happens? That's the pressure.
I think it's time you go to double check if you're right. Okay. And the other time. Make sure the machine.
Yeah.
So you say.
The question, can I check it while the thermocouple? I have one to all resolved. Check the pressure while the thermocouple up.
Your end is always gonna be.
So, okay, so that's about.
Think of it as unstraight and.
It would be a 37-minute walk from here to we can walk over here. Just that fucking.
So I had thought really was being 40 years. You guys are gonna do that.
What do you do?
Yeah, the switch was.
No.
And you have to sell, there would sell, I said, wow.
What's the business name?
Well, since I did the right, something should come back.
I couldn't. Getting back. You
get back?
Yeah, it was, I was wrong, yeah, that's just fine. I can slowly.
Okay, probably they sell them. That's the issue, right?
Got it? Very good. You got it? What's the problem?
Yeah, it's issue. It was that I was a bit.
How wired, by the way?
Pilot?
Pilot say, pilot does say what it's.
What's like? It's like. Okay. And then the main burner is the door. Okay. What do you need for the burner? Okay, you need power, right? Does that power? Yeah, well, that's the main thing it needs to turn on, power, right? It's like expecting your car to start without gas. Same thing.
It is, and then I'll, just lost.
Yeah.
It's gotta be minimum, you know, that.
In this game, it's gonna be 0 or 50. There you go. Work the system. You know, when you don't know what to do, okay, let's go back to basics. Let's work the system. What is not working? This is not working. What do I need to make that work? Need balance. I need balance. So wait, see, you can actually make multiple things go on at the same time too.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, here's that power. Yeah, and.
Yes. Well, that is the edge. So the, you just take it, looks like the. I've seen that the guy being showing to the lab, and I'm not sure that that's rock. I think the, yeah, mobile. Yeah, slides. Which side? Outside, and one agreement, you know, okay. Yeah, my guys, anybody else need it for, and they activities. You got that on my computer? No. No.
They got it before.
No, it's not. You understand now the function on that? Is, my new electronic English. Yeah. Not good time to think that magic. Right. Much better. Very good to do because, my electronic English is different because I got different. Next. Okay, you guys talk to me. Learn anything?
Absolutely. Bob was very true.
You ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, is anyone really just started? Okay.
We did struggle, but we got through it.
I don't care, I'm not adverse to a little bit of struggle. A little bit of struggle, makes you think. So I don't have a problem with that, as long as you're not yes. Don't want anybody to yes. That's why I said, I'm guessing you guys are talking. Yeah, I don't want to shock them. I want, white. Again, my TA is to make you guys technicians, you have questions. And now there's some things, like, you and I was talking about. We kind of want to think of it be a part changer, but we really don't, okay? Private ed, something wrong, something in the bias bad, I'm gonna change the whole policy. I'm gonna get new thermal company as well. Number 5. We're gonna get new pilots. So I'm gonna get that whole thing. No, when we're walking, that's my condition. If my brain center that I was a change the whole pilots, not just I mean just. And those things, you know, you can say, that's too emotional. But it is, but then there's other components that could be stuff. Okay, guys, I got a little bit after sort of we're at the 2. So have a break. Let me get out of this room. So go down up there to enjoy the fresh air. Oh, I don't even.
They don't need to get out of your adjustments.
Okay, man.
Now it's all. Gotta get chuckle out of it. I'm about to pass that, whatever they go, they do that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. No, maybe over there, having this. Guys. Just remember which one you do and what you do it to.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't care what you do, I don't care if you change wires around or turn the equipment satellite closed. I don't want to plug pilots because they get too difficult. I do not care. In fact, I'm going to plug that orifice.
Okay.
And so this different things, those switches on the back, do whatever you want.
Okay. Please note that. Okay.
Oh, no, I didn't, you didn't make you do that, I got the application on your end.
You're breaking them.
I'm starting to get.
Should be back here by now, I think.
Oh,
Free to do whatever, right? That's within
Yep.
something that they can figure out?
Yep.
Okay.
And if you're challenged, I think this,
I mean, none of the parts are bad, you just gotta figure it out. In Texas, this stuff's normal, we have so many uneducated people working on things. Some of the stuff comes like this one.
What about the, oh, I'm fine, stop there. Yeah. What I'd like to do on that one is probably the front business. That's one of the things. So the easiest way to do that is to undo the screw on that bracket.
The shutter?
Yeah, right there, that one, right? And then just pull the whole thing backwards. And this is my sliders.
No.
Okay,
That's really neat.
next saw that. I saw bees, I saw wasps, and I saw spiders.
I think it's nice. I don't know, guys. I like to really know.
Shoot, I too.
I mean, if I can do it, you can do it, buddy. That's my thing to the guys, like. This middle-aged woman can do it too. Man can do it.
Snake spin. I don't like spiders either, so I have arachnophobia also.
It's just that.
Yeah. It's slow drying. Sure.
Changing out the valve the other day one, just making sure it's turned up on when I did that 4 times on one house when I first started. And it, yes, sir, and it turned out it was just the key valve wasn't turned on.
Oh, shoot, it couldn't do that. That's a bummer. Let's, let's bring the thermocouple to the.
So one thing I did on this one right here, I actually took that plug and put it in the back and put the thermocouple back into the jail.
Okay, so then, let's go.
I did relocate it.
Yeah, okay, good deal.
And then I did plug that.
Okay. Okay. Let's see how long it takes to. I think we pretty much the first. I gave them. Wiring problem. And. So. That one over there, I think that was, Wait, I thought we did.
I'm gonna thank you, Senator. This. From the laws, not messed up all this, you let me in the proper way on it. Did you turn the power down on the other one?
I think on the top, maybe that's gonna be. I know.
Back here, part of the stuff.
Yeah, both of them are up, and this one, and that's almost. That should be a nice thing. Just in here, what is to the stuff we're doing at the time? Just keep bringing it. I'm thinking a lot. That's still pretty hard. I was trying to.
I was trying to teach you to go, yes.
Yeah, they need to know that. Well, that's exactly what I need. Here it goes. This one, yes. It uses. Some of these are old, the ones with the burners like this, I don't know, they're. I don't know, I haven't missed it. They must be said. They. Fact, they're still in one piece. There's a testimony to their.
So there were no of these
Yes. Okay. In my advanced microphones. So to answer your question, I guess it's up to the area. I was surprised because I did not think that they would go in normal answer. It would be. it surprises me because I thought they would go, oh, we'll take this and stuff like that. Not.
Well, God gave like a lot of stones and everything. I know stuff is. My background is fire things.
How is it?
So, mission is with a lot of them.
My grandson are.
Well, inspired, well, I can.
Well, apparently you got my ideas because it's the MS side of fire department.
Yeah, I will go to be there, I will, over to.
He was at in California. He was out in California. And he had been finding something that he was for explorers. Now, out there, living in the city, he was not in Los Angeles itself, in the suburbs. We had a lot of crap going over from the city that was saying, that's fun. That's, I remember he one time said, these two sort of English, two sort of said, some only went into the West, the Ashton. And he said, he took her to the hospital, and she survived all the way to the hospital, and while they were working, she succumbed, and she was under her surgery that really bad. It's pretty bigger, everybody's working. Anyhow, he was looking for more. And I guess it's a whole bunch of trolls, you know, doing them, started living in this squad that they had come. And he told them, he said, you know what? He said, you better let your mouth. He said, because if I come up here and get one of you gut over there, he said, I'm gonna get you later. And this talking to Mark, I'm going to tell this person. Change the subject. Did you try any of those stuff?
I have. Slightly what I've been doing around like this, so. All this yoga, meditation, the fire people today, like.
I didn't go there since I was months. But then I went to the about 10 years, 6 years on actually, I do. I will push
Just, I'll be touchy like, just normal regular leaves. I don't know the name of them, but it's, I'll be like, it's a machine.
chance. Qigong is mostly set on posteriors and meditation. Most of the Qigong is more human sensation, much better. And there's less movement. There's young style, I really young style. I was living in California. Get that, but man, really, in this house, it's been kind of a infant. I found that, and it was masked. I get it, the master was in Chen's house. Really cool. And last, when that car was, he was drinking, he would start living 3 kids. And he could go all through all 64 meetings. He was so flexible. I can't show you how he would get down on the floor. If he would go down the floor, a little stretch, push the leg out. Then just like back, he could get down so low, that his crotch was that close to the floor. Yeah. And then from there, he could come up and go into a kick, one inch, this. And he could do that stuff really brief on. I'm probably right there with Nesta. Yeah. You know, it reminded me when that happened. I looked at this, it reminds me of Jim Kidd. I don't know if you remember. He was a marathon runner. And one day it was good marathon. When I say good, it was almost qualified board, always running board, etc. And I was still running marathons. He was out training for marathon being, short distance, 5 miles. That's what it was. So, you just know. I mean, things can. A normal looking healthy person. This is the rest of my mom's side body. I was talking about AFib and people that take directions. That's what I had PVCs. And I remember when I was first diagnosed, I was like, stroke. And, I didn't know what it was. Short of breath, walking in the pair of steps with short of breath, I could feel my heart missing. So I went to the doctor about it. Yeah. Said, what's going on? He did a MKG and he said, he said, you're okay. All you have is PVCs. I said, you okay? He said, yeah, good. He said, why am I here? And that's exactly what I told him. And he just kind of smirked a little bit and he said, you want to be comfortable? And I said, yes. He said, why do you make me comfortable? And he put me on medicine. Been on that medicine for from the time of diagnosis and that was a long time. We were in South Carolina for a long time. And since people in the medicine, now if I miss medicines for a day or two, not a day, 2 to 3 for 1 day, then I start getting it. I start going through disease, and I could feel it. My daughter-in-law, she has the same condition. They put her on the medicine and now we want to be comfortable. She had women have an relationship. But I gave it medications. What could we do? Yeah. Yeah. I keep going through that process. The father died of cancer. We had colorectal cancer. My mother died of breast cancer, and my mother and my brother died from esophageal cancer. Going back to my grandparents, my grandmother, she passed away from breast cancer first, and first she met spiritual. So I'm somehow get to that age. But there's a lot of questions in just both my mother, father, and brother, they all passed away and finished up. That's what I look back at something. I'm sure some. That's okay. Yeah. I'd rather it be something like a massive stroke like this going on. Or, if not that, me doing something like really important. We're not pursued that. I really good at it. And I see up. 16, it's no speed. Yeah, whoa, whoa. Going to be. Yeah. I used to like, see that I used to like, see stuff when I didn't like pops, I didn't like motors. But go to see, it was like, cheeks, it was like cheeks. I can't do that. That's just, yeah. I'm not really real black man in my shirt. The last time I was up there doing Steve Blue. And you know, that wasn't, you know, I don't know if that's exactly. That's, I don't know, that was always the first one. Well, the first time I picked the, I went up to, first time I picked Steve on, the company I was working for, a bunch of people there went to the bus trip to go up to Yosemite National Park. It's small, Africa small. So we talked about, you know, I jumped to read about it. He said, hey, I didn't have a program at the party. I didn't garden. So I went up there and I was all set. You set on, you know, porch. And up my line until I didn't know what to drink. And I don't know, and I thought, you know, anyway, that I was by myself on that, on the ramp, and he said, screw this, I'm gonna go get a free lesson. And I went, because he's on to do that first lesson in this thing, like this. And I was like, it was like a drug. You know, it was my first shot of cocaine or something.
I got all the things to fall into, so it's. Yeah, awesome.
Oh, yeah. I never tried. All my grandkids are reporters. None of my kids. All my kids are steers. But all of my kids are better than everybody. I remember one time we were up at Lake Tahoe, and we were skiing heaven. And they had a run up there called shotgun. And my son says, Dad, that's a little good shot. I says, well, that's a really narrow drop. He said, how would you do that? Big of a English shot. He said, oh no. He said, yes, yes. I mean, we finally got him into it. I got up top of that run and I went down there and that chute was still there. I didn't take my skis. Yeah, even shooting down through there, and I thought, well, he can do that and do it. So I didn't side slip down, but I did a whole run of turtles.
Yeah.
Nobody stays once. That's once you only go. And I remember saying to myself, I would never lose what. I would never be that happy. Never get drunk, lose control of my life. So constantly, all my big friends around me were doing drugs. When my brother and close friends were drinking, getting drunk, I would drink till I started getting high on myself. I never lost control. That's just something I saw from my dad and my grandfather, and I said, Well, there's two things. One was, don't really, you don't really think what he said. He was a machinist, so his hands were always, his feet would have loose, and his fingers, even, when they would prune his hand, you could see greasing, and stuff. Now, I understand it myself, and he said, another thing. And we were 34 when we were up. But my dad was not before. Mom never had enough money for the family. So we were. So, you know, that's really hospital. But you know what? I can't get it. Yeah, I didn't like Steve particularly. But so it's a way out of fault. And so that it is complicated. They didn't hold that money. I mean, they certainly, if nothing else, is doing yeah, sure. He was talking with the lunchtime. When I got over the estimate, really, actually, when I got over the estimate. And I went to the service. And the reason I went to the service was because they paid more money than I would get with my bachelor's degree. I mean, I remember, gee, I was, I don't know, 28, 30 years old. Let me sit there down here. Well, let me see if you can see this number on this shot. Hey, guys. Hey, you guys gonna take all afternoon?
My dad taught me how to do the source.
I just. Okay, I don't want you on the same property we're on.
That's not fair.
Guys, pick a prop other than what you were working on before.
What's that?
Pick a prop other than what you had been working on.
Jason.
And there are multiple issues.
Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna. So what are we doing there? There's multiple issues on here with finding other issues.
I know, I'm saying the same issue. Same kind of thing, you know, like there.
He's gonna forget to have done this one and it's gonna light up. Here, wait a minute. So that means he's done stuff in here.
No, I don't flip.
First thing you try. And that's the hard part, some of the things he talks about.
Making sure. And you're gonna have eventually your own guys.
We're just gonna get
Cause it won't just like check on your wire. I keep on saying.
Yeah. Oh, what's your name?
Oh my
God.
It's called a museum. You have power?
Yes.
Watch it go.
Yeah, it's. We're trying to be on high all the way. Whatever matters.
Me too. That's us. Okay. So, I'll let. Right.
Yeah.
Like this is
Something about, yeah, it's not saying that. Forget 500. Let's show them now. Omar. Slow on the step.
Should be a little release. Stay lit.
Yeah, I got
No, yeah, so how long did you have?
like 23 seconds.
Wait, hold up. When you start doing stuff, tell us what you're doing before.
I was checking the thermal couple. First thing I was checking the thermal couple. Yeah, I was checking that. Straight afterwards. On there.
That's right here, right? Yeah.
I'm screwed my finger.
Yeah, no,
So it's just, it's like a very, it didn't have this facility.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do?
That's the thing though, is that. Yeah. You can add it. I'm gonna get one.
You'll check this out, right? Yeah. You got other problems other than that? Yeah. No, my problem, I would make it work. Then felt hurt, then I will do it that far. Why did you go?
A little bit of, that's what saying, I want you to show every set of. So I'm recording. So. I don't do it. No, it's like every step. Show me all the steps. I thought you were drawing this bridge. I said, he said, well, I tried to say that it wasn't. Oh, this one. He said, well, what's the step? He said, so.
Yeah. Same. I did it before. It's all mistakes. Yep. Hold on. Hold on.
So that's still
I was fine off and said, I had some lunch. We had, which one was it? We had the, what's that?
They check to make sure that the inlet.
What's it supposed to be?
It's correct settings.
Compliance on small Sure, this is zero. Yeah, no, it's still.
We have like none of that.
It's all, you don't cut in.
Yeah.
We have, this was on stuff on the reactor.
So there's that, there's
I guess that was.
Bless you.
Oh, that's your bar thing. But thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so they're all repairable, right?
Yes.
Coil.
Pardon?
It's not a toy?
No, it's not a toy.
Okay.
Melissa, you got her for coming in and. Oh, you never know.
That was a problem.
Eight point eight, so that's less than 13.
It is, but. Look at thermal coffee. Where's it playing in? Because it's reading that doesn't necessarily mean it's. But there's.
It was at 5 beach area. Then you just check these. Oh, I don't know why.
It's higher, so other end, more the pilot plane, no exact things.
I think it's we'll just turn that. We'll just turn it to. Works.
You saw him the second the other day. I don't know. Do the ones.
So we take the city on that and they don't. Now we're done with this. I think it's gonna realize don't have a opportunity. Click the bottom of the.
You have to switch. There you go. Oh, you're on.
Okay, guys, it's all yours.
Yes. Yeah. You don't just sit over the beach and
Something that you can.
Let me go on
He goes, it's a battle. They check it. So maybe-
but it looks.
That's up.
It's hot damn.
Your shoes fine. Don't follow. That's the.
That is the number.
Check for loose, maybe wire. Verify thermal couple of pockets. Check thermal couple. It's got power, right? So, yeah, what else could it? Yes, but we'll be checking it out. There was no pressure with test for effective safety plan. What is this?
And you never get it done.
Why are
What's the outgoing? I want to put it in this lighting. So what is the EPU wire?
The P wire is one behind where the pole is at. Blue wire.
Okay, so we got to turn on, so EPU wire is hooked up to what?
First pilot will come on with this.
That's gonna come over to. I can get back to that one. I know, but I don't know if it's what.
What that's the one that's in the dispenser.
No.
Oh. That could be something.
That EP wire.
Even though. It's in the thing.
It's gonna be more next level.
That might have what's that, the pilot wouldn't say anything.
See, what it is. Sometimes is the burn has turned on.
Is it from sending out gas?
Because it might get any pressure here to the house.
Right, well, it would have to turn on.
It hits the right here.
Lots of your burner doesn't come on with
I was wondering, I was like, there's something missing there. I mean, so. That's what. There were a couple of things.
Okay, so.
Well, you were trying to return, we can see it.
Yeah, he's my audio said nothing.
No, I think they'll have a hollow.
That's all right. That's good. These guys show up.
Now you're gonna say anything. Grabbing it.
I know what you mean. I got your point.
Also,
So this thing slides.
No. So there's, what's the purpose of the virus?
It wasn't.
Right. So now that's saying, the purpose of the virus, cyanide burner and that's renewable. Okay, and do you have available?
Yes. Yeah, that already.
Why is it all
It's good.
Okay, sorry guys.
No, not the beach, yeah.
Not often do I get to walk behind the live valves.
Trying to.
You didn't hit me, dude. You didn't hit me. To get, will that hold in there? If it's loose, we have to.
A couple, back a couple, so
Yeah.
like by thermocouple out. No, I cranked it already.
I wondered.
Alright, well, fair enough.
It's fine.
I turned that apparatus, PV wire.
That's EPUs.
We sent up the primary coil, right? Yep. That is what's soldered to that back.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
I was thinking, let it out. I heard them. What did they check? Don't know what I put. Yeah, check them up. Isolate our lives. I mean.
So I think that on the that.
I just didn't understand that, does it?
Not that one.
The drunken cowboy.
Okay. One problem.
Yes.
So there are multiple problems though.
One of the things that we got to hard, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not really.
Okay, so now we go to the first.
Okay, so that's wiring.
And gas flow again, you can probably see that.
Other checks, so if I get these, couple today, this is actually sending a signal. It could be the thermal power. Well, let's give it a little.
Stinks, no, that would be. I would just put. That might be the problem. I don't really have it fast.
This is what he
Yeah, this is the mark. Check spreadsheet. Sometimes we see them, sometimes we don't. Thermal piles. Sometimes people rip them off. It's larger. So many different valves. Thermal pile. Thermal couple is good. They're gonna find out work basically the same way as like that, so. It helps all. Yes, those wires are good. Okay, so we're not getting solid gas. Okay. So we use the wires, that means, I don't have a wire, so we would check. These wires, yeah, these wires.
Take one off.
But I'm telling you, this one, that's really loose.
Check continuities. That's what the bridge for. We have time. Now we move to which one do you have? Red one.
That's that one. That wire was good. You use that to honestly snap on that.
What do you check? I should.
Wiring.
The wire, we're checking power, right? I'm sure that's why it's like, I'm trying to follow the red wire. Check the switch first, right? The switch.
Do it again.
Check the one that
And so from there, it's to that one, cooled back, and that's cooled out that wire. So the wire was good.
Oh.
So we need a wire to give it.
We got it.
Well, first of all, the EEP was unplugged, disconnected. So we tightened it up, and then we found out that this wire, we got, I would say that we got no wire, so we used jumper wire. Fire came and told us that there was a wiring issue, which is why we got wire.
Ready going up here now.
I feel like I learned more over the last half of the day than I have ever any kind of gas training.
I'm ready to that.
It's awesome.
Okay, give me,
Any ideas, guys? We're gonna come back. Let's go.
Right? Yeah. That power. Yes. Right? Yeah, pressure.
Yes.
No pressure out.
I mean,
Yeah.
That will show you your age.
Seems fine to put something in the line.
I don't know.
Bob's crazy about that.
I did one crazy.
When you put something in the line,
I didn't get it in that way, that's for sure.
I hate, why would he say something like that? Why would he say something
We have
like that?
flow coming in,
Yes.
but we have nothing out.
Well,
Hear me?
And when we press our pilot, no gas.
you have to go outside. Yeah, I mean, if I had to that. It's together grab. It's in that He's blowing my pilot off of my demo. What were you saying about that? Sorry.
In our input, we have gas.
As long as you are, no one cares. Yeah. It doesn't admire aesthetics.
You put a Christmas
It was literally.
No, you're fine.
Down here. Sorry, man. You're doing. I want to be free. Pilot.
So what is it? So do you have gas here? What's connected?
Lots of help with pipe wrench with the valves. The board still.
Do any questions about the
Put a piece of tissue paper in.
But that's what I was saying.
Or jump it.
Jump it right down.
Yeah. Hold the layer. Let's get excited.
Yeah, we'll trade.
I do more stuff, bringing in jobs. So I just had it. There's no one else here to steal it. It's me.
Maybe we can just keep it at the
Yep.
And backtrack, how did you come in?
Yeah. Okay. It's working. Okay. So something else is going on.
Something else is going on. Here we go. Plenty of gas.
So you don't think that, thank you.
Blue gas out this Different type of problems.
I mean, I want to take this.
Your guys
There's gas coming out of here, but not something's going off.
I won't be able to.
I accept that.
Take this all apart.
So you don't have to go and look on the side.
Oh, is it that?
Get Bob with these. Tissue paper in this side. Something is hitting.
I saw some stuff.
Yeah.
Every time I tell me to go.
Oh, that's just me.
What are we gonna do? Probably miss.
All the time.
Yeah.
Spiders don't.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my.
That's what I want. Interesting. I don't think people will. That's a lot easier.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. All right, let's do it. Austin, we're on.
I'll sit there and look at it. So what we're having here, and have a thermopile and a Carlos, you monitor. We have Walter.
James, you got stuff over here?
A little bit.
And that tonight, we have to come in this way.
Only then when you quit.
That's right.
Now, they're side by side.
And we ain't quitters, are we?
So it's plenty of gas coming through. It's just not coming out.
You put something in here.
It's definitely coming. I'm getting gas all the way through here.
And then grab the lights. You need 12 inches of water falling out. Okay, well, if your boiler's not lighted, then what do you think else was going on with it?
It's a little bit this though.
Yeah, it makes a really cool.
Be mindful of y'all's hats. Well, if that's the case, then where's the gas coming from before it comes to burn? Okay, and where else? Well, I mean, if you got gas coming in here, then you check your pressure here, you know from there to here is good.
I'm sending you down.
Right?
Good. I know.
I hope it's not close, because that's a.
Can I steal it from you? Yeah. Never mind. Still from somebody else.
This is, so this pressure test is, there's a water pump. Yes.
Do we want to see?
It's got gas coming in, but you don't get gas going out.
Is that propane or natural gas?
That would be natural gas. It's lower. Before time. We got for temp talk, so good. We're still around. Still in the end there.
Into all the valve. Now we need to see if fuel's coming out, right?
We know it's not enough.
Yeah, that's what you come past the
Yeah, that's kind of.
I thought it was just a shot of
It's the vibration.
all these. Dude, I'm like this.
You're taking off. We're gonna fill this out.
It didn't work at all though. Where's his cutting out tools?
Yeah.
That's just the tap, that you can push the tap. You can pull that up and say.
I'm sure I'm fine. You can figure it out.
That's clogged up. They put pipe in.
If I got anything other than that, I can't remember if that's your.
They're out in California. So.
Spider.
That's
13.
Simulation. What I would use
No,
for
it's like
that is this. Push that in. We can try to use the end of it to kind of pick at it.
as long as.
There is something that I-
Right. I was talking about trying to take it out of the chunk.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Is that the way job?
I sent that. Just make sure you don't wallow it out in the mouth. Or paper clip.
Yes, it will. I don't have the pin those, we're not lost.
Lots of spiders.
They have a really good.
Yeah, but for some reason spiders are attracted.
Yeah, part of supply. If I can. Don't touch me.
It's from them.
Okay.
That's it, right?
The whole bracket.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, pressure. We've got pressure coming in, we've got it coming out.
There we go. That's 10% error rate. I don't like that.
Blow it out.
Like the last one. That's the problem.
That's what I was waiting for before the tan best.
Okay. I don't need to be knowing the guys who's the boss.
Okay, that's fair.
You need these multiple.
Might be something else.
I honest to goodness, I don't remember what.
Double check.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Nope, I stop you. I'm moving. I'll figure it out.
Look at the flame.
It's not good.
But it's still low.
I don't know how high this was.
This one was super high. Was he good?
Check out the one, right? See what? Check the other one first. You have the ability. Rather than expect something.
Sorry. I think you heard wrong.
Process between.
I said that, 'cause I don't remember. Yeah, I always have two cheats. I don't remember either.
We're not getting over here.
Yeah, make sure it's all the way. Yeah.
Here, there we go. You guys don't know that, I'm sending a NASCAR group.
That's a good call.
That's right, minute though.
I think it's low. I don't know.
I didn't remember, don't think ours was too. I think that food, when we first started. But I think it would be.
with it, doesn't it?
Like that, check out the news.
You can relight it. You know how? By the way, I'm not saying how long that's a problem. What are you doing? Therefore, I knew somebody was working with different side. Well, after I started looking at all that, I saw things like that. No, none of those are. There's also no switch to the next on the other side at all. Yeah. So it's like, why? Something different.
Gotta make sure they're all.
Yeah.
That's really good. I'm talking about.
Trying to tell you. Look, I already got it.
Sorry, that was.
I don't want to dispute it. That's not, that's the.
No, that's.
Because eventually you're gonna run into that. Eventually, but the reality is, everything else is right until here. It's gotta be. The problem is when you look at the rest of it. And honestly, I think I thought about that to work. So I was like, I got gas going out here. Well, probably in the fields, without feeding it, I'll probably is it there's some kind of what is going on? Well, somebody would replace the valve. Guess what? Come to us hot. They wouldn't have taken us off. They would have thought, oh, it's just not something inside. In reality, it's like nothing different.
My coworkers, one of our other guys out here was like, he went back there and flipped the switch and she was like, I think it's I just don't know. When it puts it up there, but it was all 3 times I'm going to the song, just trying to get my hand to sleep now.
That's about us.
But it wasn't going to post.
Referee? Not one I've seen yet. That's okay. It's right here. But it's definitely when you're gonna run. I don't hear it like it's working. No, it's not. We got pilot or no plan.
Right, so it seems like as long as you just follow the path of operation, you'll eventually come to your.
That's what I love how there is. Not this, not this. I'm running out of options. Eventually. He was saying it helps out, we don't know how to find the oil, when I had this disconnected. Jump. But it wouldn't be. Yeah, it did. No, yeah. You didn't need to ask, like, nope, that's good. Right, I mean, instead of taking off here, you're gonna take it off here and then check. And you're like, oh, we got gas here, something's going on. Put me in phase mode. You're not gonna die. No. I grew up in a house in Brooklyn. Yes. We had an old Dearborn heater in the living room. You probably breathe the speed. Check. How do you check the soil? Okay. The fumes may be worse.
Put that on the door in the living room wasn't bad, and up there, there's one flow, it's, so said, well, you would think, well, I don't know, yes. You was over there, so we're living. I think it was all about, that's what we got, so we don't think we're gonna. It's not. And there's stuff that everything will cause them. That's all, a little bit. Is it? Okay. You want to turn off? No, I turned it on. Oh, that's right. I got about. That was the only thing. Who was that? Two. Then we one more call. That's who the call. Val, did that was your shooting something else?
No, I think you're gonna go to.
Change. We did. Wiring. I would not have picked it. I figured it out quickly. I saw all the wrenches on wiring. And then I went, oh, I know what this is. After I saw the crescent. He went, the crescent wrench was that. I was like, I just saw all the wrenches change size and I was like, I'm not gonna say anything, but.
Wiring. So no jumper. It's on a wiring. It's gonna be the gas.
That will happen, by the way, you will get to, it seems tedious.
Yes.
but we will get in.
So we got pressure over here.
I have all that, like I have cleaned out analyzed something big carpenter in. They'll get in there and it's perfect because their body can get on them.
Sit.
And they're, they'll live on it. You take our pipe cleaner. Y'all got some multi thingies, so y'all should have. But the other thing is usually you always.
Anyone that has finished their,
Grass is salt, then you will roll it out. Like, it's protection.
So, two out of what's on the line.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, it's in
yeah, I'll show you what's going on there.
maybe insane how much the
Yeah.
that one's to the bottom, try to walk this through the bottom. What's the bottom? The little one, like the little converting it anyway, so it was just the old one that I was like, okay, well now I know. But that looks like that's a problem. Second, I had never seen it.
These are the main.
You have no gas. Get back to there's one more pair before.
One lead on TP and one lead on SI.
This is someone like. See if I can help you.
But there is some like you stick to the feet or take a thermal power right out.
I don't know if it's like still, you can. That's correct. So someone didn't know they were doing this for, I'm upset enough. One of the weird things. Someone looked at the bottom, like one minute. Yeah, but it's like.
No, that's not what it was. You just give us an
But that's a secret.
You don't have any ideas?
But the first diagnosis it's taking actually being maybe well, that's what you kept saying. You're like, the pilot's good. You just quit saying on. And I was like, and then everybody it was that's
But I don't okay, that's one of the problems. But then I tested the thermal quality. It's not even safe. Yeah.
What's
So the burner's not lighting, it's not jumping.
Stuff on this?
so,
Log 4.
Yeah.
So you have about.
Right, jumping in this.
Is that you?
Yeah.
You went over it.
that is, you have to do
Something wrong.
We weren't open.
We
At the last,
did that. We got no continuities from EA.
Just come back to your notes.
We got wire shaft.
you should know what's going on.
yeah, how much was
Well, we're getting a lot of resistance in the floor.
Is he jumping, right?
It was didn't any I'm still in this kind of class.
No, but so what happened is, we thermal file, told him about the house, and he told us he.
Okay, so test this, make sure.
Yeah, you'll get, it's like.
Okay.
Some
Oh,
yeah.
I've had it where they just install it.
Let me answer the question. Before you go. Why are you parking?
Sometimes the customer watches too.
Okay, and then what if you have,
All right, yeah. we can do that. You say,
You get chill one, but just hang out in the kitchen and find bedrooms.
I'm like, I am gonna be in my office. You need to be sitting there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but this place sucks, you know.
Okay, so. Find something I know is.
I promise you guys, I did not. You got it on Lucy phone? You see, crazy. Yeah, we would have given the some action out during, that's political. I would have done, I would have worked on five votes, but I think we want to be on. Yeah. You need to go. I honestly don't know what to be honest. Well, I know exactly what we're going to do. I think about. Which is what I now. We want you. I would get
It's hard to actually, this one's easier. It's kind of hidden here.
Well, I had yours clarified.
Yeah. And something related.
Not this one. You want to drop it after you go. Yes,
I mean, trying to make it known right now.
So it's nice. Tell my wife said it's good. It's nice and white.
So that's what I was saying earlier. When they're already seeing. And we could run it, so I test the thermal file again. Still something.
I've done that before. And it's you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
So mine, I would set it. And then I was.
Before I started, I'm just double checking I'm not stupid.
Guys, are you still working on a problem?
Yes.
Question.
And you're gonna cover? What about this? You check my, that Mercury? You got all that. Then they look up, they go, well, I'm gonna have to wire.
Food, yeah.
Stay on. Now the switches. Gas.
You know, where the.
Get a ladder. Slider somewhere.
Or something. The backside that you couldn't see our phone. And that alone made it kind of. Do it all. Don't get behind it, it just went. And I'm thinking, there's got to be venting, that's got to be something, obviously run without the lights, but it was that, and the house owner should make it first. And it was full on, that's not valid.
I'm saying, putting too much pressure out.
That was me too.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all we have on the air. And now I have, with my guys. No, that was yours. I was every time. It's like, this is not happening.
Yeah, boy, What, you forgot to turn it on, is that what I heard you say?
Well, I know I had a loose wire outside, and then through this. I really don't understand.
I wanted to, better see it burn. Control?
Because you can't, it's.
Yeah.
So. Whenever you touch the while this gets off.
Yep, it's gonna have, make sure you get the branch for not black.
See, I don't think
At least have to have one.
Yeah.
And then get one of the clear sprays on the paint containers. Put them in there.
They do.
Yes.
Oh, you did get it clear.
Yeah.
How do you think the natural gas line?
We don't have that.
They do.
That's what I'm saying. It's in that.
Right there.
Right there.
You don't open it.
That's this, the little.
Says natural gas.
Jay, don't close it.
Okay.
I'll already do a fine.
I'm already doing it.
Stop, right?
Yeah.
Put their bait on.
Switch.
That way, yeah.
That's the only frustrated, you're like, all right, this is.
But I thought their columns was fucked up.
And he told me switch here. Lots of money to the wire.
See, this one.
Works. I mean,
They get called back.
Oh, yeah, see, I like this one.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, so I think that's.
But that's.
It's like I hear some of those people get, guys, if you're not working on the thing, I want you to watch this one here. Just gather around this one here and just watch. In fact, I don't hear any comment.
What have you on chat?
Everybody.
Everything.
Yeah, what's happening is, we're getting gas in here, but as soon as we flip it on, we're losing. Like the pipe gets smaller, there's not much coming out of the burn.
Are you leaking
The
through the
flow
pipe?
drops as well.
Of course, it's gonna fail, Chris.
So we had to open up the tech box.
I'm like, would you rather prematurely just take this out?
So,
Well, when you tighten it up, would you rather go gas? Lights, of course, I didn't want to. No, but it's staying lit. Well, I mean. I guess it's not even down, giving you another one. Yeah. I mean,
See if it's got different. It dips and it doesn't believe. They're not getting electric at all. So much fire and then they see the service.
I don't know if that can add it.
So when you turn this on.
Give us, open it up.
Put buddies on, put it on. It is. Put buddies in. Let me see it.
Please. I just put it on with the purpose.
I was surprised.
Josh.
You're not.
And it's not, I think the valve is after.
It goes from 13 inches of water on, but.
It's actually second, it's got to turn it all over. You're rarely gonna reach zero, but when you have a switch that turns it off, you're gonna get zero.
Justin has the budget too.
They didn't put any gauge block off.
Yeah, I mean, because it's still, it's giving us, it's doing something here before it's up here. Because then the other thing is you're only one cover stuff like that. I don't have fine.
They got it.
We got one city, but they put the pilot drops.
I'm sorry.
Off them out. Well, not completely, it just barely dips. Flip it on and move the pilot dip. Okay.
There's been a lot of pressure on our water.
The, were we up on the out drop?
Yeah.
No, the outlet, it's at like 4.5. And then if when we have this turned on, it's,
Oh, animals, that's.
yeah, since the outlet's the same, I think it's turned on.
Yes, but.
All right, right now we got 12.2. Switch it on. We've got the 4.7.
Check the pilot orifice.
What are the numbers?
See that, you check the pilot orifice. Saying, if it's not something you've already checked, it's probably something you haven't checked. If you haven't checked the pilot orifice, that makes sense.
Did you? They said they did. It was cool. It's.
It's down.
They said those.
No. Oh, okay, so they're checking.
They checked it.
Not the pilot.
Not the pilot orifice.
There's
He checked the burner.
a pilot orifice sitting.
Did you get some damn required?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Lee, who all was in the Texas gift?
I
I don't know, that was before me.
Oh, no, you weren't there. It was a Christian Austin.
It's amazing.
Oh, Chris Hess. I don't even know if he's around anymore.
Put the switch sideways.
I don't know, but no, there was that. As soon as I got in, everybody got out, was here and
And
now.
then the other thing we found is there's no connectivity between.
You guys figured it out?
They're checking the. I know they're in Galveston.
And they just go and record the minutes.
Is that what was?
Bernie?
Yeah, Bernie.
Yeah, Bernie was in it. Fred Slayback out of East Texas, out of, Long Beach. There was, Slayback was the president at that time. And then they kind of, I don't know, just kind of. And that was about. No, probably 12. Probably 12, because I got a divorce certificate as a buddy of mine, just reminded me about, well, maybe, about 12 years ago, I took people on for the last meeting we had.
There were meetings.
Yeah,
Maybe come over here and something like
we
that.
have to have meetings, because they gotta record the minutes and do all the legal.
Right, I've seen John, everyone knows what existed.
Yeah, and we get see you.
I had a loose screw up on my head. That's not hard.
Yes. Yep, remember.
There was a Texas Come on, what is he doing? There's NCS, but it's CSI.
Trying to get that.
I'm taking a point.
He told a story, I made a funny face. Make my goose.
I said,
Every day.
I had a full beard when I started like.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Just follow y'all.
Oh, no, loose, it's good. The one that's to go get the looser on.
Gas station was Murphy USA gas station.
But it's, come on, man, Walmart's a big liberal. I'm just kidding. He was that long after, I was like, you're gonna say that.
Did he put it very regularly?
It's first world problem, bro.
I mean, it was easy. They come right around here. Somewhere about. Yeah.
I think it only changes.
You told me.
They work now.
Well, it's still different. Mine is different. See how small you got it? The burner off.
I just said it sounded like a personal problem.
One is gone.
I think, in fact, there you go.
Indeed, true.
Get the blanket here. What do you think? So, you got a pressure issue? You got a blockage somewhere?
We know we got a pressure. I don't know what we
It's not blocking.
took up to the pressure dropped to 4.7. We know it's a pressure issue.
Could be the regulator.
People down there because we get calls from way down there.
Bad regulator.
Well, but we get calls from, how, like, that's on the back side of this, that's just not about how much fuel it is, right? Or, I'm like, you know, and that's the only thing that does, that says how much fuel from this to this.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not, right? But you end up over there in the day, and it gets into 2 hours, yes, you're not going to. Yeah, you didn't have. No, I was working on that.
We had it.
If they call me in July, I'll go there. Oh, no, no. It's never. Yeah, yeah, that would be just because I think,
Yeah, but it's like that's like there's nothing in that's. We're getting, I think on position, we're getting 4.2. It's kind of getting that.
Yeah.
That's what you're at, too, but. Well, I think he's still. Yeah. They always said he's gonna come.
Yeah, nothing enough, but. No, he said it was more, because it fills up.
It doesn't mean all of it.
Oh, but if it's a block.
It can't be good right now.
Did you on, so anyway, no, I mean, we love Alex. Got anything this on?
A block, you restricting the flow. We're in off, so it's open up pretty much.
We did.
Right, so we should work.
I mean,
this.
okay.
Right.
Where you at? On the end?
Yeah, it's just. It's bad, dude.
Yeah. It's been known as a trash bag. Yes. Don't sell the reflective glass fan.
Another Chris.
That was like a year.
That's just gonna like spew.
Oh, really? You got it on the website, Mike? Yeah.
So we did, we sold this, sold one for the house. Chunked them. I'm like, dude, that's what it was. We didn't see now, I look at that now, where we go.
Yeah, we just like to post. They're not available. Take another, get another option.
That's us, just double the price. They don't know. Yes. Oh, the fucking ones over YouTube.
But yeah, some, he showed the schedule.
Was that like, this is when you first grabbed it?
It's close enough, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what, you guys crank that off first, I think.
It's all.
Yeah, he said we didn't even know the first shot.
How did you guess it?
Trust
me.
Yeah.
It's not even a long ladder, it's like.
Now, what I'm gonna do is, I think we got the last one, yes.
I mean, it's like forever.
She mentioned you got a while back, so they gonna step out?
Yeah.
You gotta get it figured out over there? Figured out.
Yeah, we got it, we Googled it.
We're communicating really
Chat
good.
GPT. He told us to stay with you. He's already taking off. He came over and said, okay. I like it. Check it out. I'm not trusting it though. There's a lot of things.
Sometimes they do, wow, it's probably how I picture it. Oh my God. It's all right. You don't even know this all that.
Take your fingerprints off. You can do for
It's just heavy stuff, so you gotta. A lot.
These days, we'll just be able to. Like,
The video.
Yeah.
And then I'll tell you.
Absolutely.
I'm down on the hill there, and then we'll be out of this, and then we'll be out of.
Yeah.
That's the.
I'm just gonna use ChatGPT.
I was thinking you could install a new, you know.
That's where I said,
It's gonna say put in a new fireplace.
I mean,
I know what the pay.
Would it be, so then would it be because of no tank?
Well, it would show on the input side, right? Well.
We're not doing That's the outfit. Isn't it, it's like 12 and then drop to 4.
Could that be a low tank? And
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just trying to find out, so this one, I'm just trying to.
How do we check the work? Y'all check the work size?
We check what is right here.
Hey, Bob, I think we're good over here. We just told them what it is.
Did you check if it's for the burn itself? The main burn?
Yeah, they said they chose, right?
They pulled the one side of the one, was like, everything's good. We did some of the well, our oil is on log.
We have to, yeah.
Is this something that said?
So they said it on right. Yeah, I see the channel and then you go. I can find the things. That's still what they do.
That's it.
It's like, the tax time.
I asked them about that and I was already.
The next. Right now, services are pretty. Yes.
Just a long ass.
So then I started. It seems.
Would have broken down the whole gas line. And you got a splash.
The station.
It's gonna blow something. I'm just thinking if it didn't break. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Put it on the other side so it blows away. But that's just the China cheese.
Well, I'm just saying, which one this is bad.
Like I looked at the.
Is it some safety?
Good chance. It's a leave chain. I was not impressed. That's very good. Well, we let it destroy. Over there. Yeah.
So dipping.
I don't know.
Jack, you didn't come out.
No, it didn't.
Insufficient gas pressure.
So we just.
Very multi-gas valves, multi-volt electronic, improper burner, orifice size, wrong air shutter setting. Different air shutter settings. Did y'all address that?
What you doing?
No, just.
Did you start calling? I'll turn it up over here. So if I. Push in there, and you realize that it's not down there.
South is.
Yes.
And the pilot, yeah, it shouldn't go up and down. Maintain a little bit on it.
Basically, chunks together on like fucking paper handles, like metal and then it's got like things that make it like pushing on each
You saw the reaction.
As much as it said.
Y'all check us on.
Yeah, because this one doesn't have gas, I thought it was too big of an orifice, but he said this is the propane.
Right, but it's a little claw, so. You took the part? Okay. Because you wouldn't be able to tell from the top, you have to see it.
Talking about this thing.
Huh? No, no, there's an orifice inside here. Okay, we need to check that out. Considering these.
He said they had that thing split on the whole
Guys, what's the problem here?
There's a lot. We just told him a wood insert. He says wrong orifice.
No, not the wrong one. Not the wrong one.
Not enough, but I just. Now it's, you're not moving.
Well, they're playing, but they're losing the ball.
He goes to.
Lay it down. Thank you. What about a bad valve? I think it's a bad valve, lost all, that's a channel.
Just once again, it's gonna bring it out. Hopefully it's not.
But then I've seen a couple of jobs for them with policy.
Hey, guys, this is now like the list. Okay? So, when the ball's coming around, I want you to look at this stuff. Turn it on. Getting 12.
Vibrates.
All right, listen up. Warehouse.
Hey, what's the pressure say on that? Okay. What's it say now?
4.7. 4.7.
So what's wrong? 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7. 4.7
You gotta block it.
Yeah.
Why do we not have enough kids?
Could be just propane tank to,
It's not best. It could be, I mean, that's a possibility. That's not
somewhere.
where. You just.
In the inlet line?
It on my hand. That's probably not even looking at. Guys, this is too small of a pipe.
Oh, I just, gee, that looked like somebody drilled a hole in there. I put my flashlight in there. I thought, man, that looked like a homemade freaking drill. We undid that whole thing right there, and then I looked in there. Is that what we're talking about? Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole time. Weird lady.
Fuck.
Sizes.
yeah.
What time? I don't know what happened. My business. Here you go.
Oh, it's over here.
You want to take it off? Yeah, I'm in my channel. I think channels. Oh, yeah, back up.
There you go. See? Yeah, I gave him a small.
Damn, bro.
Well, so, yeah.
Everybody's straight.
So, you'll go back. I'll try to get through it.
You were so.
That's what.
But it's so far.
Oh, man.
Yeah, someone answer.
So, guys.
It's just a little bitty hole.
If I could
That's all you need.
diagnosing everything. There we go. That is wicked. No.
I should have known with that wrench. I don't know, 80 times.
It's faulty, like, I guess, no, the shit under the setup that he had, I guess it wasn't working at all. And that's the problem.
He went over and saw it.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? It
Hard.
used to be, drops. And, then we did, as I disconnect the propane, put it in one of the spare plastic containers.
We were done the whole time, and it's just, I don't know.
What taters or put the thing up?
Oh.
Make sure you get the brass.
These are so, but two, they had a natural gas.
It was. There was like a opposite side. Take the connectors off.
I don't know. That's
Crescent Ridge.
Like your.
using these.
No, that's the thing, but it's that fun. I could go on with it.
I've walked on my race ball for.
Did you? What'd you buy?
The baton green. Like the.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the one more. I saw you lift it up.
Yes. When you're in it's called the back.
The tractor metal?
Well, they'll make the cylinder. Is that going here? Oh, yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, well. We, and they come in broom pouch. Is gonna buy a truck load for us all? So, got a truck load out there, enough for 10 years.
Wait, you see this new part? What we call him, the name, but like,
They'll for the rate heat, but they already have the remote and everything, like what's all of us hitting on the side, like new something. Yeah, Del 27.
Yeah, so that's, you can't fix it? Yeah. There's only the wrong providable, but you're the, not like a, my hand was not that small.
It's to be honest with me. I'm hoping that it's just.
So I don't mind my finish.
Richard, so turn off your AC.
No, I was blowing the pilot for it.
Oh, really? Yeah, well, that one right there, was straight down the table.
All one word?
I bet you I could figure out what to say. Oh, yeah.
It's 20.
That's fine, that, yeah, down there.
You started at 8 o'clock, right? Well, down, sorry.
Yes.
Question moves right now. Or as before. If you agree to start at 7:30. Is that okay? Okay, that's Jamie ran right. Anybody's done for the day, so anybody's taking before, stays here, everybody else can leave, but you're gonna ask them to please leave on. They need it, and all of the clear containers, all of them, go down and please put them in my van. They go 3 wide, 2 high, from the front towards the back. That's it. 3 wide, 3 high.
Clear ones, right, boss? That's the clear. And not the ones against that wall.
Anything that's clear.
Anything that's clear. All right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more. All these with the monopoly and everything, right?
Sorry?
All the monopoly I'm small.
Let's go open the box.
That.
And I just put that on top of the yellow.
Hey,
And
man.
keep the crap from there. And keep up front.
You have one city? Or two, which one?
To me, I call your.
The Bob was like, hey, is it becoming all the way back? He's like, I'm doing the same stuff.
Oh, hey, Bill, he's gonna send it to everybody, so I'll give him like an email. You want both copies like the gas?
You got my email, right?
Okay, you already have it.
So all I need is,
So,
I'm gonna make sure they do that. Bob,
Okay.
I think that's.
I think you Bob is a subcontractor. There you go.
You get hard on.
Either way, either way.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, you got hard spots. I'm ready. We get that and call me. We're doing the best. You're done. Now that we have. I'm another guy who's. They want me to look. I didn't have any accident. I mean, take my report, PDC report, we took the wood gas. Nice.
Yeah, we're going to run the review side of it tomorrow. Reality.
So that's the third base, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. So then there's, yeah, we see your guys. Alright, so there's more than one. Exactly. Take on the front dog, guys. And then just remember.
Hey, Bob, do you have room to take you to the hotel or just one?
Well, let's think to the back.
On the way back, you guys can do it? Oh, no, you're in the hotel.
Oh, man, I got some over the back.
Well, maybe.
Oh, you're going to sorry. Sit down.
So,
We're looking tomorrow. Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
That piece of pipe with a small hole, what happened to that?
At this car, yeah.
That piece of pipe with a small hole.
Gives them health.
Yes. So. You know.
They do no testing. They're like, nah, we can't do nothing. That's right. I couldn't tell everything, man. You're coming to me. He's like, no. He's waiting for it. All right. You can't ask the boss man that.
You can't?
I gotta get an answer. Well, we go. Man, he put the hard road when he was driving. Yeah. I had a camera on me. I was sweating. He's passing school buses and everything. I'm pretty crazy driving. You're trying to slip on the brakes. It's like you're driving. He gotta get everywhere in no time. I knew. I mean, it ain't something. If they're in a hurry, they would pass like
Thousand cars around, just like on 75 like this.
No, I'm trying to spend everything. Well, I'm not gonna get your guy.
Oh, okay. You feel good?
Yeah, and it was, no.
Okay, so all three of you guys are gonna take these core tests? Okay? And you do it. And that's all? Any of you guys take the core? Okay, so this is non-violent program, okay? This is the official HPDA Education Foundation program, okay? So, there's five there, not mine. Or that's what that caveat. Okay, so this is gonna be this review for report exam. Okay, I have some questions that I created separate from this, which should help. Okay, should help. Okay, so going through this thing, if you have any questions, you have to ask them because it's a lot of it's not doing that. Big test, 50 answers, 50 questions, 55 questions, something like that. So the fairly large test. 2 hours, I think it's time somewhere, time. So 2 hours, 100, or not, 50 questions, 50. So to begin with, we want to talk about what causes the okay. One of the things you need to know is the ignition temperature. Okay, ignition temperature is the temperature at which a particular product will be at flux. Does not matter if it has a flame pressure. Okay, all I am looking for is heat. I don't care where that heat comes from. So I do not have to have open flame, spark matter, hot surface matter. I don't have to have any of those things as long as I have heat. So if I reach the combustible level, and let's take a piece of wood. You know, a piece of wood over time, probably the ignition temperature and that's going to drop down to somewhere around 400. Okay? It's very possible to have radiant heat inside the wall up against that piece of wood and have the wood cross off. So it doesn't matter. There's going to be a flame there. All I have there is heat, radiant heat from the box. So remember, it's the temperature, which is ignition temperature, is where heats are material, whatever it might be. Combustible materials, that's your stuff. A British thermal unit or a BTU is the amount of, and I'm pretty sure this is on the test. The British thermal unit is the amount of heat that is required to raise the temperature of 1 pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit. That is what you need to know. It's the amount of temperature that is required to raise 1 pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit. Okay. Whoever came up with that, 1 pound of water 1 degree Fahrenheit. By the way, the exam is all multiple choice. So when you listen to this, you don't know the answer, eliminate the ones you don't know the advice that's reasonable. You come down to 2, and you have a 50% chance. And we talked about this in my class. So in order to have combustion, I must have a fuel source, a heat source, and oxygen. Oxygen in the form of air. Okay? This Sure. Then you get that. Okay, this one here is the stages of combustion for wood, okay? So on the very first one, the first stage of combustion is moisture evaporation. When that takes place, the only thing that is happening that's been evolved at that time is the wood is not getting any heat at all. There's no heat being from the wood. But we absorb the heat in order to evaporate the water within the wall. So, first stage is moisture evaporation. Second stage is release of combustible gases. At this point, my temperatures are probably 400 to 500 degrees temperature, and pyrolysis beginning to take place. When I have pyrolysis taking place, my wood is starting to char a little bit. It's still not in a full-on configuration, because at that point, when the pyrolysis is just beginning to release the combustible gases into the fire, and into the atmosphere. So at that point, it's not a whole lot of heat, again being released by the walls. Stage 3 is somewhere between 550 and 1225 degrees. And at that point, my gases that are being released from the wood are now catching fire and releasing heat. At that point, I'm increasing the pyrolysis, so it's releasing more chemicals, combustible chemicals, and then I have leaving fire, oxygen there to continue on combustion. Okay. At this stage, because combustion is sustained, I'm releasing water vapor and carbon dioxide in complete combustion, just like we talked about yesterday. So, with wood, same as with gas, I'm getting water vapor and carbon dioxide out of it when I have complete combustion. And then the last stage is char burning, and char burning, it takes place over 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's when the wood is just simmering it out. It's still burning, but there won't be a flame typically. If there is, it's just a small flame. And that's where the charcoal is forming and charcoal is burning. Okay? That's where the remainder of the heat is being released, and that's where ashes are released. On this one here, guys, I want you to remember, you don't have to remember all four, but I do want you to remember the first three. Remember the first three. On complete combustion of solid products, solid fuel product, I had heat, water vapor, carbon dioxide, and acids. Okay? On gases, I have heat, water vapor, and carbon dioxide. But on wood or wood products, I also have that. Emission temperatures for wood, somewhere between 450 and 500 degrees, 550 degrees. For natural gas, 1150, propane, 920. All the sources can be only start negatives. Electric spark or system. I want to get it, and oxygen can come from two places. It can either come from the outdoors, like open face fireplace, or it comes, it can come from the outdoors, like on a direct fireplace, or it comes from the room that the appliance is located on an open face fireplace. Like we said yesterday, incomplete combustion results when I have an interruption on any one of my legs of the combustion triangle. On this one here, you can see that oxygen leg is interrupted. I have enough fuel, I have enough heat, but I don't have enough oxygen. Okay? So this results in poor emissions, which then drops the air quality, and it also results in wasted fuel. Okay? CO, just like I said yesterday, again, it's odorless, tasteless, and very toxic. Okay, as hemoglobin affinity, it generates our blood faster than what oxygen does. The result of exposure, the symptoms of a headache, fatigue, nauseousness, dizziness, convulsions, finally death. Okay. This, we did not look at this last one. It used to be, this last one used to be under test. I do not know if it still is. This stuff must. But the effects of CO, the effects of carbon monoxide is dependent on health of the individual, the age of the individual, sex, and size. So a bigger person can take more CO than I can. I can take more CO than my wife can. And you guys, you know, can take more than that. Health-wise, I don't really, you probably don't talk to someone else. I'm sure that been good a little bit. On this one here, remember, two. Second bullet, 50 market per million is what is required by OSHA in the workplace over 8 hours. Aldehyde, we talked about this yesterday, we didn't go into it as much as what this is going to do. Aldehyde is a chemical compound. Craig, I'm not here with that one.
No.
As Craig is a chemical compound with a very strong pungent odor to it. It is a result of incomplete combustion. It's typically from flame invented, however, it can be due to the presence of contaminated air in the combustion system. And this last one is one you need to be aware of, and I did not bring this up with the class yesterday, I should have. I forgot. If there's aldehydes present, you will have carbon monoxide. So if I can smell CO, if I can smell aldehyde, I will have CO.
And aldehyde is like a raw egg straw.
Yeah. It's more pungent. Very, very unpleasant. The problem for this would be last bullet there. If I can have carbon monoxide without aldehyde. But if I have aldehyde, I will have carbon monoxide. So it's not a two-way street. Performance for incomplete combustion is reduced heat output. Flames will be small and typically lazy. When I say lazy, they're going to be low, like we looked at that slide yesterday. And then non-callbacks, and this side 5%. We have reduced nozzle. Incomplete combustion also results in sooting and increased maintenance uses. And decreased $100 this year. Okay, when we talk about efficiency, we are talking about the percent of the fuel that we have being converted to heat. Okay? So there are three things that always impact efficiency, and that is the three P's. The three P's are time, and turbulence. Okay? So let's start going with the slide rather than the way I just announce the video rather than run something doing characteristics. Let's start with temperature because that's what's on this. Okay. I would have to have my emissions temperature maintained throughout the combustion cycle. Okay. Turbulence. We're talking about inside of a stove right now. For turbulence, I have to have good movement of my air inside of the combustion chamber. So I need to mix my air and my combustible gases inside of the combustion chamber and then have them directed through the secondary combustor to make sure that they burn as thoroughly as they can. And then time, I want to keep it inside of the firebox as long as I can in order to ensure that all of the gases have been burned off. And one of the ways I achieve that is through bathrooms in my plants. Proceed, heat transfer efficiency is a percentage of heat transferred to the room. Okay, in order to have the best of that, I'm going to have large exterior surface areas on the appliance. Long residence time of my gases inside of my combustion chamber. Turbulence that moves the heat around the appliance walls and throughout the room, and adequate air movement around the appliance. That is electricity with heat transfer inside. Percentage of heat transfer in the room scale on that. Some heat chimney is required, so it can't be fuel efficient because we might take too much heat and bring it into the room. Then what's going to happen is my appliance is not going to vent the way it's supposed to. So I need about 10% of my heat to be graded for venting purposes. So I'm using now heat up the chimney. So if I start off with 4,900 BTUs, and that's the amount of wood, I'm sorry, that's not of wood we're talking about here, that's not best result. If I lose 10% of that, that's 490 BTUs, which give me 4,410 BTUs available for heat inside of the room. Now, to determine my efficiency on that, I would take my 4,410, which is where my heat being transferred in the room, and I will divide that by the potential amount of heat that we started out with, from 34900. So if I divide one together, I can go to 0.9, which would be a 90% heat transfer efficiency. There's a number of different systems. This is a freestanding stove, and wood burning in this case. Over to the right of that is the chimney and the components that make the products combustion to get outside. Okay. On here, I have open face fireplace in the bottom right, a soapstone stove on the upper right, and over on the left-hand side, we're talking about how air enters, circulates throughout the house, and makes it stove from the house. So you can see on the first floor, I have a water heater burning. I have a stove over a wood burning stove over in the left-hand corner. I don't know what that is on the right. I guess another stove right now. But on the second floor, I have my open face fireplace, and I have a wood. I don't know what the wood's for, above the range or anything like that. Taking air to the outside. Air is coming in through my windows, doors, any openings in the building, and also into my coaxial pipe over there on the lower left side. That's another big open face fireplace. The issue about this. Okay, this is the factory built wood fireplace here. These are built and listed to Underwriters Laboratory 127. So the standard for wood burning fireplaces, factory built wood burning fireplaces, is UL 127. Okay? So all three of those units right there would be qualified under UL 127. Okay, these are three different types of freestanding stoves. And they can see they can any configuration and any kind of control for the burning of the loads. I'm not sure. I don't know what the far right. I'm not sure if that's not a gas stove. It's pretty small pipe on the back side of the oven. Holding that when you look pretty close to that too. I know because I have it in the house. And it's gas tank. Okay. Here we've got two inserts. Okay, and talking about the podium, that isn't a podium over there on the left. Okay, and then on the right is another type of insert. Okay. So both of those are good running inserts that go inside the podium. These three here are power appliances. Got a freestanding insert, and another one built into the walls. We also have coal stoves and wood cook stoves. The wood cook stoves, up here, they're really pretty popular again. I haven't seen any of them in a little bit of time, which maybe some of the favorites worn off those. I can have masonry type appliances. I can have furnaces for the inside of the house and outdoor furnaces. All three have types of wood burning appliances that supply either heat or heated water to us. The construction of these stoves would be any one of these three products. Would be steel produced, cast iron produced, or so. They want to talk about heat delivery a little bit. Heat delivery, if I heat a rod or a piece of metal at one end and I get burned at the other end, that is referred to as conduction. The heat is conducting from one side of the material to the other side of the material. So that's conductive heat. So it's a direct transmission of heat from one surface to another surface. Radiant heat is similar to the heat that you get from the sun. It's directional, and it does not heat the air, it heats objects. So, just like this little guy here laying on the beach that toasted, and the sand getting hot, the air around that is not what's in burn. It's going to be the air you heat from the sun that's going to be toasted. So, it's ways of energy that when it hits an object, the object convection is the type of heat that is transferred into the air. So on that little stove down there on the right hand side, that's typically a dual sided stove. The air goes in the bottom of the stove, touches the firebox, but it's constrained so it can't be the outside. Touches the firebox, empties out top of the stove, and gives us convective heat. This is the radiant fireplace. Remember what I said a little bit ago about radiant heat being direction. Okay? If you look at the sides of the fireplace, they are always sloped in. They're angled. When the back wall is straight. Okay? So if I was to draw where my heat rays were going on that, the side wall would be radiated at an angle into the house. Both sides would be radiated into an angle into the house, and the back would be straight forward. Okay? So the idea is to cover as much of the room as possible. Okay? If I was standing alongside of the fireplace on either side left or right, I would probably be cold. But if I took a step or two to the front, then I'd be heated by the radiant heat coming out of the side of the this is another example of radiant heat. You can see a single wall stovepipe, cleaning up the backside is releasing heat. That's what the little waves are. Okay? So if it's exposed to the room, it's going to be radiating heat in the room. The large surface area of the fire box is going to radiate heat into the room, and also into the front of the glass of the front of the radiant heat is kind of cool because it doesn't get stuck. Again, I would relate it to the sun. If I have the sun with no humidity area, and I don't have anything to raise humidity, it's going to be my same moisture. Won't be stuck. Whereas if we live in South Carolina, in the summertime, all the trees down there releasing moisture into the atmosphere makes it very important. Convection appliances typically are like this one here. They bring the air in the bottom and they exhaust air out the top. The air is going to the bottom, circulate around the firebox and be expelled from the firebox, in a convective product, which allows more heat to be transferred into the room besides the radiation. I can still get radiation heat out of it from that, but I will also have radiation convective heat. It always releases heat through the grills. There's a real strong concern that you and I have is covering up any of the grill elements. So if masonry present overlaps those grills, whether it be with floor protection or a decorative siding or a decorative header, we have to be aware that that does not happen. There used to be a question on the test. Again, I haven't taken the test. Double wall construction means just that. I have an inner fire box and an outer shell around that. Air is typically drawn into the bottom, passes up over the heated firebox, and is expelled at the top. One of the advantages of this type of firebox, or heating device, I should say, is the outer shell generally remains cool enough that you can touch it, not it burns. Okay? On a radiant type size stays like this one here, this one here, you can touch that, you will undoubtedly get burned. Okay? But on this one, because the air is going up around between the outside and the inside, typically really not very high. I kind of combine radiant and convection. Like I showed you on that open face cabinet. This is a fire closet. Yeah, this is a combined firebox of radiant heat and convective heat. So notice the radiant heat is coming off of the pipe and through this last round. The convective heat is circulating around the firebox and being disturbed out of the appliance. Okay? So on these things, I can have an optional blower, which moves the air around the firebox to disturb that. Even if it's advanced, I just have to be careful I don't move the air too fast. I have to let the firebox heat the air before it's disturbed. So I can't put too hard in the camera. The product standards for the systems. Okay? Any of the product manufacturers must follow specific requirements with regards to construction of the appliance. Okay? It must follow the materials, types of materials from the construction, as maintained in the standard. It must meet a performance as defined by the standard. If the clearances are determined after the appliance is built and it's tested, the appliance is tested, then the clearances are determined, but they be. It also has a fire strength test done to it to make sure that the appliance has some kind of longevity to it. And manufacturer must have a set of installation instructions along with warning labels and the content of the operation of the circuit. This is a picture of a insert being tested. Okay, on this one here, there's a number of different testing laboratories. Okay, I've seen tests done like this, and those little round dots that you see all over the place, that's thermocouples. And those thermocouples go back to the computer device, and it will record the heat at that particular spot. Okay? So the ones on the left-hand side would be an adjacent wall. Okay? And they're taking the temperatures on the adjacent wall to find out what the clearances are going to be for that fire. Because there are certain temperature limits that are going to be imported on any one of those little circles. Same thing goes for those little circles in front of the stove. And I'm surprised that they don't have, thermal covers up above it. Maybe they will on a separate test, I don't know. Maybe on this thing, just testing, just adjacent wall and, front dimension. I'm sure they're going to have, some on the mantle and on the wall above. When I saw them do that in the Xbox, there was literally hundreds of thermal cups. Literally. So now, after, in the fact, and I did not talk about this, but all of those things up above there, UL, Omni, and Tech, on a ring, under the Nancy, well, that's another nice testing. Virginia Gas Association, CGA, they're all testing laboratories. So that's where the manufacturer will send their product to be tested. One person. And they do independent tests on it. They have no agenda with the manufacturer. If they have something that works, it passes. If they don't. And both of these are just like we want to proceed related. Okay? So once a unit is tested, then they are able to be listed and labeled. Okay? When I say listed and labeled, they are listed as having been tested to the criteria for that class. Okay? So they're listed with the federal government as an approved class. Okay? Now the next thing that happens is the product is labeled. Okay? And these are the two types of labels that I'm talking about. So they go with the appliance, and the homeowner and you and I have the ability to look at those, see who the manufacturer is. And on this one here, you can see it. Marks up, but I didn't read it. On the upper right, tells you the words. That tells you the model number. Over there tells you the operational instructions. Over in the middle of the black one, you can see there is dimensions around the appliance. So it has all kind of good information. So the label is attached to the appliance, which goes to the customer's house. You and I look at it and so on the appliance. Underwriters Laboratories is a standards group. Okay? So Underwriters Laboratory typically covers all of the manufacturing wood burning products. So anything is manufactured wood burning is going to be tested to Underwriters Laboratories. Okay? They also have to meet the criteria set forth in UL 54. I'm sorry. NFPA 54. Okay. So they have to meet that. In addition to that, they have to meet the shipping requirements also, which is similar NFPA. I'll remember it. Mason chimneys have no underrated laboratory standard. In fact, they have no standard except the NFPA 2. That's another strategy. NFPA 2.8 is the standard for chimneys, fireplaces, vents, and solid fuel burning appliances. Okay? So they might fall into UL 127, or they'll be also subject to NFPA 2. Okay? So masonry chimneys, they're site built, obviously. They're not subject to any testing. But they're site built. However, since they're not tested, two liners and mortar are subject product standard. So even though the chimney is not built to a standard, the liners, mortar used are. Okay? Yeah, like I said, the, UL standard was developed from NFPA 11. NFPA 11, this is the question. NFPA 11 is the standard for chimneys, fireplace, vents, solid, and then IRC takes their those standards from the above industry. Like I said a little bit ago, a manufactured box is going to be governed by what is written into Integrated Laboratory, UL 127. Okay, they're the ones to determine all of the things necessary for the construction. So the testing requirements for the system are for the fire chamber, the chimney, roof septic, and all related components. So they are a system. They are tested as a system. Anything in that system you can think of is tested Euro 127. Okay? So all the related components. They must, when they're built, the manufacturing departments must provide installation and operation instructions to your homeowner and to you as an installer. Some of these are now built-in high efficiency fireplaces. We don't see too many of them, but honestly, but they are on the market. So on the UL 127 appliance, the standard factory built test is a sustained heat of 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a sustained heat, and then 1 10-minute test at 1,700 degrees. The optional HT type pipe must have a sustained temperature of 1,000 degrees and 3 10-minute tests at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And HT pipe is not a requirement for factory built products. Not a requirement. Optimal. For room heaters are governed by UL 1482. These are closed combustion chamber. They can be recently stove inserts or factory built high efficiency fireplaces. You gotta want to go through. They are governed by 1482. What sets these apart from most open-based fireplace is the controlled combustion. They have regulated air intake. They are considered to be highly efficient, and because of the controlled air intake on them, they will have extended burn times. So the residents inside of the heat inside the box will be longer than looking for most of these. They're all again from their 1482. We are 1482. The chimney for stoves is pipe that was built when the UL 103 standard. It is considered a high temperature pipe, and it has a 100 degree Fahrenheit testing requirement. It is not a requirement for any UL 127.5. So UL 127, determined for piping for UL fireplaces, the 103 is not being used on 127.5. Wall protection, right? Wall protection is listed on the UL. Sorry. Wall protection is listed under UL 1618. Okay. It cannot be used when I use wall protection cannot reduce the clearances to less than 12 inches. Unless the manufacturer of the appliance tests it to a dimension closer than 12 inches. And that's what the second rule says. Minimum clearances can be less than 12 inches only with labeled clearances. Labeled clearances are from the manufacturer. Guys, you need to do it for 2 minutes. I forgot there's something. We have to send you a press out. And, to 20. Okay, so 1618 is not only wall protection, but ceiling protection and roof protection also. So in 1618 was all protection around the fireplace or stove. Okay, so wall, ceiling, and floor. All three are categorized under UL 1618. Okay. There's two different types of manufacturing pads. Type 1, now we're talking floor protection, right? Under 16 the same number. They have two types of manufacturing pads. One is zebra protectors, and that is for appliances not requiring thermal protection. All the manufacturer wants is something there on the floor to protect it from sparks, okay? Not from any flames. Okay? Type 2 is thermal protection. Thermal protection, we're going to talk about that later. Thermal protection is required for thermal protection. Okay? So it's going to have either R value to it or a K value to it. And you and I have to determine what that R requirement is to protect the floor of one of the vibration from the okay, type 1. You remember this does not have to have any kind of combustible, no, I shouldn't say that. Can't have any kind of thermal protector to it. Okay, the thermal protection, it must be non-combustible. It does not have any thermal protection tested. Okay, it can be used on any appliance without thermal protection requirements. It must meet the size requirements established by the manufacturer of the appliance. So the manufacturer has how wide it has to be and how long. So it'll give you dimensions to the side, front, and possibly rear of the appliance. Okay. It also tells you how the pad is supposed to be installed underneath the appliance, and like I said before, medium size. Okay, on thermal protection, type 2, it must meet a value of R equal to 1.0. Okay, most manufacturers are going to require an R value higher than that. Okay, so the actual R value must be included on labels for the appliance. It must equal or exceed the minimum R requirements required by the manufacturer. Okay, so the manufacturer says it's supposed to be 106, I can use 106 or higher. Can't be lower than a lot of. Okay, some stoves require these values 12. Installation instructions will indicate minimum extensions in distance to the side, back, and front, minimum thermal characteristics, and how to calculate the equivalent thermal protection. One of the things that's not listed on there, which you need to know, is R values are additive. So if I know the R value of the specific product, I can add that to another R value with another given specific product until I exceed the R requirement established by the manufacturer of the appliance. I think we'll get into that a little bit later. If we don't, I have some questions afterward that we can look at. Chimney liners are governed by UL 1777, and that's for both mixed or board and for metallic. For the original drexel and anything that was board or OSB. That's all falls under 1777. Must meet the requirements of that. The product standard under NFPA 211, that, like I said, but you know that's the standard for chimneys, vents, fireplaces, and solid fuel burning appliances. So any of those things, the manufacturers would have to fall under that specific standard. ANSI is the standard for for gas products. So a gas product would not fall under UL, it would not fall under NFPA. It falls under ANSI standard. The ANSI is American National Standards Institute. Some of this stuff is a repeat of what we talked about yesterday and today. So hopefully you'll be familiar with this and you'll run it. Okay? I am not concerned about that CSA number up there. That I'm not even going to talk about. So any of the slides that have CSA number, I'm not going to mention that number because it doesn't pertain to you and I in the United States. That's the Canadian standard. Okay? So all I'm worried about is the ANSI Z21.60. Z21.60 is a decorative policy. Okay? So it's a decorative appliance, and in this particular case, it's a home policy. Okay? The requirements on Z2160 is it has to have a safety product. So it has to have a thermocouple or thermocouple. And which is what we experience on the stuff we will work with. It must be installed in a working fireplace with a working chimney. Okay? It has to match the outside. That's how working chimney. The damper opening must be permanent and must be present. Okay, so nothing should happen to restrict the amount of air being flow up through the vent. The damper opening must be present and it must be permanent opening. The standard also requires the fireplace screen to be in place while the wall set is being used. Okay. Restrictions, only one, no thermostats. Okay. One option for that, I can put blowers. Z2150 is the fireplace. It's a decorative fireplace. Okay. is not tested to any type of efficiency. Fireplaces, this includes fireplaces, inserts, freestanding stove. They must have a safety button on it, and in addition to that, they have to have a still switch if the appliance is built for these grab. So if the appliance has a grab hood, it must have a still switch. If I went back a number of years and I looked at a direct vent that was not heater tested, I think it would be falling under the Z2150, and guys, I'm not trying to screw you up there, but that would not have to have that safety switch on it because there is no threat. Everything we can produce today is produced under Z2188, and it does not have to have the still switch on it because it does not have that. Any restrictions on the Z2150, again, if the decorative appliance, so no thermostats. Okay? And again, once again, it can have blowers on it, but no thermostats. The Z2188 is a fireplace heater. Okay, this is typically a direct vent, so they can be fireplaces, inserts, or freestanding stove. Okay, the requirements on that, we have to have a safety button on. And like I said, this is 30 seconds ago. They do not have that still switch on because they do not have direct on a direct vent. Restrictions are not. We took any kind of control device on that if I want to. And my options are both whistleblowers and influence. Z2111. This is 2A. I think I wouldn't remember that or not. Z2111. 2 and A, I guess, modifications they have to 11. So that's an unvented room heater. They be a fireplace insert or freestanding stove. It must have a full vessel. There must be equipped with an oxygen depletion sensor. There are restrictions on bedrooms, bathrooms. It cannot be installed in confined space, tight construction, and it cannot have any more than 40,000 BTUs in a given space. Okay? So bedroom requirements, you don't have to know this for the test, but bedroom requirements are 10,000 BTUs. Bedroom requirements are 5,000 BTUs. You will know what confined space is now. So I can't be installed in confined space, so I need to go and no more than 4,000 BTUs in a single NCC 2197, we have not talked about this to this point. This is outdoor decorative plants, gas plants. So this could be a fireplace, fire pit, or fire tables. Any one of those three would be falling under NCC 2197 restrictions. It gives minimum construction, minimum performance, and the testing requirements for those three products. Okay? The restrictions, pretty simple. Outdoor use only. Okay? And the options are, I can have propane cylinder enclosures. There are some other restrictions to that. I mean, they are outdoor use only. Hopefully this will take us through those restrictions and we'll get an idea what they are. One that I can think of right off the top of my head is that if I'm going to put the roof over the outdoor lanai, or whatever I want to call that thing that I'm putting my fire pits, fire tables, or fireplace in. If I have a roof on it, 2 of the sides have to be open. Okay. I can also have a roof on that and have 3 sides enclosed, but 30% of each side has to be open. Okay. So 30% each side has to be open, all 4 sides. And on the other ones, I have to have 3 sides open, 1 side closed, 1 thing forward. Okay. So that's the things that aren't listed there. Pellet stoves, Covered appliances, like the state, the covered appliances are governed by ASTM 1509. That is the standard for room heaters and any other fuel burning type of equipment. For mobile home applications, that is governed, you need to know this, guys, remember this. Mobile home applications is governed by HUD, HUD. So it's U.S. Housing and Urban Development is who produces the requirements for mobile home applications. Okay? So you need to know these 6 requirements. Okay? They must be installed according to the listing of the manufacturer of the appliance. Okay? They must have an outdoor air kit attached directly to the appliance. They must be mounted on a non-combustible floor pad. They must be secured to a mobile home structure. They must have a listed factory built chimney, and they cannot be installed with undersized in a sleeping quarters. The aftermarket requirements for mobile homes can fall under a couple things. Can fall under 1482, you know, 1482, or stove requirements of the SDA 1509. And it must maintain, whenever you install either one of those into the mobile home, it must maintain and conduct structural integrity of the mobile home, and you must follow the instructions from the manufacturer when putting it in. Okay? Some manufacturers include requirements for grounding of the appliance to your home mobile home chassis. So be aware of those things. Occasionally we come up with conflicts of requirements. So if you have a listed product with instructions, they usually prevail in a conflict with the code. So if my AHK is telling me one thing, and I have a listed product instruction with that would usually take precedence over what the AHK has said. Okay? For additions to the code, obviously the newer provisions, if they are stricter than the current recognized division, is usually accepted. Okay? And the authority having jurisdiction, okay, he is the official that is going to define what he is looking for from the standard. Okay? So they have the official last say in the process. Anything that the AHA said is subject to appeal. Sometimes it's worth fighting that battle, sometimes it's not. The building code, the standard building code, and the standard building code is the standard that has been enacted into law by either the local, regional, or national authority having jurisdiction. Okay, so ANSI is E21, blah, blah, blah. If the local people say, they go to the state, so this is what you're going to do, then you're going to do it. If the state says this is what you're going to do, then you're going to do it. If the country says this is what we're going to do, then that's what's happening. Okay, so it could be the local, regional, or national authority with jurisdiction. The International Residential Code is produced every 3 years, and it includes information on building, energy conservation, plumbing, mechanical, fuel gas provisions, and electrical provisions. NSTS, National Source Performance Standards, is what was established by this government, federal government, yes, after finding the end up with it. And they're going to determine what the emission standards can be, and also the efficiency of the plants. Okay? So this is the 1992, 1988, 1992 requirements on a catalytic converter. stove, 4.5 grams of particulate matter released per hour. Non-catalytic has been 7.5 grams of particulate matter per hour released. Exemptions are on appliances that are minimum burn rate at or above 5 kilograms per hour. The air fuel ratio is greater than 35:1. The firebox volume is 22 feet or greater, and the weight of the appliance is is greater than 1,760 pounds. If I meet those criteria, I can get the exemptions from the NSPS requirements. So the specific designs for the NSPS, full stove, wood stoves with ovens, furnaces and boilers, and anything that is custody of the EPA developments, we try all kinds of different things, so that's stuff. These are regulations. The final effective date of the G6 was effective date was 1992. EPA efforts and focus is to replace pre-EPA stoves with change outs, encourage the installation and planning by qualified professionals, and the certification is required for many of these changes. Obviously, the education of the consumer and the operation requirements is critical. The original SPS, 85% reduction in emissions over non-certified, and a 6% improvement in the visual air quality. And changes in the wood stoves, second phase, there's two phases, I'm sorry. The first phase was 4.5 grams per hour. And in 2020, it came out with a new one, was 2.5 grams per hour, especially with cordwood, and 2.0 grams per hour if it's especially with cordwood. Many exemptions, masonry heaters and those are exempt, and they are no longer any tank tanks. New SPS, I'm hesitating on this, I'm just trying to remember. On new SPS, the regulations were released back in 2015, and compliance dates are May of 2015, December 31st, 2015. By May 2015, the manufacturer should have no non-fuel compliances in their warehouse. From 2013, December 34th to the first weekend. Standards, the new standard reflect customer interest and efficiency in both the emission and the efficiency of the plant. So that is what some of the things that SPS reflected. High efficiency systems, graph sensitive, more prone to condensation. You need to be aware of that because it's pouring more heat into the ring, reducing the amount of heat going up the vent stack, so they are more prone to condensation. Must be pay attention to system height and positioning inside the house, and be aware of double wall connectors to ensure adequate temperatures on that too. I don't know about you, that can be for good water.
What about?
Right here.
The water can.
I got some over here, over here. Make sure it is full. Thank you, I really appreciate it.
What?
It's hard. Thank you.
Yeah, we're taking pictures of everything and stuff. Yeah, no, that's not new.
I was taking notes of like.
Yeah, but this is all, it's not new. It's all, some of the standards for code and stuff like that, but it's a lot of the same stuff we took just a week ago. Oh, yeah. Which makes it easy, and it's just a review of a agreement. It's the same stuff, 2-3 times.
Mixed information.
So, they think you're right. I mean, it's.
No, but I don't both of them.
Oh, okay.
They're just, they're.
All of them, that's all I got, all of that.
Well.
So they're telling me, what is this? Okay, well,
This one, I said. I got a piece of cheese too. I'm expecting. Yeah, well.
yeah.
Now, you, I think that two 4-footer, 2-footer on my dash, 2-footer, where it is that water. You got water in Houston.
They're right up, maybe not. It would be, I'll say. Yeah.
The first kid is out there, told them to pull out fat, so they don't mess the top.
Oh, that's the boss. Yeah, they do both.
So they was the gal said, no, this is doing here all front, and they did it down, they got triple price. And then so the ladies like, right, last year, this thing, this year. Like, you got this, it's price. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So she's like, I'm supposed to be sure to give me a price. $5 grand, 15 grand.
Right. Well, probably.
There's no chase. There's no chase. So, so she, that and then we do the same thing on another one. Basically the same. That one's like. Oh, where this other one's fun too. Marshall one, they were flexibles. And so.
Don't put their different brackets.
Really? Oh, no, that was a Timco. Timco.
So that's in some brand names inside the trailer. Room. I've never heard it before. And I called, like, oh, that's Arthur Holmes. Trailer market. That way if they get sued, that business goes down and the rest of it that's where it is. Because there's more liability and stuff. I was like, well, that kind of stuff.
The different testing. All.
I'm literally, I'm ready to transform the whole house.
Yes. Go with that. See how that goes a little bit. Well, I'm just planning back into the free cabinet, burning block, they're going bowl. I think that would serve me years. You know, I think most of them that.
Little boxes.
I can't try. Yes, I'm afraid of the wall. Yes, they gotta have stuff. Oh, they're in that. Oh, I didn't think it was.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've seen kind of different, right? Like it's the same unit, they right there. That's the same, but it's a different. I think everybody has mobile. And they're all different pretty good sharp balance there. All those. There's nobody that can lift their back. I think they come up with a price point, they make the box to the price. I've only done like in 20 years, like one or two. Almost a year. Yeah, or even inspections, but it's not, our market isn't that much. Yeah. But if you look at the naked model, it's some different stuff.
Yeah.
If they're done correctly, it's a price out. There you go. I've seen it. There's a huge PUD sticker on it. It's different. I think you have to pull them down to the ground too, it's different stuff. The insulation structures are good. I don't know, framing convention too. I don't know. Yeah, so. I just haven't done enough of them to know. Mac can figure it out. Open it up, and something needs a lot bigger framing. Sure. I don't know. I'll open it up and measure. Just for staging.
Not a lot of them. Like I said, manufactured, why would manufacture one is still?
Mobile or
I've been in a mobile, so I don't know.
It was Spirit.
Was it different brand?
It was, all over.
I didn't know what the brand is.
It's.
So if you're taking it out, it's a little bit of a stimulator or the painful. When you get in, you did it?
Yeah,
That's why I said, I don't like to take it out, measure, and then work it double check. Rather than work it go on the grass. Yeah, well, there's a couple I've seen work a lot of right. I just never heard, but they were owned by the people. They like created a separate company. Yeah. So that if they got sued, they would just be good. Because I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know if it was different. I don't think either. I don't know. But everybody's telling me it's when they can get it, step to yeah, it was the biggest guy. Yeah. That would be one of the because it moves.
I know you are looking for the biggest, but it's.
He does.
Yeah. Like, cheap better, but I still spend them. As you say, it's a bit of fun thing. They didn't have a thought of whether they want to go. I know you're not listening. I've never. I've been, I love the development, that's a really reason. I bet I was like, oh, this is the some of it, you know, you can figure it out. Oh, yeah, I'm talking about it. I don't know, absolutely. That's what I don't know for. I don't know that it's. I'm probably like 200 calories per time. I have to consider that. It comes at once sometimes. And I figure it out. And it's still doing if there's something you start with you're gonna run the same method. Right. Well, definitely. That's really back to the gas line stuff. Because I've had it there for the house. Outdoors and stuff. And until they're done with all the construction. I think there's ones that no longer are across stuff. I was just like, look, check this out. I'm not controlling this as like you bring up all of it. Sometimes we check it out and or they would call. I don't yeah.
I don't think so, they use blades.
Well, he's taking this shit. He's taking shit out of my hand. It was like a demo. Break up with that back into the wire box. I know exactly what I'm thinking. He's installing later. But
you absolutely.
I wasn't asking. What's an ass?
It's not a suggestion.
Yeah.
No, don't see you see. Okay, guys.
Yeah, if we know where it's at.
I'm not going.
Everyone?
Is it just? So if you do something.
This specific screwdriver must have been a king. You have to go with the man.
That's also.
Oh, this is great, this is a question.
Yeah, that's a good course.
Every job. Because I don't go to.
They pay you, and after 4 years, you get this. Anyway, they don't pay. There's a well, no, my son was like, I'm like, dude, just go on. That's just a great price. But did you have to pay for it? I would I want to make one of them strike. If you actually put work on a company, you don't need to. That's true.
We have to go back sometimes.
Okay, guys, well, if there's anybody's hard to please, maybe stop it. It's very cool, so,
Your goal,
well, I will see.
you're the boss.
My mouth's different. I know that sounds stupid, but I'm tired of hearing my voice. If I'm tired of it, you gotta be there.
Sometimes I have to repeat things several times to my guys, and I'm not saying it again. I'm like,
Oh, I said the same thing. He said it.
We talked about some of this stuff also, you know,
Like, okay.
some of it maybe new, some of it maybe review. Okay? Remember what we talked about yesterday? The driving force for Becky is hot air rises. You know, that's the whole principle behind it. It's a naturally reactive appliance, any naturally reactive appliance. Hot air rising through the system, going to the outside, and what makes it work is if I'm able to maintain my temperature in my food gas tanks throughout the entire length of the pipe until it's disturbed in the atmosphere. And if it's warmer than the atmosphere, it's going to continue to rise. If the atmosphere gets hotter and it gets closer to the temperatures inside the pipe, it'll rise up. Okay. Remember the pressure inside the pipe is negative pressure. It may go down into the fire box and then out. So it draws the food gas to the outside. And a couple of the things that it does is it protects the home from hot gases and sparks. And plus combustion air can be blown in. And that's, when I said that last one, combustion air can be blown in, I'm talking about the ventilation of the house. Okay? Because as the appliance is using the air inside the house, it creates a negative pressure inside there. And because pressure always moves from an area of high pressure to low pressure, it penetrates the house. Yeah. So like I said, all those things, the ventilation of the house is part of the principles of this directing process. Natural gravity is the force. We talked about this yesterday, so it's probably going to bore you to death on it. That's the force that moves my products and fluxes through the vent stack to the outside. Vent stack machine. And whenever I say vent stack, guys, just understand that also applies to chimney. It's just that I should say through the vents. That's what I should say. So that's the natural gravity is the force drives through. The pressure difference, I'm not worried so much about pressure difference, but I am worried about the temperature difference. The thing that drives this thing is the temperature difference between the same side of the and outdoor air. And like I said just a moment ago, air always moves from an area of high pressure to an area of low pressure. I don't think we talked about this yesterday, but some of the these guys and five times mixed up a couple of things on this. Graph is condition upon the height of that. I totally agree with that. Horizontal lines, you know, that is horizontal lines above those. Low capacity is low. Neither the constable is. You know, natural gravity that I see on there is the height of that, and everything else is going to be a flow issue. Horizontal lines is going to slow down with the flow. Elbow stuff. Low capacity, too small air chance. I don't know what that side is still in front of us, but it doesn't reflect well. I mean, the flow impacts weather, but the only thing there to talk about is that. Now, if I said the ability for the chimney or the vent stack to maintain heat, then I said yes, that definitely needs to be right. But that's not it. The rest of those things are all programs. So I'm going to those 5 things below that, kind of stick those things in your head. I don't think there's any question on that. That's what we already do, saying that. But those 5 things below there are issues with flow, not with flow. Flow is the volume of gases that passes through the vent system as a result of the graph. And I have to have sufficient flow, and we can move the products to us to do product. The resistance flow has the net effect of reducing drag. So now, I go back to that, using that statement, resistance flow. So if I go back to this, horizontal lines, elbow, flow capacity, and house pressure are all restrictors of flow. And wind is a restrictive flow. So all those things there, I don't know why they're not. If my flow is not good enough, it can possibly affect the busting process. And, if my flow is too high, too much, I can lower my food gas. So wind is an interesting item when we come to venting. It can be just this regular, it can be a driving force. So if the wind is going directly across the vent termination, it can actually pull the product's combustion out of the vent and strengthen the drag of the pump. Okay? So going directly across like this could be a driving force. However, something like this, with the wind curling across the top of the house, putting adverse circulation on top of the chimney can cause adverse effect on the drag. The adverse effects on flow. Okay? House pressure condition. That also can reduce the amount of drag and the amount of flow, both. Anything that takes the air to the outside can be a potential problem with house pressure. So some of the things that we look at when we look for sources of air getting to the outside would be raised fans, kitchen raised fans, clothes dryers. All the clothes dryers about now to the outside. They are a forced draft, so you're going to be forcing directly to the outside of that. Central vacuums, same thing. They're mounted in the garage, and the air is going to be directly to the outside. gas furnaces are typically mounted in either the attic or in the crawl space, and since they're outside of the house, as long as their system, their induction is not leaking, they're okay. But if the ducts leak on that, then my gas furnaces, again, creates negative pressure because it's going out of air from the inside of the house and spilling it inadvertently to the outside. Okay, water heaters, same thing, they burn the air from the inside to the outside. The only thing that we caveat with that one there would be any water heaters that are direct vents. Okay? And a lot of your higher efficiency water heaters are need just that. Direct vents. These water heaters or tankless water heaters, they can be either direct vents or they can be regularly vented. So be aware that depending on where they're mounted, they may or may not have an impact on negative pressure response. Recessed lighting almost always impacts it, especially on the floor where it exits into the chimney, exits into the ceiling. Oh, jeez. Exits into the attic. So recessed lighting that exits into the attic is a negative impact all the time as far as I'm concerned. So on negative pressure inside the wall. Even the ones that are supposed to be insulated, like sort of out where it's sleep out of the house. Okay? And then any other competing Arthur Minus. So about 2 fireplaces or a wood stove on one floor and a fireplace on the other floor, or vice versa, just the competing budget costs. Down at the bottom, you see the requirements for outside air, open fireplaces, open face fireplaces. Some of them between 200 and 300 cubic feet per minute. EPA wood stoves, 11 and 32 CFMs. And a quart of outside air brings in about 10 cubic feet of air per minute. So I don't know who I was talking about with that in there earlier today, but there's not any. This is a prime example of house stacker. Guys, I used to build homes exactly like you see on that picture there, and the idea was to have air conditioning on the home. Before there was a mechanical device that was able to provide that. And the idea was, with that full front on the top of the roof there, they would open up the windows in the roof, hot air rises, they would go up to that point and spill out of the house. Then, because hot air rises, because of the negative pressure down below, in the first and second floor, which would then pour outside air into the house. Hopefully, the outside air was a little bit more than what was in the house, so we give it a little bit of a cooling effect on the house. A house type effect basically comes into effect anytime that the heat portion of the house is lower than the vent termination. So if you look at this in here, it opens up on the top, and that's higher than the chimneys on either side. So in this case, the house becomes a chimney, and the chimneys become made by it. So any leaks should be added or to the outdoors is going to give us a chimney sacrifice. As I think like this, question on the best technique. So just remember, if the heated portion of the house is higher than the vents, it will, that's where the higher is going to go. Based on the high portion of the house. Mechanical draft, see, you're starting to see more and more of these. It's used in some cases to correct venting problems. Other times, it's just installed as part of the listing of the appliance. Okay, so they must be listed and installed, and installed according to the instructions of the manufacturer of the appliance. Okay, of the I'm sorry, I said the appliance, the record. You must have multiple and visual warnings in the event of failure. There must be a smoke detector and alarm in the same place, in the same room as the appliance. You must have a battery backup in the event power is eliminated from the building. The flow differences from natural bed and draft is significant because of the larger fan forcing the air through. I can have larger diameter pipe to convey my products to Western to the outside. If I do that, if I'm trying to do that with a naturally drafted appliance, I will reduce the draft on the outside. But with a forced draft is used larger diameter. Draft gauges are water column issues, WCI, Pascals. Remember that pound of pressure is equal to 27.7, which is a water gauge, and 250 Pascals is 1 inch of water pressure. I know there's going to be a question on this, like I expressed yesterday. There's going to be a question that says, which of the following is going to be 4 answers. We'll see which of the 4 is measure of testing pressure inside of the graph. I'm sorry. Testing pressure inside of the chimney. And it's going to give 2 positive pressures and 2 negative pressures. Okay? Remember what I said, it's always negative pressure in the gun set on the naturally measured appliance. Okay? That negative pressure in there then has to be measured. So what the question is going to say, they'll give you 2 positive answers, they're out the door. Because it's not positive pressure, it's negative. So the 2 that's left is going to say 1, maybe it's 1, probably 1. It's going to say 1 inch of water column is 0 inch of water column. The other is negative 1 inch, 1 inch of water column, 0 inch of water column. Then it's going to say 1 Pascal to 0. Okay. The Pascal would be the right answer if the 1 was higher. But the 1 is too low. So the correct answer to that question is negative 1 Nuclear water fountain for zero emission. Because 1 inch of water fountain would include -25%. Okay? 1 - 1 Pascal would not include 12 to 25 megapascals. Chimney connectors, they are used to move the product combustion away from the appliance and to the chimney. They can never pass through the roof, ceiling, crawl space, wall, window, closet, or concealed space. On connectors, you want to avoid horizontal runs as much as possible. And when you have to go horizontal with them, it should be kept as short as possible. Look at it. Pardon? Because they're fast. Well, we're not. Yeah. They have bad qualities. The reason is that they use a lot of heat, right? It's only a simple wall. But consequently, they lose a lot of heat to the atmosphere and gravity horizontal. But consequently, because they use so much heat, they have to be kept as short as they can. Because if they start to get heat on, then they lose too much heat. And a breakfast. So you want to keep a connector as short as possible because typically it's a single wall. Okay? The IRC, International Residential Code, says that you have to have a minimum of 1/4 inch per foot rise on your connector pipe if you're piping a single wall pipe. Can be done. But when this is talking about single, okay? It cannot be any longer than 75% of the vertical. There's no way you lead to straight. This is for single wall pipe, but you can have double wall connect. Okay, so don't have any lead to straight. FDA 211 says in 2006 to 2016. Limits to around 50% of vertical. The defines manufacturers that will then designate how long the horizontal form can be. Double wall connectors. This you can close appearances, close a connector. This stuff here and this one here. Go simple wall pipe. This stuff here and double. Okay. So double wall pipe is listed to close appearance to combustion. Maybe you might find the instructions are different from single wall connectors. I would probably say you will find that the instructions are different from single wall connectors. They may be listed to use as specific devices, and they may not be approved for critical. Be careful when you use double wall pipe as a connector. Maybe we recommended to reduce these costs over a single wall connector. Installation planning, remember that combustible is anything that's going to burn. Okay, so on the bottom left picture there, if I have plastic on a wood lat, my wood lat is going to be combustible. So the fact that it had plastic over that wood lat means nothing as far as the combustibility of the wall. So wood lat and plastic is a combustible wall. Okay? Any paper based material, such as rock or anything similar to that, although it might be fire rated, it is not fireproof. So consequently, it is combustible. Okay. So what thing is non-combustible or is anything that's not going to burn? Okay. So it could be metal construction, brick, tile, concrete, safe, or plaster on metal lap. Any of those would be non-combustible. So a guy from my guy from California, Runner. Out in California, almost all the homes are slab floors. It's slab field concrete on dirt. So that, if you don't know, then assume that the product is combustible. Don't assume that. So heat itself absorbs from the radiating energy, it raises temperatures of the combustion. So again, if I have something behind the wall, and I have radiating heat being exposed to the draining member, it will raise the temperature of the combustion. And heat absorbed by not combustible transferred to the base of combustible, which they are in contact with. And what they're talking about there is conductive heat. I'm talking about conductive heat from the non-combustible to the combustible. That would then be a probable source. Okay? When ignition temperatures are reached, regardless of what's going on, you will have combustion. Pyrolysis, like I said earlier, is starting to be the degradation of the wood or the pellet prior to ignition, and it lowers the temperature real lower. If age and with heating of the atmosphere. So if I have a wood studded home, the temperatures of the combustion in that wood stud is going to reduce over age because of heat from the home itself, heating the burning members and drying out the water within it, and also the heat from the stud. When the ignition temperature is reached for the second time, I will have ignition. So I do not need contact with the or need to temperature. In a situation like this, this is known to have caused fires. The attic insulation has been drawn up against the chimney, or the left side in this case, and because it's up against that, what's going to happen is there's not going to be air around the large portion of the pipe that's surrounded by the insulation, and consequently the heat is going to be driven downward, and it's going to overheat those framing members and actually from the non okay? So insulation going up against pipe is a no-no. What's even worse than bone insulation up against it is isolene, I think it's called, the ground foam. You absolutely do not want ground foam. That expansion foam that they use for insulation, that would really be a fire. Standoffs on top of the firebox are there to define the upper clearances of combustible. Okay? There are metal extensions secured to the top of the firebox. They are not there for shifting purposes or anything else. That is the designation from the manufacturer for the upper clearances to a combustible product. I can rate a framing member on the top of that standoff that cannot go lower. So consequently, I cannot notch the hairs or anything like that in order to make that fire to split. I cannot remove those standoffs. I can't bend them over, and I can't notch them. They are in my refined upper clearances. Arc extensions may be required. If it's a wood burning fireplace, an EGO 127 wood burning fireplace, hearth extension is required. And the size of the hearth extension is contingent upon the opening of the fireplace. So anything 6 square feet or more is going to require a larger extension that is less than 6 feet. I can remember this now. For 6 square feet or more, it's 12 inches to the side, 20 inches to the front. And for less than less than 6 square feet. It's, 8 inches to the side and 16 inches in width. Floor protection, remember this is UL 1618. Remember also, and this is gonna be on the test, remember you cannot use any clearances below 12 inches. That's the manufacturer's stipulates. Now, be a question on the test, say they have such and such a product, what is the new framing dimension? And it's gonna be less than 12 inches. The answer on the test is gonna be 12 inches, because that can't go less than. I think I have an example of that on some of the wish lists that I have that will go on tomorrow. So, I can't figure out the top of my head, get into that criteria. We'll look at the chart, you can see what, you can see that in your manual for one minute, see what those things are. By the way, does everybody have the manual for this? What is the, you're on? Saturday night.
I do. Number I need here, it is $4 for financial addition, it's included.
Remember, cannot be used less than 12 inches. And it can only be less than 12 inches if it's a labeled clearance by the manufacturer of the appliance. Okay, that's the only time I can go less than 12 inches. I'm going to go over this, but I'm 99% sure it was not on the test. But I'll cover it just in case. What this is doing is core projection sizing is doing here. It is determining how wide, how long a core projection has to be if the stove is mounted in a corner. Okay, so the formula is F the distance from the corner to the front of the appliance. Okay, so the farthest part of the corner to the front of the appliance. That's what F is. C is the distance to the corner of the fireplace to the wall. 1444, I shouldn't say that. 1.414 is a constant. I don't know where that came from. Whoever came out with this formula. So that's a constant. Okay, and then I'll add to that the width of the fireplace divided by 2 plus the depth of the fireplace. Okay, so all of those things are needed to determine the length of the path. And this is what I'm talking. Okay, here I have a corner application. The stove width is 24, stove depth is 22. The corner requirement is 11 inches. 11 inches. Okay. So now I'm going to take 11 times 1.414, and I'm going to take width, which is 24, divided by 3, plus the depth of the line 22. So when I multiply 11 times 1.414, I come up with 15.55. 24 inches divided by 2 is 12, and the depth of the appliance is 22 inches. Add those all together and get up 49.55, or we round it up 15 inches. However, if you look at the drawing view, the manufacturer says that I have to have 18-inch clearance on my pad from the front of the stove. Okay, so I'm going to have to add 15 inches on the 50, and I come up with a total length from the back corners to the front of the pad, or a total of 68 inches. Okay. So It's not, with the size of the pad itself, it's the distance from the point. Because that's the distance required for front of the stove, and then I have the 18 inches required by the manufacturer for protection. If that's on the test, the formula will be there, and you're gonna have to understand how to define the formula. C is 50 to the corner, 1444 is the constant, W is width, E is depth. And knowing those things, we can apply the numbers to the formula to get the answer correct. Just make sure that if there is a designation like on this diagram of distance from the front of the fireplace, that has to be pad, if you had that in. Okay, when I'm installing the pipes, I want to make sure that I do not have any venting restrictions or obstructions around my pipes. Okay, I want to make sure when I'm installing it that I'm not going to be having to run my venting system up to someplace where I'm going to be running into ductwork, or where I'm going to be running into wiring from the electrician, or that I'm going to have to come in contention with thrusters. Remember, we do not want to cut thrusters. That is a no-no. They are engineered, and they're engineered to provide strength without being cut. Okay? Voices and rafters, you see them, they are not trusses. Trusses are both the rafters and the frame members to the roof. They are typically installed 16 seconds. So I don't want to cut those. Outside air, be aware of that, because I might have to use it to be drawn to the pipes. And yes, and then the electricity on our pipes, I want to make sure that there's the electrical output here near the plant. For safety purposes, I mean, I have to meet or exceed all of my framing clearances. In addition to that, I have to make sure I maintain clearances to furniture in front, mantles above, breastplates above, walls adjacent to, etc., etc., etc. I need to install it in a room away from turbulence from air. I don't want it close enough to a window. It's going to blow in and falls on a flame to be destructive because of air coming through the window. Okay, and I also want to avoid mounting it too close to thermostats, which would then overheat or cool the room too much, or above or below for the thermostat. Okay. For performance purposes, make sure that I am not exceeding my negative pressure for venting requirements, and make sure that chimney terminations are away from any obstructions on the outside. Don't want any overhanging branches or anything like that. For a factory built fireplace, remember, it does not require any special footing. Most factory built fireplaces will allow you to mount it on a combustible board. They do not allow you to put it onto the floor like this most times. I think that's not right thing. So you can't put it on carpeting. You can't put it on tile like this. You can't put it on non-combustible tile. You can't put it on no one can't put it on geez, I said my brain's dead. You can't put it on the morning, I can't put it on the carpet, you can't put it on to plastic form. Remember that factory built fireplaces are a complete system, So I have to install everything from manufacturer's stipulates with regards to the epoxy. I cannot, switch chimney types, stay away from the system, just to maintain that and have it covered. Clearances in training must be, met at all times. And, standoffs, whenever it's being removed or bent over from the top of the. For freestanding stove, follow the manufacturer's recommendations. Sometimes they are hard sized, and I think this is a question on the test. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the test. I know that it's a question. They, for wood burning stove, they, it's all been, the manufacturer often lists the area that it's going to be heated in square feet instead of in cubic feet. The reality is you're going to be heating cubic feet, not square. Okay, so cost characteristics and their variations are going to be impacted also. So a single floor application where the appliance is sitting at one end of the single floor house, and the other side does not have anything in it, is going to be very, very poor installation. But it's not going to have adequate pathway for that heat to get all the way from that single story all the way over to the. Okay? So be aware of things like that. It does not take care of climate differences. The manufacturer does not. And we always have to take into consideration custom expectations. Okay? So be aware of those things that are remember out there. I used to have a picture. Oh, there, I'll get to it. Okay, okay, so there's a different heating zone within our country, and this is what I was talking to Lee about yesterday. See, I think we would be in zone 9 there. So that's now being zone 2. Number 10 over there in Florida would be number 1. Then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't remember the first one. Now it goes to the. So the orange is now instead of zone 8, that would be zone 3. So because I know that, but that's right. Zone 3. Okay? Then it goes up to 8. All the numbers instead of being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 come down to zone 8. It's now 1 at the bottom. Going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, this is what I was talking about a little bit ago. Okay, if I put a wood stove and then a single construction down below there, anything, if I put it on the left hand side, there is no way on the street that I'm going to get heat from that stove going into the right side. Okay, the double story above that, you can see the roof sizes are significantly smaller. The wood stove on the first floor we probably not only most of the wood on most of the first floor, but maybe even a little bit of the second floor where it goes up the stairwell or something like that. So the reality of these things are the manufacturer, like I said, does not take into consideration the structure of the home. Remember, windows and doors does not take into consideration ventilation, none of those. So when we're sizing for the stove for a home, we have to look at the installation that's in the house, type of construction, where the windows and doors are, and relation to where we're going to be putting the stove, the type of house it's being installed in, and traffic patterns within the house after the customer moves in or if they're all there. So just remember single homes, single story homes, not the best, but then first. There's some problems that we encounter with sizing for the stove for a home. If we size it much too large, Customer then, you know, we're better burn it, or rarely burn it at the optimal burn rate. Okay, if we size it much too small, we're gonna overfire the appliance and shorten the life expectancy on the stove. Now, a lot of those things have been eliminated with the new EPA requirements on wood stoves. So because of their requirements, both for efficiency and, emission, they now have a wider range because of the slower burn performances of the wood. So we don't have as much to worry about as we used to, but we still have to worry about sizing, so too big or too small. So too small will probably shorten the life expectancy. And too large will mean that the customer gets a chance to burn at the optimal rate, which will then probably incur greater energy storage for fueling food. Natural gas chimney location, any of these things could be problematic. The one on the very bottom left corner shows the air coming across the roof line, and as it comes across the roof, it drops down onto the termination of the vent stack, causing an adverse condition. The one on the upper right is the house stack effect, and the one on the lower right is building back pressure off of the sides and the roof of that house. So the wind's coming from the left-hand side, hitting the wall and the roof on the left side, and building pressure back onto the termination of the cap. So any one of those conditions there that you see would be have an adverse effect on the venting system. Remember that the longer I can keep my chimney on my vent inside of the house, the better it's going to get. That picture on the bottom of the left side of the picture there, and I am going to lose so much heat on that. I don't know that that would ever work before I told the issue. Because look where the chimney is coming out of the vent, it's coming out of the house on the south side by that window, and then traveling all that way. That must be, I don't know what, 15, 18 foot high chimney with no kind of insulation around it, left of a double wall pipe. The outside temperatures are going to chill that UVA temperatures in the bird. So there's going to be a lot of adverse effects on our venting system because of the low gas itself. Now, on the one on the right-hand side, it looks a bit better. You know, it's the inside of the house all the way to the roof line. Where now the roof line is netted out with brick from base to chase. Okay, so that will certainly hold the temperature and keep our food gas temperatures higher than that one on the left. So remember that the longer I can keep my vent stack, the chimney inside of the house, the better I can maintain my vent gas. And prevent cold burst. Almost forgot. We talked about this yesterday. Trying to remember if that was in these tests. The goodness do not enter the voice. It's uncovering all. You will talk about it. But I wouldn't lose sleep over this one thing. I don't think it's it. You might want to remember that ACH is air changes per hour. That means that every cubic foot inside the house is being exchanged with outdoor air in 1 hour period of time. Remember what I told you yesterday about the new moniker for ACH? It's not the old form. ACH, it is now written as 8 ACH 50. The way I get the original ACH, I have to divide the 8 by 5, or by 50. By 50. So you can see on this one here, the bottom is 12 ACH 50, the bottom is ACH 8 ACH 50. If I divide 8 by 50, I get 1/4. If I divide 12 by 50, I get 26. So the real air change per hour is 0.6 and 0.4 on those two. So if I have, a requirement of 0.5 ACH, divide my 0.5 ACH by 50, I get 0.25 ACH. If I have a 0.3 ACH 50, that would be 1.5 ACH. A real number is 1.5. The 50 is a designation of the client, the not that client. The house being tested with negative 50 pascals of pressure. This is required by IRC. So any of those numbers that I just quoted are numbers from the IRC. In order to meet the requirements, I am required to have a blower door test with negative minus 50 pascals. Okay. Testing all penetrations. The purpose is to test all penetrations of the building and the thermal envelope. Okay. Where required, we already have a jurisdiction as the test conducted by a third party. Okay, let me explain this slide. I'm the builder. You guys in this side of the room are the inspectors. Guys in this side of the room are the authority having jurisdiction. So I finished building my house. Now, before I can put it up for sale, according to the IRC, before I can put it up for sale, I have to contact an independent contractor to come into my home and do a blower door test at 50 minus 50 pascal. Now, when you get the results from that test, the results of the test don't come to me. The results of the test, we take that to the utility. The utility official then comes back to me and says, Ross, you passed the test. We now put your house up for sale. Or they'll come back to me and say, man, I'm sorry, you failed that test. You need to make your house better. You should not put the house up for sale. You're going to get the house better. So now I have to go back in, fix the house, to make it even tighter than what I already had it. And I have to go back to you for another door test. You send it to him, and he comes back and that's how these work. The builder is kind how the rest of the grid. These are the new air requirements on that. 1 ACH 50 for zone 1 and 2, and for zone 3 through 8, 3 ACH 50, which correlates to a 25 ACH for 1 and 2, and 0.15 ACH for the rest of the time. For safety purposes, remember, guys, you want to protect your body. Okay. Most importantly, you want to protect your eyes. So, depending upon what you're working on, you might want to throw on either safety goggles or safety shields. Okay. You know that creosote is a carcinogen. We don't want to do that in the cases that in our eyes. And we don't want to in our eyes, so using safety glasses or face shield is always a good idea. You want to avoid direct contact with creosote, and it's always nice to have them somewhere where you can remove animals from foods. If you have one protection on it, you can maybe save yourself from getting bit. I like this also, guys. I don't know if you heard me mention, but those bottles that I had attached to my box today, 2 weeks ago when I poured in Tennessee, one of the guys in the class spun the bottle off, and he spun it off at the black connector instead of the brass connector, and consequently, I had gas going inside the building. I don't know when I grabbed the thing, and when I grabbed the thing, He has, this finger and this finger. Those things, both those fingers have blisters on it from the cold, yes. Remember, it doesn't boil until -44 degrees. Yes, coming out, so at -44 degrees, hitting these two fingers, as I was trying to get that sheet of bottle out of the grip. So, when you're handling stuff like that, make sure you have gloves to protect yourself. With standing or lifting, always remember to lift with your legs and not with your back or your buttocks. Instead, lift your legs. So, the position on the left, obviously, goes back to the ears. The one on the right hand side, where you pull the object closer to your body and squat down, lift the object and lift it up. That's the preferred way of doing this. Yeah, I don't know if this thing works or not yet. So this is showing the stress on the back when you bend over to lift it up. You saw how the back was stressed there. See right there the stress on the lower part of the back. And now, if you pull it in close to your body and use your legs to lift it up, you can see what happens to it after. You don't have to stress it. So, the preferred way of lifting it is bringing it close to your body and lifting it with your legs. Electrical safety. Be sure that the electricity in the appliance is in the off position, or the circuit breaker is turned off. We're going to talk about this tomorrow and show you some of the devices now that we can get for safety with regard to finding out the electricity is off, on, or what particular encountering. We're coming up to I want to confirm that my electricity is also a tester. Now, like I said, I will read those tomorrow with you. So I want to fist in the neck and a remotely pulled with thermostats before I can go in and start working on the plants. Because like I said yesterday, I don't want my body's parts over a fireplace and all of a sudden it's called for heat. Just don't want to that. And if you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. Let's work on it and do that. With regards to power tools, always remember to keep them painted in. So if they're supposed to have sharp edges or sharp blades, make sure that is maintained. Make sure they have sharp edges or sharp blades. Poorly maintained equipment can cause safety problems to both you and anybody that might be used. One of the things that you should do is do not find outsmart fuel guards or be a solid protection things on the circuit yourself. Do not remove them. Okay? Extension cords, make sure that they are in good condition. Make sure that the third hub, the ground hub is always there. I had quite a 100 and I guess it's really cool. This extension cord last year, I used it less than half a year, and I want to put this thing out of the socket, and don't you know the negative terminal on that stayed in the socket. So now I have to throw that extension cord away, and you go out and need it. Do not modify the cord. Use them as they are manufactured and where you want. Always use manufacturer's simple cord sets. Make sure that the third grounding plug on. Never take that off. And don't be inventive or create new things that might damage people. With regards to heat, be careful in the summertime. Even up on the roof, too high temperatures or whatever. So observe whole ship needs safety application. Remember to be thinking safe hygiene practices, which means I don't want to be on a roof, don't want to be on a ladder or anything like that. Maybe And the lights, again, I want to stay off the roof, and we're going to be driving into the extreme portion. Lighting, there used to be a question on the test. I'm pretty sure there's still a question on the test with regards to like blood, sorry. If there is a thunderstorm, I should always seek shelter in a large permanent building, fully enclosed metal vehicle. I want to avoid water, metal, standing under trees or on top of hills. Avoid standing alongside windows, doors, appliances, or fireplaces. And they said don't use the door until 30 minutes after the lights go on. Okay. The test, I'm 90% sure the test is going to answer the question, and the answer is going to be fully enclosed metal vehicles. I think it's going to ask you where you're going to find refuge in the event of a severe thunderstorm. And things that they're going to mention there, everything is going to be possible, something possible, but the best answer is going to be fully enclosed metal vehicles. Remember, they got tires on them. Those tires are less than 7 vehicles. So just remember what we talked about right there on that side, and remember that the best one of those is metal vehicles. I know there's a question on the test with regards to this picture here. I'm 90% sure, 90% sure it has to do with the extension of the ladder above the contact of the roof. Okay, so let's pull the whole side just in case it is not 90% sure it's contact the roof above. Okay, so I need to maintain a 4-to-1 ratio with the distance of my legs out from the building. So if I have a 16-foot eye contact with the roof line, my legs should be spaced out 4 feet from the vertical. Okay? So that should be my 1-to-4 ratio. Okay? So for every 4 foot, that should be out one. Okay? In addition to that, my contact point of the roof, my ladder should extend 3 feet above that. And like I said, I am 90% sure that's what the question on the test is. But in the event that it's not, in the event that it's the 1-4 ratio, just be aware of that. So ladder safety would be a minimum 3 feet above contact, and distance out to the building would be a 1-4 ratio to the height of the contact. Remember to avoid power lines, especially if you're using aluminum ladders. Make sure you're not too close to power lines, because remember the voltage in the power lines is high voltage. And because of high voltage, it can arc. So if you're too close to the power lines, it can arc over the metal ladders and electricity. So be careful of that. Leg levelers, like you see there, are fuel. They are ideal for putting on dissimilar surfaces to level your legs up so that it's safe to ride it. So like that. Remember,